We're ready when you are, Mayor.
This is a special meeting of the Hollister City Council on April 17, 2023. Meeting is now called to order. It is 5 p.m. City Clerk, are there public comments on closed items?
Mayor Casey, there are no public comments for any of the closed session items.
City Attorney, can you read out the closed items?
Yes, Mayor. Number 1, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. Agency designated representatives, Interim City Manager David Maroney and Administrative Services Director Casey Astorga. Employee organizations, Service Employees International Union Local 521, Hollister Firefighters Union Local 3395, Hollister Mid-Management Association, Hollister Peace Officer Association, and unrepresented employees in classifications designated as executive management and confidential. 2, conference with real property negotiators per Government Code Section 54956.8. Under negotiation price and terms, property 190 Maple Street, Hollister, California 95023. Agency negotiator, Interim City Manager David Maroney. Negotiating parties Renee Coons. 3, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, National Prescription Opiate Litigation, case number 117MD2804, ND, Ohio, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Teva, Allergen. 4, consultation of public employment, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, title Interim City Manager.
Okay, may I have a motion to adjourn to closed session?
Motion to adjourn to closed session.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Yeah. In office, there's so much, just like socialization. Not. It's like a random. Oh, in Illinois. Got it. Stressful. Right before this was at hospice. Where's your wedding practice? No, we got married. This circus literally like when we flew home from South not knowing what was about to come. Yeah, it was like, yeah, because you're always the one taking them home. She's like a little pop. It's like, yeah.
It's on consent, so you don't need to be moved up or anything. Right.
Work long and tired.
Is that right? Or are you pulling it out of consent?
I saw the report. Laura, yeah, it was gorgeous. They like laughed at us. I don't know reservation.
Fine bird for anybody.
On Friday night, we had a steak is with Andy. Okay. So good. Okay.
I know, because I'm going to bring it because I come down to shoot.
Oh yeah. I'm like already. Did you meet with the first time? We walked through it. Okay. We walked through it. Oh yeah. That's from our wedding.
It's great immediately. And the morale
Good evening. This is a regular meeting of the Hollister City Council. The meeting is now called to order. It is 6:40 p.m. Councilmember Burns, can you lead us in the pledge?
Yes, Mayor, thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
City Clerk, can you call roll?
Councilmember Perez,
Here.
Councilmember Resendez,
Present.
Councilmember Morales,
Here.
Councilmember Burns,
Here.
and Mayor Casey.
Here.
I'd also like to report that the agenda for the City Council of the City of Hollister special and regular meetings of April 17th, 2023 was posted on the bulletin board at City Hall on April 12th, 2023 at 4:40 p.m. per Government Code Section 54954.2. Thank you.
City Attorney, you have reportable items from closed session?
Yes, we have one reportable item. There was a motion by Councilmember Burns to opt in to the National Prescription Opiate Litigation, case number 117MD2804, involving Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Teva, and Allergen. There was a second by Vice Mayor Morales. Councilmember Burns voted yes. Vice Mayor Morales voted yes. Mayor Casey voted yes. Councilmember Resendez voted yes. Councilmember Perez voted yes. Motion passed 5-0.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to proclamations. Our first proclamation is for Cole Seymour and Ileana Salcido for their success at the Fresno Folk Style State Championships.
This is going to be for you. So this is a proclamation on behalf of the City of Hollister congratulating the Cole Seymour and Eliana Salcido for their success at the Fresno Folk Style State Championship. Whereas the Hollister Razorback wrestling team completed at the Fresno Folk Style State Championship, and whereas 14-year-old Cole Seymour won the Fresno Folk Style State Championship in his division, beating 4 other competitors, including the bracket's top seed. And whereas Cole also enjoys playing football and studying jiu-jitsu and began wrestling when he was 5 years old. And whereas Cole's focus and determination were key in his ability to push himself to succeed. And whereas 11-year-old Ilana Salcido took second place in her division at the Fresno Folk Style State Championship. And whereas Ilana has been wrestling since she was 4 years old and is proud of her ability to wrestle at a new level. Therefore, I, Dolores Morales, Vice Mayor of the City of Hollister, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby recognize the commitment of Cole and Ilana and congratulate them for the tremendous achievements at the Fresno Folk Style State Championship. Thank you so much and congratulations.
Do we have any council comments on that item?
Sure, I'll start off. Congratulations. It's like, you've made your city proud of you. I'm sure you've made your parents, your team, everybody at your school proud of you. Now, thanks for letting us know, so now we can celebrate with you on your achievements. Thank you.
Any others? Well, I just want to say congratulations. That's really awesome. You guys did great. We're very proud. Let's move on. We've got one more proclamation for the May as Water Awareness Month. Okay, let's read this. Whereas California's arid and semi-arid climate, its ambitious and evolving economy, and its growing population have combined to make water shortages and conflicting demands the norm, and whereas the rising concern of climate change could limit the state and federal government's water infrastructure due to less snowpack and environmental concerns in the Delta, and whereas the health, welfare, and quality of life for our community depends on reliable, high-quality water supply, and whereas municipal agencies and governments continue to seek cost-effective and efficient systems to obtain and deliver water to meet the needs of residents, agriculture, and the economy, and whereas the state, county, cities, and concerned citizens make strong efforts to foster wise decisions concerning water issues and water use, and whereas the fact that California will experience periodic droughts and water conservation is critical, not only during drought periods, but at all times. And whereas during May 2023, the City of Hollister is inviting everyone to find out ways to save water at work and at home. Now, therefore, I, Mia Casey, Mayor of Hollister, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of May as Water Awareness Month and urge all citizens, businesses, industries, institutions, and public agencies to review water use and water systems for water use efficiency, and to contact the Water Resources Association of San Benito County for water saving ideas and assistance.
Thank you very
There
much.
you go. Thank you.
I have a few words to say. if you don't
Please
mind.
help yourself.
First of all, good evening, council members. My name's Sean with Water Resources Association. I take care of all the conservation programs for the city of San Juan Bautista, Sunny Slope, and San Benito County Water District. I just want to thank the community that they stepped up during the time when we asked them to conserve water. We did very well on that. And the rains were really welcome. It was bad for part of our community in terms of flooding, but for our water supply, it's been fantastic. But all this climate whiplash that we've experienced since the turn of the 21st century, it's not stopping. So we think we have all this rain and snow, and it's wonderful. We could go right back in the drought next year for all we know. So we have to stretch that water, and as always, conservation is a lifestyle. So I'm urging everybody as we get into the summer months, over 50% of residential water use is for landscapes in the summertime. So call my agency at 637-4378. I can have a technician go out there, help set your irrigation controller, make sure your irrigation system's working properly, and you're not creating any runoff. So, and that's a free service. So please call and we can help you out. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any comments from council? No? I neglected to ask for public comment on either of the proclamations, so if there is any.
Mayor Casey, we do not have any public comments for either
Okay.
proclamation.
Thank you. All right. So we'll move on to council business. The first item is consideration of a confidential investigation report from the independent investigation pertaining to conduct of Councilmember Rick Perez. May we have the staff report?
So yes, Mayor and Council, I want to introduce to you Attorney Yesenia Carrillo with Liebert Cassidy Whitmore. That's the law firm that handled this matter, and so she'll take over from here. And she's appearing through Zoom because of illness, so.
Thank you and good evening, Mayor and City and members of the Council. As mentioned, my name is Yesenia Carrillo. I'm an attorney with Liebert Cassidy Whitmore. Thank you for having me this evening. I join you this evening to discuss the findings in the confidential investigation report prepared by an independent investigator and the options the Council may take based on the sustained findings and the Council's Code of Ethics and Conduct Policy. I provided you all a copy of the redacted confidential investigation report before today's meeting and assume you had an opportunity to review the report in detail. And so I will not be discussing the report in detail, but I am happy to respond to any questions you may have after my presentation. My office redacted the confidential investigation report to protect the right of privacy of city employees, both current and former, and also to protect the confidentiality of any other employees that were mentioned of any other agency. As you are aware, an investigation was conducted into 2 complaints made to former Mayor Velasquez against Councilmember Perez. The complaints were made by Councilmember Resendez and San Benito County Supervisor Colin Kosmecki. The investigator made 2 sustained findings. The specific allegations were as follows. The first was, did Councilmember Perez yell at and use profanity towards Supervisor Kosmecki on September 6, 2022? And if so, was the conduct unprofessional? The investigator determined that this allegation was sustained. As to the second allegation, did Councilmember Perez raise his voice, use profanity, and act aggressively toward Councilmember Resendez or former Mayor Velasquez on September 6, 2022? This allegation was also sustained. Based on the sustained findings and the confidential investigation report, I reviewed the Council's policy on Code of Ethics and Conduct to assess if a violation occurred. In my assessment of the sustained findings, there is support for a violation of subsections 1, 2, 3, 4, and 8 of Section 8, which talks about ethics, and subsection 1 of Section B, which discusses conduct guidelines. Accordingly, under the Council's policy on conduct of ethics and ethics and conduct, the Council may take action to impose sanctions if it wishes to. The Council is not obligated to impose sanctions. But if there is a vote to impose sanctions, the following sanctions are permissible. The Council may vote to reprimand Councilmember Perez or to formally censure. If a vote is taken to censure, the council would be providing direction to staff to return a resolution at the next scheduled council meeting. So a vote would not be taken approving a resolution. It would be to provide direction to staff. And the third option that the council may take is to remove Councilmember Perez's seniority in committees or to remove him from committee assignments. Finally, I do recommend that Councilmember Perez review the council's policy on code of ethics and conduct, and again, sign the acknowledgement. If he is unwilling to do so voluntarily, I would request that the council direct Mr. Perez to review the policy and sign the acknowledgement. That'll conclude my presentation.
Thank you for that. Quick question, can we take public comment first before?
You should follow the same process you follow for all the other agenda items. So it's
Okay.
council questions,
Oh, it
public
doesn't say
comment,
questions
and bring
on
it
here.
back.
So questions first, public comment.
Same
and then-
exact process you use for other
Okay,
agenda
so-
items.
Okay, that was my question. So, let's start with questions then. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Carrillo, for your presentation. And I just want to take a moment to say thank you for all of the public to come out here. It's great to see everybody participating in the local government. It's very important, and I'm glad you're here tonight. A few questions that I have. So according to the report, it says here, Perez had made several comments that made me feel uncomfortable. For example, Perez commented that she had beautiful smile and that she had nice hair. She told Perez that the comments made her uncomfortable. That's part of your report in regards to an interview with one of our staff members, is it not?
Correct, that was included in the investigation report. And just for clarification, this is not an investigation report that I prepared or that my firm prepared.
Yes.
This was prepared by an independent investigator.
Very good, thank you. Another part of that investigation says that this person was yelled at in front of everyone. Again, Perez later apologized. According to our code of conduct, which you did review, is that not correct?
Correct.
There's a section that says that there's a conduct with city of staff, and there's a couple of things that I highlighted and I wanted to ask your professional opinion about tonight. It says that we should treat all staff as professionals. It says that we do not discipline or disrupt city staff from their jobs, and we never publicly criticize or a staff member or individual. Would you say that based on this investigation report, the conduct was broken?
Based on the statements that were recorded in the investigation report, it would support a finding that the policy was not followed. Correct.
Thank you. In regards to the ethics trainings for local officials that you had mentioned earlier, actually we have, does anybody know when the last time this council member took their code of ethics training, if they're up to date with their ethics training, if they've even taken an ethics training?
I can check into that information. The required online ethics training is for AB 1234, and that's for conflict of interest, not related to the code of conduct for the city, though.
Do we know if this council member has ever attended a code of ethics training in person with the Leagues of California Cities?
I can check the past records of it, but I do not have that information right now.
Thank you. Do we know if he signed or he has a currently signed code of ethics with the city of Hollister?
I will check into that as well right now.
Thank you. It says here, as far as council members go, individual council members should point out the offending council member perceived infractions of the code of ethics and conducts. If the offenses continue, then the matter should be referred to the mayor in private. Would you say that was done, that I followed the code of ethics in referring this matter to the mayor in private?
That is correct. Yes.
Thank you. It goes on to say, when deemed warranted, the mayor may call for an investigation. Also, should the city manager or city attorney believe an investigation is warranted, they shall confer with the mayor or the council. The mayor shall ask for the city manager or the city attorney to investigate the allegation and report the findings. Would you say that the mayor followed the code of conduct and the procedures that we adopted at this council?
He did, however, I would just point out that the provisions that you are specifically referring don't specifically relate to council members. I believe it only applies, and at least in the language of this policy, would apply to board members, committee, and commission members. However, I do still find that the former mayor did take the appropriate action in referring this matter for an independent investigation.
Thank you. So, in regards to all of the allegations, all of the findings were substantiated by the third-party, non-biased investigator. Is that not correct?
There were 2 sustained findings, correct?
Thank you. And my final question is, there's been some information that was admitted by the council member as to arrest, 79 arrests, possession of stolen guns, prison sentence. Have you or any of the staff been provided information on the council member's arrest record?
I have not. I don't know if Yesenia has.
And could this arrest record potentially not allow for him to serve as a council member for the city of Hollister legally?
Well, it's going to depend, really. And if we're going to have an in-depth discussion about that portion of it, it needs to be agendized as a separate matter. But the answer is it depends.
Very well. That concludes my questions at this time. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns, do you have any questions?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. Can you tell me if all the interviews that were conducted were done voluntarily?
That is my understanding, yes, because I do believe the investigation report cites 2 individuals who chose not to be interviewed, and so I'm not aware that anyone was required to be interviewed.
Okay. And can you tell me what the qualifications were for the third party?
Yes, so they are a licensed investigator who has experience in conducting investigations of this nature. In our discussions with the investigator, we make sure that there isn't any potential for bias, and that they have the experience in conducting investigations. There are also professional codes that apply that the investigator would have to comply with. So we ensure that they are in compliance.
Okay. And can you talk a little bit about the specialties of your law firm that you're a member of?
Yes. So my law firm provides advice and counsel and also represents clients, mostly public agency clients. So that includes cities, counties, school districts, and nonprofit organizations. And we provide advice in similar situations like here, when there are investigations that are being conducted. In very limited circumstances, we will conduct investigations. We also provide advice and counsel on a slew of various subject matters, primarily related to employment matters and public official and elected matters.
Thank you. Can you tell me what the total cost for this investigation has been?
I apologize, council member. I don't have that information in front of me, so I would not be able to provide that to you.
Thank you. City Attorney, any ideas?
No, I was not any part of this
Okay.
because I was a witness.
Right, okay. City Manager?
I do not have that.
Okay. I'd like to have that information presented when it's available, please. And so, my final question, were there any independent witnesses to either of these 2 sustained allegations?
What do you mean by independent witnesses?
Uninvolved parties, somebody that might have just been present or happened to observe it going on?
Well, as to the allegations by the supervisor, that involved a telephone call. And so it was only the 2 individuals involved, both Councilmember Perez and the supervisor. As to the allegations related to the conduct that occurred during closed session, it would have only been the parties that were present. who then substantiated the conduct. So that would be the only thing.
Okay, so there was no way to truly substantiate or corroborate the allegations involving the county supervisor. Is that true?
Well, based on the investigator's knowledge and experience and the investigation that he conducted, he found that there was sufficient evidence, and his credibility assessment of the witnesses was sufficient to sustain the findings.
So as it relates to the first allegation involving the supervisor, I didn't see where it really spoke to the specifics of that led to that allegation being sustained. Perhaps I missed it, perhaps I forgot about it, but I don't see anything, and I certainly haven't heard anything that would corroborate it.
Well, both individuals were interviewed as part of the investigation. And so if you review the summary of their interviews, many of the conduct that was alleged was not denied. I think there was some differences, perhaps in what was said or done or the intentions of Councilmember Perez. But my recollection of the summary of those interviews is that Councilmember Perez did not deny some of the allegations that were made.
So were the interviews recorded as well?
Yes.
And would they be considered a public document that would be discoverable as well?
I would have to go back and assess that. There's a potential.
Okay. Did you find that Councilmember Perez in his interview was credible?
So again, I wasn't involved in conducting the investigation. Those findings are specifically made by the investigator. So it's the investigator, who is an independent third party, who makes those assessments.
So I understand what you say, but here we're taking and putting this out in the community. And so I think it would be helpful to actually hear from the investigator that conducted the interviews and came to those opinions. And I'm not disrespecting what you say. It just seems to me that that would be the best evidence. That concludes my questions and comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Can we let each council member?
Thank you for the report. So my questions are, this was very interesting in terms of that it was sent to an investigation, the document, and how the investigator assessed the credibility of the witnesses. And that I didn't see any background information in the report in terms of the history that led to the events. So that was also, so there are contributing factors.
Point of order, Member Merritt. I believe we're asking questions at this time. Is that not correct?
I am asking questions.
Let her lead up, please, like you did. Let's be fair. Go ahead.
So my question is, there were two witness statements in regards to the closed session. And there were very different perspectives. How was the investigator able to determine or just confirm one over the other? Was there additional information taken in terms of the background history, education, work experience? Was there information about the events of that night that may have provided the type of response? Was there, so none of that was part of the report. Can you please tell me why?
So when I reviewed the report, my understanding is that when the investigator, first I want to clarify that there were more than two witnesses that were interviewed with respect to what occurred in closed session. And secondly, I believe no one could remember any background information as to
It wasn't asked.
I'm sorry?
It was not asked.
Okay, well, based on the summary of the investigation report, some of them, what the report says is that individuals did not remember.
I remembered, I can tell you right now. Would you like to hear?
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
She asked me a question.
If we're discussing something in closed session, City Attorney, is it advisable to share that on the public?
I'm not going to disclose anything that was discussed at closed session.
No, you wouldn't be able to disclose anything from closed session.
So Councilmember Morales, I was responding to your question as to why there's no background information. And in my review of the investigation report, based on the investigator's summary, his conclusions in some of the investigation interviews was that the individuals did not remember.
So one that was not asked, and normally when there's investigation and there are investigation principles, normally there's an opportunity for additional information to be provided. So I was not asked that question as a witness, so that information would have been extremely important for this report. In addition, I find it really hard to believe that somebody with 27 years of criminal justice background, education, cognitive behavioral interventions, and 16 years of conflict resolution, that my statement was not valid in comparison to another statement. So I also find that hard to believe. That wasn't part of that report as well. Can you tell me why?
I cannot. The investigation report is prepared by the investigator, and so we don't dictate or direct them as to what should be included or should not. The investigator includes the information, in this case, that he deemed relevant in summarizing the interviews. There is a complete summary or recording of the interviews available, but these decisions are made by the investigator, not by me or anyone in my firm.
And can you tell me why there was a difference between this investigation and an investigation that was held that resulted in the censoring of Mr. Resendez previously? Why the investigations were so different and why the policies and procedures are different now in terms of how this is being brought to public? How Mr. Perez is not able to vote when Mr. Resendez was able to vote. Can you tell me why this is very different and why we're not following the code of conduct as we did previously?
So I could not speak specifically to the matter involving Councilmember Resendez because I was not part of the team that investigated or reviewed that item. I know that council members have mentioned to me that there have been some distinctions. In my review of the council's policy on code of ethics and conduct, and with respect to our recommendation that Councilmember Perez abstain from participating in any vote if the board, if the council takes action, it's based on the language in the policy, specifically the conflict of interest provision, which is consistent with the common law conflict of interest that individuals, elected officials who have an interest in an action should abstain from taking any action. And so that's the basis for our recommendation. Again, I apologize. I would not be able to speak as to the differences and distinctions as to advice that was given previously on a different matter.
So I'm disappointed that this report is very incomplete, that council and people that provided information were not given the opportunity ahead of time to review the report and submit additional information, that the background leading to the events was not included as part of the report, and historical data was not also incorporated so that you can see the full picture, and this is just a glimpse. That is all.
Councilmember Perez, do you have anything?
As far as the report is, I find it very troubling that whoever did the investigating is not able to respond to any questions that we have here. So it's like, because I have some questions for him too, but, and I know, or for you guys, but I know you can't answer them because you weren't on the phone with me. Yeah, that's my main concern right there. Would like a response later.
Councilmember.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple follow-up questions. I was going to answer the question that Councilmember Chinburn said. There were independent witnesses in the room. There were two other independent witnesses in the room. And from what I recall, Ms. Carrillo, 3 of the witnesses said the same thing. One of them, their story varied, but there was actually a rationale for why the other 3 were weighed heavier and sustained the findings of what actually occurred in that room. Do you remember what that rationale was? In particular, I'm talking about the city attorney's witness statement.
And you're asking what the city attorney's rationale.
Why is it that 3 people in the room said the same thing? One person said something completely different, and the investigator said because the city attorney was somebody who was not directly involved, who was somebody considered non-biased, they weighed that person's testimony heavier, and they sided with what actually happened in that room. Is that not correct?
I believe that is correct.
Thank you.
I'd like to comment on that. So, point of clarification. I think when somebody's completely new and don't understand, so when somebody's being bullied for 4 years or for several years and being attacked and somebody stands up for themselves, that is a response. And when somebody's not understanding what's happening, then of course they're gonna, in that statement, the statement was, it seemed like Mr. Resendez was shooken up. Well, he was shooken up because somebody stood up for themselves, and that was a shock. So it was one person having a difference in opinion than my own. The other two people in the room that were a part of the situation.
Point of order,
really
Madam
don't
Mayor, I
count.
thought we were asking questions at this time.
Are you, no, Jen? Okay. I just have a couple quick questions. One is, so there were 2 complaints filed, and I understand the interviews for the closed session folks, and I understand the interviews with the supervisor. But what I'm having a little trouble with is, I saw a lot of anecdotal comments inserted into the report that weren't verifiable. And it seems that based on that, there was more, the scope was expanded to go out to city employees and community members seeking more incidents. And that seemed out of the scope of what should have been in the investigation. Why was that?
I believe the investigator included in the investigation report that there was a request to interview these additional witnesses, that they may
Based
have
on-
relevant information in order for the investigator to assess either credibility and assess the allegations that were being made.
But if the council member agreed and the facts were found, and why would you need to go out and interview other people that weren't involved in these 2 complaints? It just seems like overreach to me, and I don't understand it, especially if the council member said, yes, I did do this. Yes, I did speak profanity. I mean, if the facts have already been established. So why was it necessary to go out and do that on the request? And who was the requester for this?
Let me look at the investigation report. I need to find the specific citation, but I believe Councilmember Resendez might have been the one that identified
Okay.
the additional witnesses.
So let me ask you a
It's
question then.
witnesses.
If the council member agreed that he had done the actions, why is it reasonable for this investigator to then go after other information that it wasn't necessary? What is your opinion on that?
It is reasonable. It's the investigators. The investigator really has the authority to assess and determine whether those witnesses have any relevant information, and the only way to determine if there is any other relevant information is to conduct those additional interviews.
They would.
And
not-
so,
I mean, I'm a little lost here, because how would they have relevant information if they weren't present at either incident? And there's already been facts established. So why was that necessary? It felt like it was not. And it felt like it was based on anecdotal information that was submitted as a part of this report, but not verifiable. So it troubles me a great deal, this report and the scope of it. I think it went way beyond simply addressing the 2 complaints, especially because the facts were established. So it's troubling that all of that was inserted into this report. So I guess that's my questions.
I understand sorry. Go ahead.
That's it.
I understand the concern, and the investigator, again, really has the authority to assess and determine whether additional potential witnesses need to be interviewed and determine whether there's any other relevant information. And I know that there's been questions about interviewing the investigator, but really that's not common practice when reviewing an investigation report or presenting the information and the findings in investigation report. As far as the inquiries and questioning, either the questions being asked or any of the other individuals being interviewed, that all typically occurs during an investigation. And again, it really depends on the judgment of the investigator to determine what would help him identify the necessary facts to make the sustained findings. I will point out that while there are additional information that's included related to other interviews, the findings are only specific to the 2 complaints that were made and the allegations that were being made.
So basically, my question is, these other people that were interviewed had nothing to add to the investigation into these 2 complaints, really, other than some other information that had nothing to do with these 2 investigations.
Well, they added and created consistency in the behavior and provided in certain situations context.
That's not what we were looking for in an investigation. We're simply asking, did this happen or did it not? So I'm not sure they added anything other than some salacious comments into the investigation. It really troubles me how this investigation was done. So I don't have any other questions or comments at this time.
I understand.
I would like to ask how many people are here to speak for public comment. Can you just raise your hand so I can get an idea? So we have. Okay, so because we have so many and we limit our time to 30 minutes, I will be asking you to limit your comments to 2 minutes. Each person will have 2 minutes rather than the standard 3 to speak. All right, are there any other questions before we go to public comment?
I do have one follow-up question, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Would you say that it's not uncommon, or that it should be the common practice that we have a third-party non-biased investigation done in these types of challenges that city council members face?
Councilmember Resendez, it's really dependent on the facts. In this case, because the mayor was also involved and there were additional witnesses, the determination and the recommendation was to have an independent third party to investigate. But there may be other, if the facts were potentially different, our recommendation might have been different.
So you're essentially saying that the policy was followed, it should have been a third-party investigation, and that all of the claims were substantiated. Is that not correct?
That the 2 allegations that the investigator was asked to investigate were sustained.
Including
correct?
the one with the staff member that you had made mention to during my questions.
No, there were no sustained findings as it relates to the specific facts that staff member was providing.
But in your legal opinion.
Well, I would not be able to opine and provide a legal opinion because this was not an investigation that I conducted. I have to rely on the information and the findings that were made by this investigator.
Very good. Does any of the staff members know, in the previous censure that was mentioned, was there ever a third-party non-biased investigation done? The answer is no. Thank you.
All right, so we can go to public comment then?
Yes, Mayor Case, and I do want to report back. I did check the dates. The last time that Councilmember Perez completed the AB 1234 conflict of interest training was on March 19th, 2021. That's the last one in the system. And the acknowledgement for the Hollister Municipal Code 2.04 Council Code of Ethics and Conduct was signed on June 7th, 2021. Okay. The first public comment is from GW Devon Pack, followed by Clark Stone.
Good evening, Council. I am here to present myself as a character witness to speak in support of Rick Perez. I have known him since 2018, and in my time and in all of my dealings with him, I have known him to be a straightforward, honest, and deeply concerned about his constituents and service to this community. I would like to remind this council about the legal concept of provocation, also known sometimes as fighting words. That is a concept that exists. This is not a criminal matter that is currently at discussion, but it is worth remembering this legal principle that there can be verbal conduct that provokes in any reasonable person a disproportionate level of conduct. I would venture to hypothesize that while still maintaining a perfectly civil tone, I could find a combination of words and topics to any person in this room that would provoke them to a response that involves obscenity. Such topics might be including deprecation of a loved one, a child, a parent, or a spouse, or unfounded imprecations. The fact is that there has been a climate of toxicity and acrimony within the city of Hollister that has impeded the functioning and the conduct of our city government. And we have to remember that we are a small community. Somebody much wiser than me once told me that, the politics of Hollister are too small to go carrying grudges or resentments. For our city to thrive and to flourish, we must work together within a spirit of patience, tolerance, and forgiveness. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Clark Stone, to be followed by John Freeman.
Thank you, City Council, for the opportunity to speak on this agenda item. My name is Clark Stone. I reside in Piscines. I don't live in Hollister. But I do not know Mr. Perez personally. However, my work on local community issues has made me aware of Councilperson Perez's reputation in our local community. That reputation is that he is a hard-working member of the City Council who cares deeply about the city, its citizens, San Benito County, and its constituents. I've read the investigation report in some detail over the weekend and the allegations against Councilperson Perez that are contained in the report. While these incidents are unfortunate, I believe this City Council must consider two important mitigating factors in determining what action, if any, to take in response to the investigation report. The first factor is the personal situation Councilperson Perez was dealing with last year. The facts underlying this issue are set forth in the investigation report, and I will not repeat them here. I think all of us can understand the stress and pressure this sort of situation would place on any family member, particularly on a parent. The second factor, which to me is equally, if not more important, is the atmosphere created and perpetuated in Hollister city politics and on this very City Council under the former administration. It is known to have been an atmosphere of intimidation, disrespect, and in some cases, overt bullying. As set forth in the investigation report, it appears the councilperson was the target of this sort of behavior on multiple occasions, and it contributed to some extent, perhaps a great extent, to the behavior that formed the basis for the complaints against him. In closing, I urge the City Council to seriously consider these two factors in connection with determining what action, if any, to take in response to the investigation report. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is John Freeman, to be followed by B. Gonzalez.
Good evening, Mayor Casey and Hollister City Council people. My name is John Freeman, and I am a resident of San Juan Bautista, not of Hollister. Most of you probably already know that. But your actions are going to affect me probably even more than you, because Rick, who I consider a friend, is on two of my committees. I am chairperson of AMBAG and also chairperson of Integrated Waste Management for the County of San Benito. And he's a valuable member of both of those boards. So I'm going to urge, and he attends regularly, participates fully, intelligently, and completely. And that cannot be said for all other members of San Benito County representatives, particularly to AMBAG. I've known Rick for about 2 years now. I know him to be a warm and caring person, a hard worker who looks out for his constituents. I don't see how you could ask for a better city council person than that. I urge you, I have some comments about the investigation, I'll say this. Wayne Norton, myself, Valerie Eglin, Frank Berrigan, and a certain county supervisor were all at a meeting of SEIU 520 something. And we were there for an election endorsement. One of them said he wasn't there for an election endorsement, so I'll let you figure that one out. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is B. Gonzalez, to be followed by Jeannie Wallace.
Good evening. I'm not here to tell one jurisdiction what to do with your council members, but I just want you to put yourself in Councilmember Perez's shoes. For 6 months, he came to me, behavioral health, San Diego County CAO, and he was asking for help for his son. His pleas fell on deaf ears. Don't start crying because then I'm going to go with you, okay? Hold it. For 6 months, he begged and asked for help to prevent exactly what happened with his son almost dying in his arms. His pleas fell on deaf ears. When he came to the Board of Supervisors and put us to shame because we failed this man and his family, there were angry feelings by that supervisor that alleged a complaint against him. I heard the conversation after it happened. It sounds like each one of them yelled and cussed at each other. So it was a mutual disrespect. I just ask you, put yourself in his shoes before you cast judgment on Councilmember Perez. Put yourself in his shoes and think, if it was my son or daughter that I was fighting for 6 months, trying to get them the help to get their life on the right path, and everything you were trying to avoid happened anyways, would you have reacted the same way that he did? And I resent the fact, Councilmember Resendez, that you're bringing up past records, past behavior, because I know you have a couple of your own. And we can't be calling the kettle black, okay? We can't be calling the kettle black. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Jeannie Wallace, to be followed by Larry Rebecki.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jeannie Wallace. I do live in Hollister, in fact, in Councilmember Perez's district. I'm here because, well, like the rest of us, I'm troubled by what I've read. I'm especially troubled by the history of strife that's been on this council for many years. It has certainly not been one-sided. The events in the report are unfortunate, but they are not isolated. And I think it's to me, it seems misguided to be pursuing an investigation in response to an unfortunate outburst in the wake of such a personal crisis. When you look at the perspective, the outburst compared to what it's a response to seems to be not the real issue here. I encourage the council to seek more collegial working relationships, and I know that we have a new mayor now, and I hope that she is finding some success with improving the relationships so that the council can work effectively to serve the people of Hollister. In addition, I'm here to express my sympathy for Councilman Perez and his family for the trauma that his family is enduring. Lost in all of this is the havoc that fentanyl is wreaking on families in our community and across our country, and I hope that the council will turn its attention to that crisis and look for ways that the city can help. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Larry Rebecki, followed by Peter Hernandez.
Yeah, my name is Larry Rebecki, and I've been in the county of San Benito for almost 50 years, and I taught in the Hollister School District for 34 years, and your chief of police, Carlos Reynoso, was one of my students, and I I think the bottom line here is respect, and that's what we lack in our society. It's been obvious, the lack of respect in the council, and it's disheartening. But I would like to thank all the council members for their service, because I know it's not easy. My father was a city councilman, he was a mayor, and he ultimately became a city administrator. And I know you're damned if you do and damned if you don't, but there needs to be respect. You know, you're not always making the right decision, and there's a lot of controversy in the decisions that you do make. I'd like to quote something that Mayor Casey stated when she was a candidate. This was an article written in the Freelance, and I think it kind of hits the nail on the head. And I'm going to quote what Mayor Casey stated in an article that appeared the 29th of last year, 29th of September. And she said in an interview as a candidate that the mayor, this is a quote, chairs the council meetings and as such sets the tone. All council members and the general public, that's us, who attend should be welcome and treated with respect. She said that, and I agree with her, and I think everyone would agree with that. Every council member should have an equal vote and the opportunity to express their views. The mayor should work with the council to build a consensus rather than create division. I'm almost finished, okay? Mayor Casey, I have a question for you, and then I'll sit down.
Mayor, if you give
Sorry.
anyone extra time, you have to
can't
give
you
everyone the
extra time,
same.
Sir, I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, you know, you said some beautiful things, and I hope you walk the talk.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Peter Hernandez, followed by Tony Avila.
Hi, Mayor. Council, serving in politics this last handful of years, I understand it's really hard to have a sense of unity and camaraderie when there's different, obviously, perspectives, right? We come from different backgrounds and likes. I know Rick Perez personally, and I know that the time that was mentioned specifically around the situation with the mental health issue that he had to deal with personal with his son. I can't say that I can understand because I haven't gone through what he's gone through, but I can tell that one thing it's necessary, I think, to ultimately to be unified as a board and try to focus and prioritize your intent by default requires for you to be able to be above the fray and above emotion, and to have a sense of respect and I think even patience, especially in time of need. And I think Rick deserved it at that moment because it was a trying time. I could only imagine how emotional any of us would have been in his situation. All things considered, I can tell you one thing for sure is that investigation in and of itself is very faulty because of the fact that I was involved in those conversations also, and I understood as a supervisor what Rick was going through. So it never in my mind I did hear about the situation with Supervisor Kosmicki, and we knew that was something that we just had to basically deal with the response of Rick's emotions, because we knew that he had to be able to basically measure or filter what he was dealing with in a way that I think would help him to basically deal with the reality of his son and the circumstances, and us as a county be focused on what it was to basically respond. So it really did help us. But bottom line is one thing that I can recommend. I really believe the ethics code in and of itself is faulty also because it's subjective. It puts you guys in a position to be at each other's throats and to be legalistic in the interpretation of its application. I recommend that you put that away, you have a retreat, have a real conversation about what it means to govern and focus on the issues. Ladd Lane is one of them, right? There's one that's going to speak on that issue today, and I'm just telling you, our community is going to suffer if we don't get focused.
Okay. Thank you.
The next speaker is Tony Avila, and then I have one for Scott Perry. Is that for this item? No. Okay, thank you. So then after Mr. Avila, it'll be Carol Lenore.
Good evening. I'm speaking on behalf of a concerned citizen here of Hollister. First of all, ye who is without sin shall cast the first stone. Remember that one. So all of us here are guilty. So we should not be carrying stones in our pockets, but dropping them. I have to say that Rick, in the short time that I've known him, he has been known to me as a person of integrity. He's also forgiving. He's compassionate, and he's also demonstrates responsibility. I'm going to quote on page 1531 an interview by Dolores Morales, seated here up front, January 11, 2023, quoting the statement, "She does not believe Council members Rick Perez acted inappropriately towards Mr. Renendez or Mr. Velasquez. Instead," she added, Morales believes that Renendez instigates conflict by demeaning Mr. Perez. Can you imagine being made less than in front of public in an open forum? You know how humiliating that would be if I would humiliate each one of you here tonight? No. Instead, you keep on humiliating this one person that you think is evil, but the truth of the matter is he has integrity. How many can say that you actually have integrity? He has forgiveness in his heart. How many of you can sit here and say you have integrity and forgiveness in your heart? How many here can say you have compassion and forgiveness and integrity? How many here are facing the responsibilities that are very difficult? I had more to say, but there was plenty said. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Carol Lenore, followed by Linda Lampe.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As my mom always said, it takes two to tango. Since I was in the room with both Mayor Velasquez and Councilmember Resendez, I got a first-hand and personal look at their character. So this issue is really a leftover from the ex-mayor's inability to keep order in closed session. And Roland, I was really hoping that you would find your better way without Ignacio, and that you would find some camaraderie on here with all five. That's what I was really hoping. I saw you and Honor tear each other apart viciously, sitting there with my mouth open, and you would get her so mad, and then she would have to strike back. And this is your MO, I'm sorry. Maybe you don't know you do it, but you talk down to people, and you always thought you were smarter than me. I know that. And had I known that you could have gotten in trouble for saying mean things, I should have came and said what you said on my second to last study session, 3 derogatory comments that hurt my feelings and ticked me off, but mostly hurt my feelings. You can see that I'm still kind of hurt by that because I don't like being called ignorant. But Rick, I told you when you got on here, you need to stay clear of this stuff, to ignore. I'm sorry that you still had to serve some more with Ignacio, but I was hoping it would get better. But when you go and you judge Rick today, try to be not too hard on him. And I'm really very sad about your son, but because this should have stayed in closed session. It shouldn't even be out here. Now you can't say anything in closed session. They're going to bring it out here. That's what closed session's for. And closed session does get rough. Both sides get rough. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Linda Lampe, followed by Celeste Toledo Bocanegra.
Good evening. I think a lot of beautiful things have been said tonight, and many people voiced what I felt. So many people said many of the things that I was thinking. I come here actually with a very sad heart, because I wasn't going to say anything, but I have to now. Because you see, Rick's son, little Ricky, calls me Grandma. And Rick calls me Mom. I know what little Ricky's going through. He almost died from fentanyl. I wasn't going to talk about it. But what I'm wondering tonight is, what is it doing to that young man? He loves his father, and his father loves him, and he stood by him. And for this all to be public now. And he's in recovery. He's finally getting the help that he needed. And yes, I've cried many tears with you, Rick, over little Ricky, but you know what? I'm praising God that he is in recovery and he's doing well. And we need, as a community, to stand up for people who have made mistakes, because who hasn't? But what about forgiveness? And for a man to confess that he's done all these things and the public still. You know why? Rick Perez didn't show up at my father's house the day before the election to carry a sign and help us. He and little Ricky have been helping us for 12 or 14 years, going out and feeding the homeless and taking groceries to the neighbors and rounding up people at night when it's pouring down rain and getting them out of the rain. He wasn't running for office. But he was, because the community saw what he was doing. And that's why we love him. And that's why we need him. And I care about each one of you. And I'm so thankful that we have a new team here. And I pray for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Celeste Toledo Bocanegra, followed by Elias Salinas.
Good evening, everyone. So I just want to tell everyone that this too shall pass. So everything will pass eventually, and we'll just laugh. We'll look back and laugh at everything. But in the past, Resendiz has had problems and has been unable to work well with other council members. Do you recall Honor Spencer's situation? And prior to that, 2018, when Resendiz was first running, Resendiz accused Victor Gomez and then incumbent Mickey Luna of attacking him personally to supposedly then further their pro-developer agenda and Luna's campaign. I see a consistent pattern from Roland Resendiz of starting problems with those individuals who don't align themselves with him. If you happen to disagree with Roland Resendiz, Resendiz will do all in his power to play the victim and try to get the other person out of office or make them look bad. So I asked the board today to please not discipline Perez by censoring, reprimand, and or loss of committee assignments. Also, this is why Council Member Rick Perez should not, I just said that, sorry, I'm going off. How much time do I have? I would like to add, any person can see Roland is twice the size, I'm sorry, I am throwing stones, of Perez. And I don't see or believe that Roland felt fear for his life by Rick Perez. If Roland was scared for his life, why was he so focused to point out just a bit ago the other person's interview? And the one person that was on here, number 3 of the list of interviews, is not mentioned. I don't think their story or their interview is credible because their name is not put out there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Elias Salinas, followed by Felipe Ordanes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. So this all began when Rick Perez ran for city council, and the mayor and Councilman Resendiz, the former mayor Velasquez and Resendiz, were backing him up. And he was elected, and the very first time that Councilman Perez did not agree with them, that was it. That was downhill. Common denominator here is Ignacio Velasquez and Roland Resendiz. One was controlling, while the other one was literally going out there. And both of them are very disrespectful. How many times they've sat here at the dais and they spoke bad about staff, and then you have the audacity, Resendiz, to say that, oh, we have a code of conduct and we must follow the code of conduct. You're the last one who's ever followed the code of conduct. You called me out some vulgar words, and the mayor allowed you to continue to call those vulgar words while I sat here. Where was the code of conduct then? You were afraid of Marty Richmond, God bless his soul, who weighed over 300 pounds, and you feared for your life. The man could hardly move. Honor Spencer, 5'4", 130 pounds. You were afraid of her. You feared for your life. Now you claim you fear for Mr. Perez because he's going to hurt you. You're a pretty big guy. But you know what you more than anything are? You are a flamboyant, drama-seeking soul that thrives on bullying other people. And your problem is that when people stand up to you, you become a mad dog and you continue to go on to them. Supervisor Kazumiki was asked, he was called and he was asked to file a complaint. Otherwise, he would not have done it. This is all the leftovers of the previous administration here, and it's got to stop.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Felipe Ordonez, followed by Matthew Rojas.
Hello, good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
I just want to say thank you, Mayor Casey and City Council members, for listening to us tonight. My name is Felipe Ordonez. I'm a resident of District 2 here in Villahermosa. I just want to start off saying that it is shocking, disrespectful, and upsetting that we're having this investigation this evening and the main investigator didn't even show up tonight. I'm pretty sure someone had to pay thousands of dollars of this investigation, and no disrespect to Yesenia, but thank you for being here. You've taken a lot of shots tonight. You weren't able to answer a lot of questions, but thank you for being here. Thank you, then. I personally don't know Councilman Rick Perez, but he's always seemed like a regular person who's cared for Hollister, the people, and his constituents. Does he wear his emotions on his sleeve sometimes? Sure. But Councilmember Perez has never been a career politician and never prided himself on being so. He cares for Hollister. He loves the people and the community. Did the council member raise his voice, get upset, and get into the face of our supervisor and maybe another colleague? He always admitted that he did. This has always been a mess from the beginning, but he's always admitted that he took all these actions. Politics is a tough, frustrating, and thankless job. Sometimes we get into heated arguments with our colleagues, and sometimes our emotions get to the best of us. But again, Councilmember Perez has always admitted his truth. This whole back and forth with allegations of domestic violence, intimidating behavior, and unprofessionalism is a complete waste of the time. Staff time, San Bernardino County resources, and taxpayer money. Instead of talking about more city parks across Hollister, a new water treatment center, better roads, or upgrading our local schools, we were talking about this. So I'd like to ask the Hollister City Council, disregard. He admitted his mistakes, and let's focus on the issue at hand. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Matthew Rojas.
Hi, thank you, Council. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'd like to point out that a lot of people have called out the obvious, that there was incidents that happened whether it be out of pure emotion or angst or general politics headbutting. The fact of the matter is that the code of conduct was violated, regardless of a personal situation. And I'm sorry that he had personal issues going on. We should all come to our jobs or our positions. And unfortunately, we have to put aside what is happening outside and conduct ourselves by the code of conduct, whether it be in a council meeting, our jobs, our family situations. We have to conduct ourselves correctly. So yes, there was maybe reasoning behind his outburst or his words, but the fact of the matter is the conduct was unbecoming and against the policy. So I would urge the council to keep that in mind, regardless of the personal situation. The fact is he did not follow the code of conduct that he agreed to when coming into the position that he's in. And if there is a time where we cannot use that or we can't deal with our position due to personal circumstances, we need to take a step back and have a leave of absence. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Jose Fernandez, followed by Juan Gutierrez.
Good evening. I'm Jose Fernandez, Mayor, council members. Rick Perez is my councilman for my district. I ran against him and I lost. Thank you so much for. I agree with a lot of the speakers, being up there and doing a job that you're going to be liked one day and disliked the next. But at a certain point, people just need to grow up and act like adults. And if you're going to talk, talk. If you're going to get mad at each other and F you and F you back, are you really going to die from that? I think we've gone so far from what we're supposed to be as American citizens in this country. We're a small town and we're wasting time and money on stupid crap like this. People need to grow up, be a man, be a woman, be whatever you are, and just do your business. And this is why people won't run for city council. I was thinking about running again and beating him, but there is no way you could put a gun to my head that I would ever do this and deal with this. Very unacceptable. You guys do a great job, everybody. But this, look inside yourself and say, wow, how stupid do I look sitting up here right now and having people tell me how stupid it is. If they haven't said stupid, it is very stupid, by the way. I'm a father of 5 girls. This is what this sounds like, 5 girls fighting over little stupid stuff. And yes, Rick had a lot of stuff going on, and it's hard to keep that personal stuff away. Just like in regular business, sometimes your personal feelings carry you away. If you cannot be kind to others like you want them to be kind to you, don't do the job. Any of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Juan Gutierrez, followed by Stacy McGrady.
Good evening, everyone. I'll keep this brief. Mr. Perez has used his position in City Council to obtain services ahead of others. When I worked at Behavioral Health, he requested services from another employee during a long holiday weekend. He used his high-profile position to jump the line in front of the rest of the public. Further, after this, he went to the County Board of Supervisors to chastise the department with the support of Supervisor Gonzalez and that same employee who provided the services. His inability to control his anger is not an isolated incident. And as the saying goes, when someone shows you their true character, believe them. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Stacy McGrady, followed by Julio Rodriguez.
Hi, thank you so much. Sorry, it took me a second to get unmuted. I know Rick Perez a little bit. We share a common concern of our sons and addiction, and I understand the shame, the embarrassment that can go along with that, the desperation in trying to get resources and support, the grasping at straws to try and get anyone to listen to you. And it's heartbreaking. I think that we can never, ever take away or replace the human factor. When we do that, what are we, right? We are best because of our humanity. Rick is best because of his humanity. And I think that a code of conduct is a good thing. It's a baseline. It's like a speed limit on the highway, right? We write the laws for the baseline, but we understand that there's exceptions. Like sometimes you might exceed the speed limit because your child is overdosed. You might go faster than you should. And thank God that most law enforcement can recognize that human factor and can render aid when it's appropriate. So we write the rules for the baseline. We appreciate, we understand, we have empathy and consideration. We walk with a person when they are struggling. We go with them. We hold their hand and we support them. We don't judge them. And that's what I would ask for now, is just quit judging everybody and just have a little empathy. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Julio Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, City Council. Thank you. Let me get my notes out. I believe if the report did substantiate the claims, then I do believe that the City Council should make a decision with discretion. Because if I believe the code of conduct should follow, then this opens the door for the code of conduct to continue to be broken. And many of you guys have, or some of you have ran on having a code of ethics, code of conduct. Yes, it's unfortunate that the circumstances, Rick Perez, obviously that contextualizes the situation. But with that being said, if we're going to make excuses for every single time someone breaks the code of conduct, it opens the door, it could be politicized. So I would just recommend council take some action. Obviously, use your discretion. So thanks.
Thank you.
Mayor Casey, those are all of the comments right now, but we do have one person online who's raised their hand a couple times but dropped off. Sandy Patterson, did you need to make your comment? If so, please raise your hand. Okay. You can unmute yourself, and you do have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Sandy Patterson. I live here in District 1. And I support Rick Perez. I would take his foot over Colin Kuzmicki's any day of the week, because I've been at the brunt end of Colin Kuzmicki when I've been at Board of Supervisors meetings. The eyes, the comments, the whole 9 yards. So he needs to be held accountable. And there's a lot of things that are said in heat of passion, and that needs to be taken into consideration. This is just a farce. This should have never come out.
Mayor Casey, Ms. Patterson has dropped off the call again. Oh. And those are all the public comments that we have for this.
Okay, then we can take council comments. Mr. Burns, did you want to start, or?
I'd like to hold mine for
okay.
later.
Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And again, I just want to say thank you to all the members of the public for coming out here tonight. It's very important that you do take part in your local government process, and it does bring me great joy to see you here tonight. So thank you for that. One thing I want to say is, and that I do agree with sincerely, is that we do have a lot of work to do. We've got a ton of work to do here. And when issues as this arise, it does impact the amount of work that we can do. And I can attest to that personally. For the first couple of years that I was here, it was very, very divisive.
You started it.
Okay, can we keep it quiet out there? Thank you. Please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. But what I'd like to say is that we do have an obligation to ensure that people are treated respectfully, that our staff is protected, that they're not yelled and screamed at or assaulted, and that other members of the council, community, and elected officials are not also threatened. So we have to ensure that. One thing I do want to point out is some of the comments that were brought up here about the lies that were told about me were tested in a court of law across the street to the tune of $30,000 were found to be false. So next time you come up here and you spew your lies, make sure you mention that. Now, looking at the report objectively, what I saw, and if you read it, you'll see the same thing over and over again, is a pattern, a clear pattern of cycle of abuse. We have the escalation, we have this eruption, an apology. escalation, eruption, apology, over and over and over again. Also, what I saw, not only in the report, but in the recent KSBW interview, was a lot of blame shifting. No responsibility for your own actions. It's somebody else's fault. Another thing that was pretty alarming was the doubling down, the comments that were made. I don't make threats. If I'm going to attack somebody, I'm just going to do it. This was recent, as of Friday. And again, by the council member's own admission, he had been arrested 79 times, had been to prison, and was in possession of stolen guns. This was information that was not made aware to the public or to us. I'm all for being empathetic. I'm all about forgiveness. I'm all about reform. But we have a problem here. There are a number of red flags that have been occurring in recent times, over and over and over again. And during this political climate, during these mass shootings, during all of these things that are going on, we have an obligation as elected officials to take action and to hold people accountable for that. If we don't, then we can also be legally liable for not protecting our staff. So those are just some things to take into consideration. I don't even know if Councilmember Perez is in a place, to where he realizes that these things are occurring. But that's not my job to say or to do. What I can do is I can vote on behalf of the city of Hollister, the constituents that I represent, to hold him accountable, to censure him, and to have him removed off all the committees. That's what I would like to see here happen tonight. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to thank everyone that came out to speak. I think your words are a reflection of how our community feels about Mr. Perez. I wanted to share some information. So I know that Rick is one to help out the community. And I think somebody said it best, is that he's not here to be a politician. He's here to serve the community. Since I moved to Hollister and since I started looking at serving for government as a city council member, I have witnessed Mr. Resendez attack just about, for the exception of one, every single person that's up here on city council. It's been at least 2 to 3 years of constant bullying, threats, demeaning behavior, things that you may see or may not see. At a point, especially when somebody that you love, think about the most dear person in your entire life, knowing that that person literally died in your arms and you had to resuscitate that person. Coming to city council the next day and then having to deal with more bullying behavior, at some point, even the best of us reach a point where we just can't take it anymore. That is what this is. That's what's in front of us today. It is the point where you are at a point where you're emotionally drained and you have to stand up for yourself. And that is what happened. This behavior isn't new. The common denominator for a lot of things that have happened in the city of Hollister, and let me read a few. I don't have everything, but we do have Benito Link, who has helped identify some of those things for us. So in just a minor Google search, some of the top documents that came up when I did search was Hollister Council censors member Roland Resendez. Public speaks out against comments from his, Hollister Council member Resendez, Benito Link. Hollister Council members get into altercation at bank, just to name a few. The common denominator here isn't Rick Perez, it's someone else. It takes a lot to be able to just sit through and take a lot of bullying without having the energy to just be silent. If you have someone dying in your arms, that is someone you've been trying to get help for months, and then have to come back to council to deal with council matters because we need all of our council members here present to do business. He has been here when his son died, when his son was in and out of a lot of different situations, when he's been physically injured, not being able to move because we need him in order to do government business. That is Rick Perez. And I am extremely disappointed at the investigation, the process, the principle, the lack of information,
the background, and the historical reference that lead up to events. It's called contributory negligence or contributory behavior. And I can't sit here and I wouldn't be able to sit here and get slapped 30 times before I can say, you know what, I've had enough, I am sorry. So in regards to the comments, we've heard from the Board of Supervisors, we've heard from a lot of different folks. I just want to say thank you for your service. It is unfortunate that we're here spending a lot of our time talking about this issue. Thank you for being here, thank you for listening, and thank you for caring about our community.
Councilmember Perez, do you have any comments?
Short, just something short. Thank you for coming out. You guys, thank you. You know, basically, it's what it comes down to is I got tired of being bullied. I got tired of being shut down and not being able to express myself for my constituents in closed session. And it's been ongoing behaviors. And you know, it has changed. I don't see this happening again because we have Mia here. We have someone in charge now that's going to be fair. Nonetheless, you know what? I apologize for my behavior. First and foremost, to the council and everyone that was in the room. I did it personally with Mary earlier. And you know what? It gets bad back there. You know what? But I truly believe it's this situation that's going to make Hollister propel into a better future, because we're going to get rid of this type of stuff. You know, it doesn't need to happen. You know, why can't we just be nice to each other and have different opinions? And because I think differently than everybody else, don't judge me. That's my vote. You know, I hope that whatever happens here, that whether you're on that side, this side, upside, downside, whatever side you're on, let's move past this and let's take care of business for our city. Because that's what it's about. All this stuff, it's ridiculous. We don't need this. This is distracting us. It's taking us away from our purpose here, and that's city business. Again, I apologize to everybody that's in the room and to all my constituents. I'm sorry I let you down again, but I am not going to be I am not going to put up with being bullied, or it's not going to happen. So you know what? There were some error in judgments on my side, definitely, but you know, I'm not. I think I should quit. Huh? Thank you.
Councilmember Burns, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So let me begin by saying, first of all, I am disappointed with the investigation and the thoroughness and the completeness of it. I've done more than my fair share of these in different places of employment on all types of ranges, and I think it was flawed. I also am disappointed we don't know how much we spent for this, because I think we have a financial responsibility to know this. I'm also disappointed that we were not provided with at least the comprehensive transcribed interviews to see the totality of what was truly said. I appreciate Mr. Perez and his candor. I'll tell you, he is my friend, and I don't see the 79 arrests. I don't know if it's relevant or not, but I would like for the city to review whether or not he is entitled to hold office, just because it's a question that's been asked. I think it needs to be answered. I believe he is, but I'm a lay person, but it's been put out there, and I think we need to put that to bed as well. And so I absolutely believe in second chances. I would let Rick Perez hang out in my house anytime with me. I do want to say that I was an advocate for the code of conduct. I do believe strongly in it, and ultimately I do believe it was violated with or without provocation, with or without cause, definitely with explanation. Now, having said that, though, I do also believe that regardless, when you run for public office, you have to have a thick skin, and I also believe that you can never not be a council member or a board member or whatever that position is. When you get elected, that's what you do, that's who you are, and you can't step aside. So having said all of that, in my opinion, I would never support a censure. I would absolutely never support a reduction and committee assignments. He may actually ask for that. It's a lot of work. It's an extreme amount of work. Having said that, I would also, my recommendation to this council for their consideration would be to have the council member review and sign the policy to reaffirm that he understands it clearly and he commits to it. I would also ask that the qualifications for his ability to serve be reviewed, because I think we have to update it. I have no doubt in his integrity, his moral turpitude, any of those things. Rick and I are online. And I would also think that we probably as a council should issue a formal apology to two people. One, the community at large, because I am embarrassed by this thing. And two, to the council or to the board of supervisors with specific to the board member that was the complaint was sustained. But I think at that point we're done. We move on, lessons learned, and let's get back to the people's business. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. It's really troubling that this item was on the agenda tonight. You know, as a council, we don't always agree, but we have to work well together. And there's been a lot of improvement in the interaction and decorum of our meetings, but here we are. I think we can all agree that regardless of our differences, aggressive or intimidating behavior towards one another is not acceptable. And while most of us have succumbed to profanity from time to time, it does not allow for real communication, and it doesn't have a place here in our council meetings. All that said, I don't really agree with the choice by the former mayor to launch a formal investigation. I understand that it was in part due to there being 2 complaints being lodged. I did find it disappointing that a county supervisor would file a complaint against someone who, in my opinion, was acting as a constituent and a grief-stricken father. It's my understanding that Mr. Perez did contact all the supervisors, and none of them felt a need to take punitive action. I also do have trouble with the contents of this investigation. As I mentioned earlier, I think it went way beyond the scope of just investigating the 2 complaints. I'm not sure why that was, but I felt it was faulty. That being said, Mr. Perez's behavior was erratic. It was angry and aggressive, and yes, he did use profanity on both incidents. We do understand where the erratic behavior came from, though, and honestly, for me, the lack of empathy here is a bit shocking. It was just a few days prior that Mr. Perez suffered a traumatic event. He discovers his son dying and has to revive him and get him to the hospital, and this is after months of attempts to get help for him. Losing a child or watching your child's life hang in the balance and being helpless to save them is one of the worst things a person can go through. Sorry. I know this from personal experience, and I pray none of you ever has to deal with this. But he was dealing with it, an extreme emotional trauma during the time these incidents occurred. And if I'm completely honest, if I was appealing to a supervisor for help, and they began to talk to me about costs and budget, I'd have been angry too. Because no parent wants to hear that money is more important than a child's life. I've known Rick for about a year now. I find him to be a big-hearted, friendly person who's very committed to our community. And I believe that the council member understands that his behavior was not acceptable. The investigation did sustain the allegations. Councilmember Perez did violate our code of conduct. But as mentioned, there were extenuating circumstances. I would also note that there have been no further incidents since that time. And I am recommending, and I would like to make a motion, that a verbal warning be issued to Councilmember Perez. Could I get a second on that?
I second.
Could we get a roll call vote?
Madam Mayor, can we have a discussion?
You want to have further discussion? We've all, how much time have we spent on this topic?
It's currently 8:15 p.m.
Okay. I think we ought to close the comment and not go further into it. I think we've all had an opportunity to speak, so I'd like to take the vote if we could.
Councilmember Perez,
I abstain.
Councilmember Resendez,
No.
Councilmember Morales,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Mayor Casey.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-1 and 1 with Councilmember Perez abstaining and Councilmember Resendez voting no.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, could I suggest that we take a 5-minute break, please?
Yeah, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Thank you all for coming.
Could Scott Perry, if he's still in attendance, please check in with the city clerk? I have a question about your comment card. Scott Perry, please.
She broke me on her balcony, and she was like, "Where's that?" And I was like, "It's the balcony." Yeah, that's not long. I was like, even if you're yeah, when you live in a complex, like everybody's awesome. You have to know like so I'm like, it's her. And she blares her TV all night, so I have to take it back. Document. That's the manager. It's my alibi. I'm like, we need to like a council meeting with you. Yeah. Is it like it's your registry? Yeah. It's just like everybody like focused on what did we watch, but like now it's like taking stuff off. This is all we kept doing that.
Hey.
This is his first meeting ever. I'd by like 8:30, right? Can't be more than 2 hours. No, never. No, so it's my first time taking care of it at this age. Yeah. When I did it, it was like my previous great benefits, and I talked to my dentist about it. And she was like, oh. The only thing that's annoying is when you're traveling, unfortunately, you always have something like cleaners, everything. Put them in. So my orthodontist told me, because I was also trying to like clean it. Oh, really? He's like, oh, I eat yellow curry. What do we think? He's all dressed up for his I've seen him San Jose tonight. I live out in Walnut Creek, so maybe now. I already decided I'm gonna get some. I get some Taco Bell on the way home. It's my face faster. Taco Bell. Mine's McDonald's. That's like my guilty pleasure. So I'm gonna get some Taco Bell. That's my go-to. I'll put it in dinner. I also want to help better in and out fast food. Yeah. It's like, like fancy. That's how I don't get the. You don't like it? Oh, I don't get it. I don't think it's worth the hour waiting. I'm a big animal fan. Thank you. Well, I always do that.
I think we're going to resume now. If we could go to our consent agenda, would any members of council or members of the public like to pull an item from the consent agenda? Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't want to disappoint. So I'd like to pull items B6, B10, B14, and B16. And finally, may I say bingo?
6, 10, 14, and 16?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you.
All right. Any others? Any from the public? No? Okay. Then, let's see. Do we have any public comment on the consent agenda?
Mayor Casey, we do not have any public comments for any of the consent calendar items.
Okay. Then may I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda with the exception of items 6, 10, 14, and 16?
I move.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. So we will. Let's go to item 6. Resolution of the City Council authorizing an amendment to the existing agreement for hearing officer services between City of Hollister and Jeffrey Miller. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So I do have some questions and a couple of comments. So do you want me to ask the questions and reserve the comments until after public comment, Mayor?
Sure.
Okay. So, Chief, are you presenting on this?
Yes.
Oh, thank you, Chief. So Chief, how many hearings has Mr. Miller been involved in as a hearing officer for the city of Hollister?
I don't have the figure in front of me, but it's over in their 20s, I think, less than 30.
Okay, and I read in a later staff report that staff anticipated that he may be involved in as many as 10 in a year. And so, so it's not a volume of numbers, but what, has he been involved in any hearings over the 3 months that the contract has been expired? Because it looks like it's been expired for 3 months and 17 days.
I believe so.
Okay, so how do we bridge that gap contractually if the contract was elapsed?
I don't, I think that would be the question for the city attorney. I wouldn't, if you're asking for a legal conclusion,
I'm just asking for an opinion.
If it's my opinion, it would be that the contract ended and we still did hearings during that time, not noticing that it had expired. The products, the service was provided and we paid what was agreed to, so we adhered to the contract even though the terms had expired.
Thank you, Chief.
And in regards to the number of hearings, they averaging about 10. We've had his services for completely, I think, about 3 years now. And we are noticing that there's a slight uptick now that we have code enforcement and there's more citations being issued.
Thank you, Chief. So, has staff considered any other alternatives to short-term extension of Mr. Miller's contract?
No.
Okay. What specific training did Mr. Miller receive as a hearing officer?
I'm not sure if he had any specific training to conduct the hearings for the city. I know he does keep abreast of the policies of the municipal code, and he is as being the prior chief of police here, he's very familiar with all the rules and regulations in the municipal code.
Thank you, Chief. What percentage of hearings has Mr. Miller sustained versus found not sustained?
I don't have that figure in front of me, but I know he's found in favor of the residents several times.
Thank you, Chief. Mayor, that'll be my questions for now. I want to reserve some comments at the end. Thank you.
Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Do we know how long he's been contracted with us?
I believe it's about a total of 3 years.
Oh, okay. And if it's my understanding, he used to work for the department. Is that not true?
He was the chief of police.
He was the chief of police,
Yes.
right? How long was he the chief of police, and how long ago was that?
He was chief of police for 6 years and then some, and he retired in 2013.
Okay. I'm not real familiar with having a hearing officer, and I know that we're exploring it, but do you think that it could be appropriate to have somebody who used to work for the department, or do we need to look at getting an attorney in that position? I know there was some talks about that. City attorney, where are we at with that?
So that's a later agenda item this evening. And I can talk about it then. We're going to do the analysis of whether the council would like to have an attorney as a hearing officer versus having a layperson or someone with experience as the hearing officer. But it's not illegal or a violation of due process to employ a former police chief as a hearing officer unless they have a personal interest or involvement in the outcome of the matter.
So then that leads me to ask, if we may change it, then should we not hold off on approving this item? Can we hold off on approving this item?
So if you're going to decide to use someone else, like let's say an attorney or administrative law judge as the hearing officer, we will need to amend your current ordinance. And an ordinance revision takes minimum 60 days because you got to do the first reading, the second reading, and then wait the 30 days after the second reading. And so that's why the recommendation for the 3-month contract until June 30th is to get through that process if council so decides to go with someone else.
Perfect. And then if we make a motion, we could probably like back the date up to cover the other hearings that were done, or that's not something we can do?
It's not necessary. It's
Got
not
it.
necessary. I mean, you performed, the city performed, the other side performed. There was payment for that performance. So you have the elements of a contract. You have offer, consideration, acceptance,
Perfect. Thank you.
performance.
Vice Mayor, do you have any questions? Councilmember Perez? So Chief, my questions would be, so he's done this for 3 years. His performance, are you satisfied with it?
We're extremely satisfied with it. All staff from animal control, from code enforcement have advised that his reports are comprehensive. They provide all the elements that are required in our city council, our municipal code. There's an explanation for his decision. And since the time he's been conducting the hearings, there's only been one appeal. And that appeal, the person never showed up to the court. The appeal process that we have currently, anyone who does not agree with the decision of the hearing officer can appeal it directly to the Superior Court of San Benito. So the checks and balances are there. So the person who feels that their decision wasn't appropriate can always appeal it directly to the court.
Gotcha. And so his rate is something like $100 an hour, I think. And
That is correct.
When we look at an attorney, we're talking $200 to $400 an hour. So that's quite a doubling at least of the cost.
At least, yes.
Okay, good. That's my only questions. Do we have any public comment?
Mayor Casey, we do not.
All right, do we have any council comments?
Mayor Casey, sorry, somebody raised their hand on
Okay.
Zoom. Stacy McGrady?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was raising my hand because there was no audio on Zoom earlier, but it's been remedied. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Burns, you had a few more comments?
I do. Thank you, Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
So I know retired Chief Miller personally, and I've known him for probably 30 or more years. You're never going to find a guy of more integrity, sincerity, honesty. He checks all the right boxes. However, for me, recognizing that even in the staff report, it talks about how the primary users of this are going to be the police department, animal control, and code enforcement, where he was a former retired chief. It may not be a conflict of interest, but it certainly feels like it could be a perceived conflict of interest. And I don't think that we should err on the side of perceived or due process simply based on a $100 fee. And you're absolutely right, Mayor. I've seen prices from anywhere from $200 to $400. I also know of law firms that offer this service, that we could have that service probably within a couple days. I also don't believe that administrative hearings are time sensitive, as in they have to happen like right here, right now. It's an administrative process. And so for me, my concern is the perception of a conflict, and ultimately for that reason I won't support moving this forward tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Resendez, any comment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just going to say that I do agree with Councilmember Burns, and that's going to be my position tonight. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
No, thank you, Chief. And it's great to know that former Chief Miller is able to provide the services. And in the last 3 years, it sounds like he had a really good record of being able to provide service with one appeal. That's phenomenal. It's always nice when somebody knows and understands the culture of the department and the community, and also has the best interest, our community's best interest at heart. So I am going to be in full support of this. Thank you.
Councilmember Perez?
No comment.
Mayor? Can I have one follow-up comment, please?
Sure.
So the other thing I didn't bring up, but it concerns me, Mr. Miller doesn't even live in the state of California. So I don't know, city attorney, but if I received an administrative citation, my sense is all of this is done by Zoom, but what capacity does the city have to honor that request other than to fly Mr. Miller here or find an alternative hearing officer?
Are you saying honor the request of having an in-person versus a Zoom?
Yes.
You would have to look to contract terms, and if the contract terms said that you're going to pay for his travel, then you're going to pay for his travel. Chief, how are the hearings held? Via Zoom?
They're held at the police department with our staff in person and the hearing officer via Zoom. There's no requirement in our code for the person to live in the state, live in the city, and it's actually worked out very well with us having these with Zoom. And especially if the person can't make it to the police department, they have the option to come in from their home. And I just want to make one correction. You said that there is no time sensitivity to this. There are some instances where we need to do a hearing within 48 hours. So there are some cases where there is a limited number of time, specifically when it comes to animal control and the dog hearings and the vicious dog hearings.
Okay, and we've had maybe 10 in a year?
So far, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I have a few comments really, and maybe a question for you, Chief. So we're happy with his work. I don't see a conflict here. I mean, has there been any conflicts raised? Has anyone come forward and said they have an issue with this?
None at all. And before him, we've had other retired staff do it as well. Mm-hmm. It's helpful that it's someone who's in law enforcement who has that background and knows what the municipal codes are and understands the way they are. You could have an attorney and have an attorney study our specific municipal codes, but that's going to come at a huge expense compared to what we're getting right now.
And then I think I heard you say that we've hired some new code enforcement folks, so the likelihood of things going up. Right?
Yes, it is happening.
Okay. Well, my opinion is if it's not broke, why do we want to fix it? I think we ought to retain and keep him. He's doing a good job. And yeah, I guess that's all I have to say about it. So if we don't have any public comment on this, then let's go ahead and take a vote. Is there a motion to approve this item?
I make a motion to approve this item.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
Motion carries 3-2. All right, let's move on to the next item, number 10. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister to accept the amended contract for a professional services agreement with Smith and Enright Landscaping to include additional landscaping maintenance services. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So more than well, I guess it is technically a question. As I look at the total cost for landscaping that we're paying to outside vendors now, if I crunch the numbers, it looks like we're probably paying about $500,000 a year. And so I actually think the services seem to be adequate in most cases. However, my concern is when are we going to move beyond that to actually have full-time staff providing this service? And this has been something I've been bringing up for 2.5 years now. And it was originally intended to be a short-term solution. And 2.5 years later, I've gone from a young man to an old man, and we're still doing the same thing. So more of a comment, Mayor. Thank you.
Does anyone else have any comment or questions or comments?
No, I am in complete agreement. This was supposed to be a short-term contract because we were severely understaffed and we were dealing with COVID at the time. This was not meant to be an ongoing contract. I would hesitate to move forward. I'd like to see us hire staff to be able to do this.
Any other questions? Do we have public comment on this item?
Mayor Casey, we have no public comments for this item.
All right, do we have any further discussion? No? All right, so is there a motion to approve this item?
I move that we adopt resolution number 2023-59.
Is there a second? I'll second it. Can we take a vote? All those in favor? Aye.
Yes.
All those opposed?
No.
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 Motion fails 2-3. All right, let's move on then to item 14, a resolution of the City Council, City of Hollister, renaming Hollister Community Center to Pauline Valdivia Memorial Community Center. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So the reason I pulled this is I just would like for maybe the city manager to just do a brief report out on it. I think that this is of tremendous interest to the community, and I want to ensure that they've given an opportunity to really recognize former council member and advocate for the community, Pauline Valdivia, and this is a great honor bestowed upon only very few, and she was more than deserving. And so I didn't want this to just get lost in all the other consent items. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Yes.
Thank you. First of all, I want to extend my condolences to her family. Thank you for coming here tonight. Appreciate it. I think it's well deserved. Pauline was the first mayor to sit up here at the city of Hollister, a Latina, a female. She was the very first one up here. I think that building should be named after her. I'd love to attend and be invited if I can. The last few days, I've been thinking about things, and I think that here in our community, we have already said that it's a small community, and one thing that we need to do is continue the legacy of the people that served before us. Pauline was one of those people. Her generation is one of those people. And where I'm sitting now, making decisions, I appreciated being able to reach out to those legacy people. And then we have, I think, as an obligation to start bringing more people in and do what they've been doing. So congratulations. Thank you and your family for your mother's service, and I'm very sorry to hear about her loss.
All right, do we have any other comments, or do we have public comment?
Yes, Mayor Casey, we have Elias Salinas.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Thank you to Councilman Burns for pulling it, because it is important for it to be a public and not just swept under, as most consent items do. And it's very important that the city take pride in making this decision. And it could have been also been aside from doing this, and I can't remember, it's item 14. I'm running out of, I get 3 minutes now. Yeah, it's the resolution, and it would have been nice also to give a proclamation to the family. I guess it's going to be, hopefully it's going to be at the dedication of the building when it happens. But the fact that it's public is very, very important. We've done this with others with regards to naming parks for people that have gone, and sometimes you don't get the opportunity to put it out in public. It just goes under consent. So I just want to say I appreciate it. And to the family, thank you for sharing Pauline with the community. She did a lot for my parents, in this community when my parents were alive. So I'm very thankful that this is happening, and she touched a lot of people in this community. So thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments?
No, those are all of the public comments for this item.
If there's no more discussion,
Mayor?
Yes.
Could we get the city manager to maybe report out a little bit on it, please?
Do you want to do that?
Thank you, council member. And just to add to what everybody said, this was one that was mentioned a few meetings ago. There was some challenges with getting a quorum with the Parks and Rec Commission, so it was just brought forward without that approval, which is allowable. And so staff have been working, our Parks and Rec staff have been working with the family on the design of the plaque and working to have an event and coordinate it in May with Senior Awareness Month. And so staff is working directly with the family on this. And so we're very excited to bring this forward to you today.
All right. Can I get a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
And a second? Okay. All those in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. All right, and our last item on consent, number 16, resolution of the City Council of City of Hollister authorizing city manager or designee to execute an amendment to task order of the on-call professional services agreement with Kimley Horn for a post-construction traffic study report of the Sally Street traffic calming. Did you want to
evening,
give a
Mayor.
quick report?
Yes, I'm here to present the request of the City Council for a task order as requested by the city to perform a post-construction traffic survey of the Sally Street traffic calming project.
Do we have questions? Councilmember Burns?
No, Mayor, I have a comment, so I'll reserve that.
Anyone else have questions? Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Why is it that we're considering this item tonight?
It was a request of City Council.
Okay, and typically when you do a traffic mitigating measure such as this, and you implement these traffic calming measures, is it something that you do afterwards?
That's been the practice of the city.
Okay, and as an engineer, is that a common practice as well? Or does it vary?
It varies.
Perfect, thank you.
And do we have any public comment?
Mayor Casey, we do not have any public comments for this item.
Okay, Councilmember Burns, did you have a comment?
I do, thank you, Mayor. So, well, I understand that we may have done this in the past. I've not heard any complaints, and frankly, I think we could spend $24,000 in other areas. And I think that the engineering department and Kimberly Horn has done an amazing job, so it's not a comment about them. I just think we have other priorities for this money, and so I can't support this moving forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other comments?
Yeah.
Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I could go ahead and agree with that. I think that traffic calming mitigation measures are done. It's obvious. It's done by city engineers. If we don't need to spend the money to get the study done. My one question is there any talk about taking all of these mitigating measures out from where they were improved at all?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Yeah, I can certainly support not approving this. Thank you.
Any other comments?
So I'm confused. We asked for the study because I think we wanted to know the effectiveness of Kimberly Horn's projects. So we, at least 3 of us voted yes. You come back to us with exactly what we asked for, and now we have 2 people not wanting to move forward. I guess I'm just processing. Sorry, that was just.
Councilmember Perez, do you have any comments or questions? Yeah, I have to apologize too, because I know we did ask for this to come forward. So I think if we don't have any other comments or questions, we could go ahead and, is there a motion to approve this item?
I make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Mayor Casey, we do have a public comment that was just submitted for this item.
I'm sorry, go
No
ahead.
problem. It is from Julio Rodriguez.
It sounds like you guys are. We're going to make a motion. No, I just kind of wanted to reiterate that, that this is kind of the general direction that the state of California is going in with traffic calming. And basically, I fully support staff, engineering. I think we really should leave it up to their discretion, especially with all the traffic, with the increase of traffic fatalities. So I just kind of wanted to get on the, just share my 2 cents. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have no more comment?
Those are all the public comments for this item.
Then I think we were taking a motion to approve. We had a motion on the floor.
I make a motion to approve.
And is there a second? Second. All those in favor? Aye. I couldn't. All those opposed?
No.
I think motion carries 3-2. All right, that's it for our consent items. Now we're going to go to public input. This is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item that's not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the city council. If you're joining us via Zoom, please click on the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. If you're joining us via Zoom using a cell phone, please press *9. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note that state law prohibits us, the City Council, from discussing or taking action on any items that are not on the agenda. Do we have public comment?
Yes, Mayor Casey, we have a public comment from Elias Salinas.
Good evening. I just wanted to make a statement based on what actually Councilmember Burns said earlier about you take on the job and you do the job. And it's hard work, and you take on the responsibility and you say, yes, you're going to run and you're going to do it. And so that being said, I understand that Councilman Burns does not sit on any committees. I realize that as a council, it's a lot of work, but if you're not going to sit in any committees, then you're not putting out 100% of what you were elected to do, because that is part of it, is to be on committees. And then I've been told that Councilman Burns has stated that I have a frivolous lawsuit against the city, and I would like to remind, if he hasn't read the complaint, to go ahead and read the complaint, but to remind you that before you sat here at the dais, you were well aware that Councilman Resendez was out there making some very vulgar statements towards me. He also sat here, as I sat here at the council, he made comments towards me. But seriously, the complaint that I have with regards to the lawsuit is based on Penal Code Section 653.2, cyberbullying. Of a harassing nature means of a nature that a reasonable person would consider as seriously alarming, seriously annoying, seriously tormenting, or seriously terrorizing the person that serves no legitimate purpose. Electronic communication device includes, but is not limited to, telephones, cell phones, computers, internet web pages or sites, internet phones, hybrid cellular, internet, wireless devices, personal digital assistants, video recorders, fax machine, or pages. Electronic communication has the same meaning as the term as defined under the United States Code Title 18, Section 251012. You may claim that my lawsuit is frivolous. Whatever. I can't think of the word. Thank you. So there is a lawsuit. It is in court. I do not owe $30,000 to the city, as Resendez said earlier. It's still an ongoing case, and the thing that I learned with this lawsuit is that an elected official can lie, and they're not liable for anything. They can lie and they can say anything, and there's no repercussions to it.
Thank you. Do we have other public comment?
Yes, the next public speaker is Stacy McGrady.
Hi, thanks so much. So for public comment, I would just like to remind everyone and invite anyone who's interested to, if you are not currently serving in government, it is time to submit your applications to be on the civil grand jury for San Benito County. You need to be a resident of San Benito County, Hollister, San Juan Bautista. It requires some commitment for a year, and it's a great service, and it pays slightly less than being on the city council. So thank you so much. Encourage your friends, your loved ones, and people that you don't like to apply. It's service from the heart. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all of the public comments we have.
Okay, let's move on. Is City Manager, do you have a report for us?
Nothing to report.
Okay. Do we have any trainings or conferences?
Yes, we do. I'd like to just start by highlighting that 3 of our staff have recently completed the Professional Development Academy's High Performance Leadership Program, and that would be our city clerk, Ms. Jennifer Woodworth, our community service director, William Villa, and our chief of police, Mr. Carlos Reynoso.
Okay. All right, and Chief, do you have any reports for us?
No, thank you, Mayor, not today.
All right, then I think we'll move on to item G1, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister approving a regulatory permit for Monterey Bay Alternative Medicine Hollister to operate a cannabis dispensary. Do we have a staff report?
Good evening, Council and Madam Mayor Cassie. My name is Maria and I'm the Cannabis Affairs Manager. The item before you tonight is for the approval of a regulatory permit for Monterey Bay Alternative Medicine Hollister to operate a cannabis dispensary. On October 2nd of 2017, the City Council directed staff to work with Monterey Bay Alternative Medicine Hollister to receive the second cannabis dispensary. On June 4th of 2018, the City Council approved a resolution 2018-142 approving a cannabis use permit and development agreement for Monterey Bay Alternative Medicine to operate that cannabis dispensary. On November 7th of 2022, staff returned to the City Council for formal approval of Monterey Bay Alternative Medicine regulatory permit. During that meeting, the City Council directed staff to work with the City Attorney's Office to provide more information and alternatives to the issuance of the regulatory permit. Staff has worked with the City Attorney's Office to confirm that Monterey Bay application and regulatory permit includes everything that is required under the municipal code and the administrative procedures to receive the regulatory permit. The City Council may reject a regulatory permit upon making any of the findings that are found under Section 5.42070. However, none of those required findings were made to warrant rejection of the regulatory permit. The City Council may, however, place conditions upon Monterey Bay Alternative Medicine regulatory permit or approve it as presented tonight. If approved tonight, the approval will allow the applicant to commence operations contingent all the conditions of approval being met, including the completion of their facility. Guess my time's up.
Oh my.
Tonight, staff is recommending approval of a cannabis use permit for Monterey Bay Alternative Medicine Hollister to operate a cannabis dispensary upon completion of their facility that is located at 773 San Felipe Road. That concludes my presentation tonight.
Do we have any questions from council? Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Maria. First, I just saw the quick typo under the recommendation, 773 San Felipe Road. If we can just fix that. And then based on the rationale for us to place conditions on the permit, do you find that there is any rationale that we should be considering to place conditional use permits there? Or place conditions, regulatory permit? Like, is it near a school? I mean, I just looked it up on the map. It doesn't look to be, but do you think that there's something that we should consider before adopting this tonight? That would fall under that parameter, those parameters.
No, the only thing would be any additional conditions, and those conditions would probably could be completion of the facility within a certain time, a year or two, anything like that.
I think that's a good point, because it has been a while, right?
It has been. It was initially, it was approved back in 2018.
Yeah, I remember that. And one of the conversations we kept saying is, where is this dispensary? Why isn't it there? So that sounds like a good reason, and I would definitely support that so that we can get them open within a year. Okay.
Do we have any other questions? No. Do we have public comment?
Yes, Mayor Casey. The first speaker is Elia Salinas.
Thank you, Councilman Resendez, for pointing that out, because it has been 5 years. And within that time period, there could have been another operating facility, a second one. We only have one, so one has been operating. In the meantime, this applicant has been trying to sell a piece of paper that actually doesn't mean anything. It started off as $2 million, and it's gone up and it's gone down in price. And one of the things that you will recall, because you're the only one, Mr. Resendez or Councilman Resendez, was that part of the ordinance was to make sure that those people who got the licenses didn't turn around and try to sell it to somebody else. And this is what they've been trying to do. I am all about cannabis business in this community, but everybody should be treated the same. And there has been sales of businesses, and it's been okay. But the fact that this is not even a brick and mortar, they tore down the house, and that's it. For 5 years, nothing has happened, but they've been looking for money to sell this. And now, I don't even know, and I know that the Orozcos represent them, and I think the last time I spoke against this, Patrick, I think it was Patrick that said, oh no, I'm sorry, it was Peter Brazil, who was their attorney, who was saying, oh, this is just the way we're supposed to be going to get that permit, but it's been 5 years. I have spoken to other cannabis businesses and said, look, if you guys contact the city, let them know that you want to operate a cannabis business. You already have a brick and mortar. All you have to do is go through the process. While these people are trying to make money on a piece of paper that just is air, and now you have the ability to either put some real good restrictions on it. Now, they need PG&E, they need power, they need all the infrastructure, so they're going to need time. Are they going to try to sell it now because the ground is being broken, or are they going to have to put some kind of a restriction? It's up to you. Talk to council. Look, if you're going to get this permit, this business named ABC cannot go change with the Secretary of State that the name of the corporation is still the same, but now we have new people running it. To make sure if you're going to do this, these people have been doing it for a long time, then they need to make sure that they're operating for like a minimum of 5 years under these names, under those people who own it now, and not change it later on, because in my opinion, it has been unfair for the last 5 years when another brick and mortar that's already up there could have applied for a second license for a dispensary. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Victor Gomez.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Victor Gomez with Pinnacle Strategy here representing Monterey Bay Alternative Medicine Hollister, Inc. We're happy to finally be here before you. First, I'll start off by saying just a huge thanks to the city manager and to staff for their work in getting us to this point. It's hard to operate a cannabis retail dispensary in a field, okay? We finally got site and architectural approval from the Planning Commission literally like last month or the month before. We're ready to go, okay? We're ready to go. Site and architectural approval is there. We're ready to put shovels in the ground. If you want to put a time constraint on it, you certainly can. That's up to you. A year is not going to do it. I don't know if you've built a 2,500 square foot facility. Considering the issues that we have with PG&E and others, just be extremely careful with your ask of putting a sunset on this. You certainly can. Again, it's up to you, but we're ready to go. We're ready to operate. We're ready to open. We're ready to put a shovel in the ground, get this building started, and get this place operating. Now, when it comes to the sale of cannabis dispensaries or cannabis operations, you already had that happen. Your retail dispensary has already been sold, right? But it's still there. It's operating. Nobody complained about it. I owned franchises before. I should have the right to sell my franchise if I want to. Isn't that capitalism? Isn't that the open market? If I wanted to do that, I could do that. But our commitment right now by the applicants, the Blodgetts who are here with you this evening, is to build this facility and operate, and we hope we can count on your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Matthew Rojas.
Hi, thank you. I think the process should be considered. There needs to be more businesses here in town, and cannabis is just one of the booming businesses that we've seen in the state of California and across the nation. It would definitely bring more money into the city and county. A lot of folks that do not want to go to the local one or want different options per their prerogative end up going out of town and out of county to spend their money. So why not keep it here in town? Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public
Those are all of the public comments we have for this item.
Okay. Can we have further deliberation? Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So I don't know who to pose the question to, but is there an alternative to PG&E, like solar, or is there, I understand the dilemma where you might not get a building built today energized for 2 years, depending on PG&E. And so I'm supportive of the project 100%, but I also understand the concerns of moving this thing forward. And so I'm wondering if maybe it would make sense to have some sort of a compliance agreement where, based on cause, it gets extended. So what I'm saying is, an example, the applicant gets approved, commits to build this out, have it operational within 2 years, and have the ability to extend for cause. And in my mind, cause could be many things, but certainly if you can't get the energy, my understanding is it takes a tremendous amount of energy to operate a grow. And so, or I don't know if it takes nearly as much to operate a dispensary, but I know that this is a problem statewide, but I also understand that 5 years is a long time to wait. And we've had developments that were agreed to when I came on council that were pre-approved by previous councils that are just now at the point where they're starting to be built out. And so we've had challenges with tentative maps. And so whatever we can do to push this thing forward in a timely manner, I'm going to support it, and I'm 100% supportive of the project per se. Thank you.
Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First off, I want to go on the record. I completely support marijuana, and I would love to see another dispensary here. We have to look at it objectively. I do remember having this conversation for a number of years, and that is concerning to me. So what I would like to do, I understand it might take a little bit more time, but what I would like to do is suggest the council adopt this and have you come back in a year and ask for an extension. Is that something we can do, Maria? Or we'd have to look at that.
I don't believe there's regulation against it, unless it's, it'd be a legal question, but it could be a condition that is
I'd just like to get an
approval.
update. I'd like to find out where we're at, because this has been 5 years in the making. I've been sitting here for 5 years. And again, we only have a certain amount of licenses out there. It's concerning that we're not getting dispensaries built, and we need to get them up and running. So I would suggest that we adopt this, give them a year, and have them come back and let us know and ask if they need an extension. Thank you so much.
Vice Mayor, do you have any?
I would not be in support of doing an extension and having them come back. I like to just support the project moving forward. I think the issues with PG&E and others are outside of our control. We can recommend and push, but those are not within our jurisdiction and not within our control. So I would be against supporting Councilmember Resendez and his request. I'd like to just move forward with it.
Councilmember Perez.
I agree with Dolores.
Okay. Any other comment? Councilmember Burns.
So this project to be built, brick and mortar, is going to require building permits, correct?
That is correct.
And what's the life of a building permit?
I believe is 6 months.
6 months, and it's extendable up to a year?
Yeah.
But you have to do inspections to keep the permit active, correct?
Correct.
So and perhaps maybe the project manager can speak to this, because what I don't want to do is we don't want to set these people up for failure. And so I think I've heard this council unilaterally supports the project, but how do we move this forward? And so I would defer to the subject matter experts in this area, because again, I've got developments going on in District 4 that were approved 20 years ago, and they're now being built, and that's a problem. And so things change, And we need to figure out how to get to the finish line on this without putting the project at risk.
Okay, so just question, comment, whatever. So let me think about this. I do support the project, definitely. From this point, if we approve this tonight, what are next steps? Are they ready to break ground then? Is there anything else in their way that would stop them?
No,
So they've gone to the point where they can start building.
that is correct.
So,
I'm happy, Mayor, to answer questions if you.
is that permissible to ask a question?
Yes, you can.
So what do you anticipate as far as the build out then, as far as timing, if you are approved?
So financing, number one, so we're working on financing right now, financing the build out, the construction of the project. So that's kind of still, up in the air. But I just had a question really quick for David and Maria, and that was the extension of the regulatory permit. So don't forget that annually, we do have to come back to council for the extension of the regulatory permit, right? That's it's a council action, but from what I understand, from what I remember, I was on the council when we adopted the ordinance, and I recall that annually we do have to come back to make sure that we're good neighbors, right? And we're allowed to continue to operate. So that's the regulatory permit, not the CUP. But that's going to be left to you folks, right? So we could come back in a year, and if you're not satisfied with the progress that we're making, obviously that choice is going to be up to you. But really, other than the finance component of it, we would be ready to pull permits.
I think that, given that a regulatory permit has to come back and be extended, that does give us some leeway about, controlling if things aren't moving ahead. So that does give us what we're looking for, I think. So does anyone want to make a motion to approve this item, or?
I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 2023-65, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister approving a regulatory permit for Monterey Bay Alternative Medicine Hollister, Inc. to operate a cannabis dispensary at 773 San Felipe Road.
And do we have a second to that?
Second.
Okay. Councilmember, did you have a question, or?
I did, thank you. I was just wondering if it comes to the council or planning commission.
It comes back to the city council.
Perfect, thank you.
And I just wanted to ask real quick, does the council want to add a time frame when it comes back for renewal? Because that isn't in the regulatory permit. It would be an additional condition that the council would have to establish. So if that's an ask from the council, I believe it would have to be added now.
No, we did not put that as part of the motion, and it's approved as written right now.
I think so. So are we ready to take a vote then? All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? No. Motion carries 5-0. Okay, it's been requested to take a short bathroom break. If you'll excuse us.
Victor, good to see you. Thank you. It's probably cold.
That's okay.
Enjoy.
Like, it's like, I think you want to really come up.
I don't know if he's gonna claim.
Oh, it's so bad. It used to ruin my vision. Yeah. With this, you just, there's no UV. Yeah, I do the dip sometimes. Yeah. I guess you have to keep up with it. Yeah, I started, last year, I was like, okay, like, almost done. I really want to like give some, like, that was my, like, I pick one between the others. Yeah. Yeah.
So where do you guys live in the neighborhood?
Actually, I would do that. So we're going to like this.
It's a laughing stock of the United States. What's wrong with it? No, I was part of that decision. You approve that? You don't really want that. I'm brave, huh? Walk away. You know who's gonna do it.
Nice to meet you. Oh, okay, wonderful. Hi, I'm Alice Phillips. Nice to meet you. Oh, wonderful. Yeah.
So we're going through the same thing. I saw a fire truck coming out of it. Right now, we're going to get out of the development. Getting surveillance has come to us before. Get out of the development. More control it had. So the fire trucks. And the whole city on fire. Get out. I got a picture. I can't even get my computer out of my own development, but I pay taxes for it.
Yeah, so great question. So Flock does have an option to integrate any existing cameras.
Give me the gloves. That was like one
But Flock does have an
No, I get it. The city did one for that. Yeah, here's the check. What do you think that
So please can then go back based on license plate or so you can go back.
To run over the poles, right? If we undercounted, we would have had to undercount by a factor of like 10. Like we would have had to said 6 instead of 6. So I'm guessing we're off so far. That's a huge deal. That's big.
Yours doesn't do that. So for example,
Yeah. A couple of those were just, there were a couple other ones, but those were
pickup trucks in that area and also have a license plate. So it's reactive in the sense that please can go back. Proactive in the sense that based on that vehicle, when it passes by the other camera. Oh, okay, I was like, yes. Okay.
Got it, thank you very much. That's totally awesome. This stuff is how myself. These are the cards. I tried taking the bite marks off, the ones that had the bite marks. But this is City Hall.
Just you and Paul. I'll not watch on my way. Very nice to meet you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Matter of fact, we would like to have.
Yeah.
Thank you all very much. Enjoy, good luck. Hope you get out early. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm the mayor of someone with these stuff.
A little bit warm. Are we ready? Okay, let's call this back to order. We're going to go to item 2, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister authorizing the city manager or designee to execute an amendment to Task Order DS 2020-11 of the on-call professional services agreement with Kimley Horn and Associates in the amount of $61,400 for public outreach and a post-construction traffic study report for Lad Lane and Southside Road traffic calming project. Can we have the staff report?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. As requested by the City Council, the staff is proposing to contract with Kimley Horn to perform a post-construction traffic survey of the work that was part of the Lad Lane and Southside Road traffic calming project and conduct two public outreach meetings concurrently with the study.
Is that the report? Okay. Do we have questions then from council? Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. So, wow, this thing just keeps growing. We just can't get enough of this. So, I've read the staff report, I understand, but if I understood it correctly, about $30,000 for public outreach and for 3 meetings. For the life of me, I just don't know I don't know how you spend $30,000 doing that. It just, I can't get there. And I don't expect for you to answer. You're just a poor guy that has to present this. But again, we know there are problems on Ladd Lane. And we know that a big part of it was just the timing, as I believe it, because of the council in transition and the council trying to do the right thing overlooked probably the most important thing. And so we're here. I just won't support this. I think the staff can do this themselves for, hell, I'm sorry, my bad. Doggone it, if you need people to do public outreach, sign me up. I'll do it for free. So, thank you. Sorry, Mayor.
Councilmember Resendez, do you have questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So what are your thoughts? Again, I asked you this earlier. I guess I won't repeat myself, but you're a professional engineer, you said, and typically it's up to the city. We can do a traffic study. We can't do a traffic study. It's up to us. What are your thoughts about the outcome of Ladd Lane? Do you think it was successful? Do you think that it met the objective of slowing down the cars?
I think it did.
Do you think?
But I've been here, this is my 4th week here. I've been here.
Be kind.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have not been able to appreciate the work that's been done out there in 3 weeks. So I have driven through it, and that's my comment.
And then if we don't approve this tonight, again, I agree. If we did a traffic mitigating measure and it's shown to be successful, then why do we even need to waste the money studying it? The one problem that I do have is getting the organization community feedbacks. So we need to get community feedback to hear what their experience with Ladd Lane has been. So is that something that we can do as staff?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. All right. Well, again, yeah, that's probably going to be my position, but I'd love to hear from the public. Go ahead.
If I could just chime in looking at the staff report, we've got the cost broken down for public outreach and then for the post-construction study. Looks like the quote is accurate. Looks like there is a typo in the staff report showing $29,400 for public outreach. That number should have read $25,900.
Okay.
Just like that.
Vice Mayor, do you have any questions?
I know we asked for this, but this seems a little pricey. I mean, I'm sure most of the council here could take a meeting and it would cost, nothing. We have heard from the community that it's very problematic. I mean, today I was trying to just make a left turn and I couldn't. And so it is, I don't want to say ridiculous, but it is extremely difficult to navigate visibly, and there's a lot of problems. So we know that we need to fix it. We do need to do public outreach, but not at the cost of $25,900. I think that's excessive.
Council member, if I could have Mark Falgo with Kimley Horn step up to the microphone just for a minute and kind of explain what goes into that public outreach process.
Mark Falgo. The public outreach includes preparing in bilingual notices for everybody. We also do a presentation for everybody that's bilingual as well. We have a staff member who speaks Spanish to make sure that everybody's being well communicated with. And essentially doing some concept layouts and to take in community comment and then to adjust then in the second meeting, we will take the community's input and show them, kind of adjust any comment or concept layouts or anything else that we may want to show in order to show that this is what the community is saying and this is how we could answer or address the community's concerns. So There are two meetings. There's the outreach part of it as well. There's the preparation of all the bilingual notices and then staff's time to be there for 2 presentations. So
I got a quick question. So when we originally approved this bid, that 25,000 wasn't included in the whole package. Basically, if we want a study done afterwards, we're just going to have to pay another 25,000.
I think that it was not included. The initial study was $2,500 to collect data and to analyze that data and produce some recommendations. $2,500. There was not outreach included. If you look at compare the cost to maybe Buena Vista or Sally Street or Central, the 25,000 is, or 26,000 almost, is not that different than the outreach costs for those projects. It's just coming at the end instead of at the beginning.
Is that it?
Okay, thank you.
So I had a very similar question, and I was trying to actually get your scope of work from the beginning, and I know you did that initial traffic study, but I remember seeing an email, I think it was from you to Danny?
It was
as saying we're doing a full scope of work, whatever, coming out soon. So I was hoping to see that or see if the neighborhood outreach was in that, because when we had the previous meeting, I think Frederick had said we didn't do outreach because of the pandemic or whatever. So it's like it was meant to be done. So wasn't it in the scope of work initially?
It was not in the scope of work. The original scope of work
So there was no intent to do.
There was not. We were not asked to do that level. So the next scope of work that happened was about $10,000 to produce the striping plans that we brought to council, which got rejected for costs. And then we got additional funds to revise the plans and to save about $400,000.
Right. I guess the other question I have, and people are talking about cost and, staff can do it, but really, when you have the community there and you're taking their input, you need engineers there, right? They have to be able to hear what's, and make, that's a little more than just having staff members.
I highly recommend having a traffic engineer, not just
I
wouldn't even consider myself to be the proper person to be there. It should be someone who does traffic engineering as a focus.
Okay. That's the only questions I have. Do we have public comment?
Yes, Mayor Casey. Our first public speaker is Carl D. Leonardo.
Hello, Madam Mayor and council members. This is my 3rd time coming to speak to you about traffic calming issues. As you know, I'm the person who has a T8, T9 fusion of my spine. I'm speaking right now about the fact that at a previous meeting, it was kind of mentioned that there were 3 council meetings about Ladd Lane, and that was our chance to speak and nobody spoke. And I want to make sure tonight that we get that chance to speak. We as citizens have the right to redress our city council or our city government whenever they have wronged us. I feel they've wronged us here. And if we don't get this opportunity, then we're going to have to find other peaceful ways to do that by demonstrating or whatever. But we need the chance to have people come and speak about this. There's been too many meetings about traffic calming, and it seems like each time it's one side getting up and then the next side getting up saying hooray for our side. It's not solving anything. We need to have one good chance for everybody to talk this out. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Scott Perry.
How you doing, Mayor Casey and council members? My name is Scott Perry, and I live in Southside Estates. And I understand they're here asking for some money to do this survey. Well, what's this thing? They're seeing if it's slowing traffic down. The answer to your question is it is slowing traffic down. Yesterday, I saw a fire truck couldn't even get out of our development because the way you guys designed it. It's an absolute joke. I cannot believe, I have never seen anything so poorly designed in my entire life. Excuse me?
Speak to the council.
It's just, it's ridiculous. I come out of my development at nighttime, and when I'm coming out of the development, you have all those cones right there. You cannot see a car coming down that road. It's impossible. And this is what they call a calming situation for cars to slow them down. The other day, an ambulance was going down there, and I saw a car in front. What was that car supposed to do? There's nowhere for that car to pull over. They can't go in the center. What are they supposed to do? I don't understand this. We have wasted so much money and time on this. Taxpayer money is ridiculous. I just don't understand how they came up with this idea, and now they're coming to us asking us for more money to see if what they did was a success. It wasn't a success. It's a failure. It's probably the biggest failure I've ever seen in Hollister. It's an embarrassment. I have family that lives in Texas, and they saw it on Jimmy Kimmel. They're laughing at it the first time they did it. Then they came back and they made it even worse. I don't understand what their thinking was behind this. And now we're here addressing this again. And how many more times are we going to address this? That should be completely taken out of there. You can't see when you come in. You can't see when you go out. I have a trailer. I can't even get my own trailer out of my development that I bought 22 years ago. I bought a house there. I can't even pull my own trailer out of my development that I pay taxes for, that I've lived in Hollister my entire life. I got to figure another way to get my trailer out. That's absurd. That is just absurd. And if you guys approve this money, I mean, I'll be thoroughly disgusted with you city council members if you approve this. This is ridiculous. This is the worst thing I've ever seen in Hollister. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Dave Wright.
Thank you, council members, for letting us speak again. I live on Irma, which is close to Ladd Lane, and I take Ladd Lane to work every day. And the delineators are a problem. You have to really search to see if there's other cars coming. Some of those delineators are starting to go away. People are knocking them down. I'm wondering in the long term how much maintenance is going to be if they continue there. I don't want to spend any more of my money on that project, and I think the public should have a say in whether they think they're good or not. And I appreciate us letting us come up here and talk about this. Saturday, in the middle of the traffic circle, there was a sandwich board with a garage sale sign on it. Maybe Chief Reynoso should look at those kinds of things because they're very dangerous. They hinder your view. It's great for the garage door guy or garage sale guy because everybody sees the sign for sure. Other than that, I would appreciate you not spending any money excessively. I think the survey could be done on Neighborhood Watch or through Bonito Link or some other advertisement type of issue or service. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public comment is from Roger Cullenber.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you guys so much for staying up so late to discuss this issue about Ladd Lane. I agree with a lot of things that have been said already, so I'll be short. It is very difficult to drive down Ladd Lane. It's very difficult to navigate, especially if you have a trailer. I know that's been mentioned in the past that the fire engines have a hard time getting down the street. It's a big safety concern now. It went from a nuisance once in a while during the week of somebody racing down it to now an absolute safety concern for the community around it. So I hope that instead of discussing whether the community likes it or not, or if cars are going slower, we discuss how to make it safe. That should be the main discussion. And I think if any study should be done, it should be what tractor to use to rip up a lot of those things that are on Lad Lane. So hopefully that will be a future discussion, because we got to solve the safety issue. It's just, it's terrible. And then my other thing would be is Kilme and Horn the only company in the world that does traffic calming? Can we discuss? People don't like it. It's just a nuisance. So hopefully we'll figure out ways to solve the safety issue, get those pylons out of there, get the circles, things out of there. They're hard to see at night. And let's try to make that drivable again. So thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Julio Rodriguez.
Okay. So my recommendation for the council, clearly there have been a lot of traffic. The engineers put forward a solution to slow traffic. There has been a rise in pedestrian fatalities throughout California. That is a fact. I would recommend council to open up the general plan. This would be a circulation issue. So I would work with staff. This is circulation, because I see a lot of redundancy to where every street we're going to do is a post study. Think of this as temporary. You can go back, open the general plan, and do a citywide outreach for the circulation. The general plan hasn't been approved yet. Open it back up. If you're not, and I'm mostly speaking to the newly elected Madam Mayor Mia Casey and Dolores Morales, there's other ways to handle this. I'm seeing a lot of redundancy. You guys have a lot of tools in your pocket right now. So I do believe that the engineer, they were using their discretion to slow cars down. Like I said, fine. You don't like it, fine. But there's already tools in place. I had one more issue. No, that's it. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Elias Salinas.
Thank you. So, as you know, there is a process. Nothing just happens today. No one comes to these meetings until it happens in their backyard, their next door, their street, the park. But it's already happening, and they're saying, well, you didn't tell me. But as council members, you know that it's public information, and they're noticed, and if you're not paying attention, I'm sorry, it's on you. The only person up here, Councilman Resendez, is the only one who's been through this before, where you have community input. And that happened on Central Avenue when they were trying to make it into a bike lane, and the citizens were uproar that they didn't want to lose their parking spaces for their vehicles. And we had the Calaveras School. People showed up at two different places. I don't even remember what they were right now, but they showed up at different places, and people came and they spoke, and they had, it was at the Health Foundation was the other place. So people came in and they gave their opinions, and this was before it was approved. They went through this. This did not happen this way, but it's because people were not paying attention. What happens is that now you want to let the people know what kind of input can they have other than they don't like it. None of those individuals are experts, engineers, in what this can happen. Even the experts messed up. And it should have stayed as that go-kart place, because it was actually attracting people from out of town to come here, and the Parks and Rec were able to do something with it that was attracting to the community. I think that would have been better. That would have been our Hollister Lombard from San Francisco, right? But to spend this money, and like I said, Councilman Resendez has already gone through this. It didn't cost $25,000 to have those two meetings and have people have the input. But if you're going to have input, what kind of input can they have? If the experts didn't get it right, how can a non-engineer have it right? I do not want to be sitting in your place because you need to make a decision on this. This, Mr. Rodriguez, has a good point. So what are you going to do? I don't know what you're going to do, but I don't want to be in your seats because people are going to be unhappy and people are not. And there was a good point about, do you really just have to rely on Kimberly Horn to do this? I would rely on your staff to do the public input and save money that way. And if there's a civil engineer or a road engineer, whatever, traffic engineer, can they really solve the answers and questions of that day? Thank you.
The next public comment is from Jay Eves.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, City Council, for taking our comments. I would just like to remind us that the goal here is for traffic calming, correct? And for the safety of our children and the neighborhood. My home actually backs up to Lad Lane, and my kids, I have 2 children who attend Lad Lane Elementary. And I want to share with you an incident that happened just 2 weeks ago on a rainy day when school let out. I witnessed multiple traffic violations, even with the calming circles and pylons and all the sticks put in place. I saw people turning left from the furthest right hand to avoid the lineup of parents who are trying to pick their kids up. So through traffic was making left-hand turns from the right-hand lane. I saw illegal U-turns. A construction vehicle tried to turn right from Sunny Slope onto Lad Lane and realized that parking spots had been put there. And so he had to actually reverse almost onto the crosswalk where our kids were crossing, and he almost hit the crossing guard. So I was a little concerned, and I called Highway Police Department for a police presence. I called dispatch, a non-emergency call, and they told me that this was not Hollister police jurisdiction, that it was a traffic issue, and that I was to call California Highway Patrol. And I said, really? I need to call California Highway Patrol for police presence to help support our crosswalk lady in securing the safety of our children trying to reach their parents. And this is in Hollister city limits. And the dispatcher told me, correct, here's the number you can call. And I said, really? And I said, what if there was another safety issue, like a police or active shooter? And they told me that that was a criminal offense and that police Hollister PD would dispatch for that issue. But our children's safety was not their issue. And so I was really just frustrated because I'm like, first of all, how was I to know who has jurisdiction? There's no traffic calming. People were so frustrated and there was all kinds of illegal traffic violations happening. And all I asked for was police support or police presence to help the flow of traffic, which was not happening. So the goal of traffic calming is not being achieved, and we're not getting the police support or any support for that matter for the safety of hundreds of children. So that's just an issue I'd like to bring up that I personally experienced just 2 weeks ago. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And those are all the public comments we have for this item.
Okay, so let's go back to deliberation. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would ask our chief to reach out and figure out what happened there, because it seems like there's a clear misunderstanding of what the police role is in our community. And I know that our police dispatchers, as I understand it, are actually dispatched out of Santa Cruz. And so hard for them to necessarily know what's going on here if they don't live here and work here. And so that's a real concern to me. I would also say, I would ask as I recall, about two and a half years ago when this first came up, this council tried to reduce the costs, and so sometimes you get what you pay for, and we got a little extra. Having said that, the intent was to slow traffic primarily as it was approaching the school, because it is kind of the potential wide roads, a lot of opportunity to get up and go fairly quick. What is the typical cost to put together a flashing crosswalk, kind of like the one down across from San Benito Tire? I had the opportunity to use that the other day, and it worked amazingly well. And so I'm curious what the cost would be for something like that.
Are you talking about to actually install it?
Bottom, total out the door, all frills.
Well, okay, so you'd probably want to do a study to make sure that it was warranted, but and then you'd want to do a layout plan, right, to show where the signs go,
Right.
you know, all that fun stuff, and then we are actually looking at depending on how you source it, the materials. Sometimes the roadway staff may be able to put it in and actually do the work if there's electricity already in place. If not, then we probably would have to hire a contractor. And in that case, you're looking at probably 40 grand per location.
Okay, and ballpark works well for me, so thank you. So again, I have no appetite. I want this to die a graceful death. It's clear to me it's not working for the residents, even though our concerns were to protect the kids going to the school. It's become a much bigger conversation. I know in the planning world, they have these things called charrettes, and planning staff or consultants can do those. I would assume that we could do something similar with an engineering staff. And I would also say that my time is free, and we could do this on a Saturday. We could do a work session. We could do something over at the Vets Hall where we invite the community one time, 5 hours, 7 hours, whatever it takes, to really get a hold of this. And let's take the money that we would spend and let's do one or two of those crossings to absolutely try and help slow down the traffic and protect our kids. Because other than that, if they run off the road, they're going to hit a curb, they might hit a sound wall, but I don't see a ton of foot traffic routinely walking that's not school associated on that road. And it is just a straightaway. As I understand it from earlier presentations, really the majority of the crashes are actually happening closer up to the Safeway. And I've also heard a concern that there's some drag racing going on. Well, the good news for us is the chief's going to do a presentation later this evening talking about flock cameras. And flock cameras capture license plates, and they record video. And I think we can solve that for a lot less, inconvenience the residents a lot less, and protect our kids and eliminate some of the drag racing going on through more technology, less expensive, and let's rent that tractor. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just looking back at the meeting earlier tonight, this council, the majority of this council, voted to approve $23,900 for a study on Sally. I was opposed to that because it doesn't seem very cost effective. So I'm a little confused why you would approve that and then not want to do this. What I don't want to see is this. I'm going to be honest with you. What I don't want to see is I don't want to see it cost the citizens of Hollister even more money to rip it all out. What I don't want to see is for that street to punch through to Union. And what I don't want to see is hundreds of more houses being built out there. Don't kid yourselves. This is what it's really about. So those of you that are in here speaking
Councilmember,
tonight.
We're getting off topic here. We're talking about traffic calming only.
Yeah. I know you don't want me to speak about this, but come back and see me when your houses are built. And you can thank the mayor for that. Thank you.
All right. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I think what I'm hearing from the community members and what I'm experiencing myself is I don't think you truly understand how difficult it is to maneuver. So I would strongly recommend that you go yourself, our new, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, city engineer, in in the morning when kids are trying to be dropped off, trying to pretend like bring somebody else, bring Mark with you, have him be the child, try and drop him off, try and see how you can navigate to see how you can get him to school and try and pick him up later on. It is a challenge. It is unsafe. It is really difficult to maneuver. For people that are, I'm 5'1", small car, I can't see anything. I can't imagine, sir, how you maneuver through with your trailer. We've heard people about how does fire and ambulance access the roads to get to people. I don't feel or think that you're truly understanding or empathizing with what the community is going through and trying to relate to you, or what I'm trying to relate to you. So if you haven't, I'd like to report back that you've done that in your experiences, and even dealing with just angry people trying to get through the day and trying to drop off their kids. I think second, it is excessive, and if we need to ask for other bids, I'm fine with asking for other bids in order to do this work and to find a different way to make this more cost effective. I'm sure that we can figure out something. So that is my recommendation, but it would not be to approve $61,400.
Councilmember Perez.
I am not moving forward with this myself either. I know we need to get our residents information and stuff, and we are so sorry we didn't do this in the beginning, but I don't know what the solution is yet, but I know I have confidence in our staff that we will come up with a more financially responsible solution. So, yeah, that's it.
All right, so I have a few thoughts. I do support the public outreach portion because our residents have been waiting a long time. They weren't afforded that opportunity. They're living with the consequences of it. I don't support the entire scope of work because I don't think we need an after study right now, but the outreach, I get it. It is money. And I know people want to be careful about the money. My question would be, my understanding is I have discretionary funds. Would I be able to use those discretionary funds to cover the cost of the outreach? Is that something I can do?
Staff would have to check balance available, but if so, then yes.
Okay. I feel for the residents, being one of them and driving it every day. I really feel for it. And we need a solution. And going back and talking to the staff, it's like you're making them wait longer. And I really want this to move forward. I want them to be able to give the problems, find solutions, and move forward with it. I think it's gone on long enough. I've had a lot of concerns. I've asked a lot of questions. I'm troubled by some things that, the fact that there was no neighborhood outreach, I understand why it happened. But, in reading the traffic study summary, I'll bring it up again. It says in the study that the 85th percentile speed was within compliant range. And my question at the time was, well, isn't that how you determine whether or not you're going to do traffic calming? And the answer was yes. So I'm still wondering why so much was done on this street when it wasn't really called for according to that measure. The other thing is we talked a lot about Lad Lane School, and one of the only areas that actually exceeded that 85th percentile was in front of the school. I looked at the traffic data, and nothing was done there. There was no speed humps put in, so where we needed it the most, nothing was done. And again, someone mentioned the traffic accidents. They are all pretty much 75% up towards the corner where Safeway is, and nothing was done in that first block. So there's just a lot of concerns that I have. And, I know my best guess is the reason this moved forward had to do with the drag racing that was mentioned in the report. But the problem I have with that is it's not a neighborhood issue. It's happening all over the city, and it has to be dealt with separately. I don't think we should be spending millions of dollars doing all this traffic calming. And I've heard it mentioned on so many different projects about drag racing and sideshows. So I think it has to be dealt with separately. But I did want to make a note that drag racing occurrences typically do happen late in the evening or early morning when traffic is minimal. There are no school children, bicyclists or pedestrians out. And when I spoke with residents, they were more concerned about drag racing because of the noise and annoyance at night than safety. So it is a big problem I think we need to deal with, and I'm glad to hear that the cameras might actually help us with that. But the other thing I wanted to say about the drag racing is, if you go down by Lad Lane School to the intersection, you'll see a fresh set of donut marks there. And you'll also find skid marks around some of the traffic circles. So they haven't gone away. The other night, my husband was coming home late, observed 2 cars racing down Lad Lane to see how fast they could take those curves. So yes, I do still hear drag racing. It still is there. So we didn't solve that issue anyway. I think that the folks who have come over the last few meetings have identified a number of issues that really need to be addressed. There's a bus stop that has barriers in front of it, so no bus will be able to pull up to that stop. Turn lanes have been shortened or removed and now back traffic up and causes traffic congestion where there was none before. The fire chief indicated larger trucks have difficulty maneuvering, especially around the traffic circles. Residents indicated those thousands of box dots at night when you turn onto the street are very distracting when the headlights hit them. And residents have mentioned the larger RVs and trailers, they can't get them in and out to their homes. The vertical barriers create visibility issues, especially when you're turning left onto Lad Lane. You have to pull out to be seen or to see. And also the vertical barriers in the traffic circles themselves with their vertical signs impede your vision. So when pedestrians or bikes are trying to cross at intersections, it's harder to see them than it was before. So these are all issues. And also the ambulance and emergency vehicle. When I heard, I think it was Bill Mifsud talked about that happening, and I think someone else mentioned it. It actually happened to me too. And I was thinking of that going, okay, I'm turning out into the circle and I'm seeing flashing lights coming and I'm going, well, I don't want to get stuck and have to dive into the middle. So I pulled across to the other intersection, the other side of the intersection, only to find out they wanted to go in there. So then I had to jump out of there. I mean, it's insane and it's not safe. So I don't want to make residents wait. I'd like to see something done right away so we can move forward. And if it's possible to use my discretionary funds, I would like if we could entertain a motion to simply approve that using my funds and not approve the after study. I mean, that would be my motion. Yes. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Just, it's been brought to our attention as a council, all the risks that are now probabilities, if not absolute happenings. And so I guess for the city attorney, where I'm headed with this is I almost think we have to declare a mulligan, take it all out and figure it out, because number one, it's not working from everything I've heard, and it pains me to say that because there was a tremendous amount of money already invested in this. But we heard Councilmember Morales say she can't see over the ballards. And so the next time she makes a left turn and gets center punched, hopefully she survives. But do we not have some exposure? I mean, we've heard this reoccurring theme over and over and over again. And so I'm concerned about the liability, and I'd like to move beyond this conversation unless this is not the appropriate time.
Probably not the appropriate time, but I'm going to give you the legal answer all us lawyers love to give. It depends.
It depends.
Yeah, it depends.
Right.
But it's certainly council's discretion if they want to pull it all out.
Right.
Look at
Okay.
pulling it all out.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
I would be in favor of getting rid of it all. I think it is a safety hazard. It's just a matter of time. And I think we need to act now, and we can reevaluate how we move forward. But I think at the minimum, we just need to take everything out.
Councilmember Perez.
I also think that I agree with all the other comments. Even if we have to come back and do a special meeting for 2 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever it takes if we have to bring this back to council, that way we can do this quick and get it done, if that helps out.
Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, I'm concerned about the cost of this, so I would suggest if this is the direction that the majority of the council wants to go, we need to come back, have it agendized. I would like for the public for this to be well noticed, the public to be in attendance of this meeting, and then for us to have an accurate cost of what this is going to actually cost the taxpaying citizens of this city. Thank you.
I think we have a motion on the table, and I'd like to hear if there is a second for that. I understand, before we go there. What was it? Just a moment. So I hear what people are saying, and frankly, I wish we hadn't done anything on the street because it was a wide open street, easy to navigate. I understand that people were concerned because it was a 45-mile-an-hour speed limit, and the perception is traffic is going too fast, especially if people do go above that. I think that there is something in between that could be done easily, but I think it does take that neighborhood input. I would not want to just rip everything out. We do have bicycle lanes. We do want them to be protected as part of our whole complete streets that we're trying to do. So I don't want to see everything ripped out, but I certainly don't want, certain pieces that are causing hazards right now. So I'm not sure.
So, are you saying that to just pull the tractor in and just take out the delineators?
This is the thing is I think that people might want to have some input on what happens in their neighborhood and in their streets. I do think the delineators are a big part of the hazard because you can't pull over to get out of the way of an ambulance. You can't, you can't see. They are a part of it. Even the traffic circles cause visibility issues with their signage. So I don't want to just say, let's rip it all out. That just seems very knee-jerk to me. I think we had a plan to do public outreach. We agreed on that. And I realized that people don't want to spend the money, but we just, as someone just said, we just approved an after study for Sally Street for $25,000, so it's in the same ballpark. I just think that the residents of Ladd Lane and Southside deserve to have that opportunity for that neighborhood outreach. And I did make a motion and am willing to use discretionary funds that I apparently have available to fund that, so it wouldn't come out of the general funds. So that's my motion, and to
I'll
go ahead
second,
with
Madam
it.
Mayor.
All right, do we, let's take a vote then.
Can we have more discussion?
Sure.
So what happens if you can't use the discretionary money? Or if you don't have the money?
What are the rules around that? Because I know that Councilmember Burns has used them for cameras and things, so
Yeah, it would just
what
be
are the rules?
verifying that there's a balance. As far as I'm aware, I believe
haven't
that there
used
is
anything, so wouldn't there
ample
be?
balance. Because this is 25,900, so I'm not aware that there would be a deficit there, so.
Okay. Explain it to me, since I'm new. Discretionary funds, each council person gets a certain amount, right? 50,000.
That is correct.
And I've used none as far as I know. So there should be not an issue there.
I may have spent yours already, but.
Hey, no more cameras, man. Sorry. Okay, so any further discussion?
Madam Mayor, I'm wondering if we approve this, is there a way that we can get rid of those delineators? I mean, that seems to be kind of a huge obstacle. I don't know if we can get an answer tonight, looking at both of you.
Yeah, I'd ask the engineers to come up and speak to that, whether, there's the whole, we don't like them versus the engineering aspect of it. I'd like to lean on their expertise.
Yeah, if you remove the white delineators that are protecting the bike lane, you would still have a buffered bike lane, right? It would be striped out, you'd be extra wide, so you'd have a little extra room. The issue is, there would be really nothing that would force people to follow the striping. They would just, what they would do. They would just go straight down it, which means they would drive into the buffer. I don't know that there's liability there for the city because it is striped out. It is a buffered, bike lane, quote unquote. It's a class 2. It's a little better than a class 2. So, I don't know that from a liability standpoint, I don't see it. So that would be an option.
Right. What do you anticipate as far as how soon could we do public outreach? And then from that, what would the process be? How long would it take? How long would we have the delineators?
I think there's a noticing period that is probably the long pole in the tent. Obviously, we would have to create the flyers, the noticing flyers, and then get them published, and then wait that whatever that period of time is, whether it's 2 weeks or whatever that is. So,
given your workload, how soon could we do that?
Yeah, we could probably. I think we could have the flyers ready within a week, in Spanish and English. and then it's just a matter of staff getting them published. So,
Okay.
yeah, I think within a month we could probably, and then obviously the noticing, you wouldn't want to have the meeting on the last day of noticing, so you gotta put a little bit of time there too.
Sure.
So,
Does anybody else have any other comments or?
So if we were to take out the delineators, when can that happen? So if we were to approve that today, how soon can we get them out?
Yeah, you would need to give direction on that to have us bring something like that back.
Yeah. As much as I want the delineators to go, I don't want things to just magically happen again without the residents knowing they're going to happen. I'm sensitive to that because so much has happened without them having input and just saying, I agree that they are a problem, but there may be someone who likes them. And I just want to do this the right way. And, if we can get it done in a month and get them out of there, then, that would be one of the first items on my list to take out or to change to a rumble strip or something else to protect the bike lanes instead of
would
vertical
you,
things.
because we had scoped 2 public meetings, so the first one would happen in about a month, right?
Mhm.
The second one would have to be noticed again as well, so
Okay.
So you're looking
it's
at
probably
3
this,
months.
So what's your thought about taking the delineators out, though? Is that going to pose a problem for us with the?
It would leave a buffered bike lane, so, which is not illegal.
Okay.
So I think it's so we're looking at 3 months, right? So 2 public meetings, so a month and a month, and then another month for you to write something up and bring it back to council, maybe, right?
What would be writing up like a report, like here's what we heard from the
Right.
community and present it again? Yeah, probably, that sounds about right.
Maybe. Because we also have recess, right? We have budget and then recess.
That's correct, in July.
So, and we're in April, May, June, so we're looking at August, September-ish.
To do the whatever.
Too long.
else. I just don't want delineators to come out and then suddenly nothing else is done. It's like I do want
And
to
I-
move
We're
forward.
looking at August before a report comes back about community input
Mhm.
with all the safety issues out there. For us, knowing that these safety issues are out there until August, September. So I just want you to sit with that.
Yes.
Thank you. Again, there's no safety issues out there. Traffic mitigation measures have occurred, and would you say that they're safe?
The measures in place, yeah.
Yeah, the measures in
yes,
place.
yes.
Good. Okay, so let's take that off the table.
Let's not. I'm sorry.
What I'm hearing, thank you. What I'm hearing is that we cannot take the delineators out without agendizing it. Is that correct? So I don't know why we're having this conversation.
We're thinking through the timeline and what would be a priority.
So I think there's a first and a second. Should we move on that first? It's getting a little confusing up here. Do you want mind weighing in, City?
So this doesn't preclude us from asking to bring back the discussion about delineators specifically.
No, you could do that during your council
Okay,
request
so
and
we
get
can
consensus.
do that at the end to bring it back and agendize it. So I do have a motion on the floor and a second. If there's no more conversation, can we take? This is to approve the public outreach for the neighborhood meetings so we can get the fixes made and for those funds to come out of my discretionary as opposed to general funds.
So we're only approving the 25,900.
Not the after study, just the.
Or the other report.
It was 30, the other 39,000, no, that would not be approved, just the.
The way staff
outreach.
understands it is task 4 on the scope of work.
You have traffic data collection, after-study traffic operations analysis, technical memorandum, and a public outreach and meetings. So the meetings are only 25, but I think we need to approve some other to be able to have Kimberly Horn write and bring back the memo in terms of their analysis. But please correct me if I'm wrong. Yes to what part, and how much is that?
Well, I don't know that I can parse it out from the overall post-project study. Just right, I'd have to look at what that portion was. I don't know that there was a portion strictly to report on the outreach. There wasn't a scope item for that.
But, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
That does make sense to me. What you're saying is that essentially they're bundling these services together, so we might get a discount on certain portions of it, right?
It's
Is that
economy
correct?
of scale, yes.
I would suggest that we withdraw the item, talk about it during informational, and try to get consensus there.
I'm not willing to withdraw the motion, sorry. I need something to happen tonight. This has been months already, trying to get some kind of resolution. I think we need to move forward.
So we can't come up with the number that we're looking for, correct?
I can't right now, right here.
So that is something we could bring back as further discussion, but this, at least if we approve this, we can get the process going, right? This
Sure.
is the community outreach, this is the getting the input and taking it in and coming up with something that would, work with the neighbors and community. And then from there, it would be whatever it is, right, the next step. Yes, David?
Yes, what we could do too is we could work with Kimley Horn. We did ask for the price to be split in the staff report. So I would think that if there is any change, it would be minor, because we did ask for it to be broken down in the staff report.
Is there any other comment? Do we want to proceed then with the vote? And all right, all in favor?
Yes.
I'm confused.
Are we gonna vote on the $61,400, or are we just approving the concept? Can you
Just the
clarify?
outreach.
Community outreach.
Portion.
Just
So
the
only
outreach.
$25,900?
Yes.
Yes.
We will come back if it needs to be amended, but we'll work with the contractor to try to stay within that limit.
Okay. So all in favor?
Yes.
All opposed?
No.
All right, motion carries 4-1. Thank you, and I was supposed to mention that we have gone past 10 o'clock. Do we have consensus of the council to continue? Yes, okay. All right. Phew. All right. Whew. All right, our next item is the flock safety presentation. May we
Yes.
have the staff report?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a follow-up to the gunshot detection report that the council received in January from ShotSpotter, and the request from Councilmember Burns to also have received a presentation from Flock Systems, which does a similar gunshot detection, among other things. And with us today is Carolyn Ferrer, and she's going to be presenting the presentation for Flock.
Thank you, Chief. Hello, Mayor Casey and Council and the Hollister community. Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight and present Flock Safety. Again, my name is Caroline, and I am the Territory Sales Manager for your part of California. Oops. So before we get into what we do and how we do it, I think it's really important to open with the why, why we're in this business in the first place. And Flock is unique in that our mission is to eliminate crime as opposed to anything else. So really every decision that we make as a company is in mind to better enable your police department to eliminate crime. And we do this by using technology to detect when something's not right, decode situations in real time, and deliver objective evidence into the hands that matter most. And with Flock, we focus on vehicle recognition, as 70% of crime involves a vehicle. And if law enforcement doesn't have a proper investigative lead to pursue that suspect vehicle, there is an 82% chance that the crime will go unsolved. And this is where we are today. Our current reality is we know that police have increasingly limited resources. Violent crime is increasing, and shootings unfortunately harm every corner of the U.S. And without a technology like this in place, police really rely on the community to call 911 if shots are fired. But on average, only 20% of incidents are ever reported. So it's becoming harder to meet community expectations and police needs. And what Flock really helps law enforcement with is it serves as a force multiplier, and we provide objective evidence to law enforcement. And this is important because crimes committed with guns also tend to leave less physical evidence than other violent crimes. And there really is a balance between creating a super effective technology for law enforcement while also being mindful of privacy concerns of community members. So it's something that the community supports. And we believe that we really have found the best solution for this. So now I want to dive into how the technology works. So a real world example. Our audio detection device called Raven will work with our license plate reading cameras called Falcon. So let's say there is a drive-by shooting. The first part is to detect. Raven will hear a gunshot and locate the source. Falcon captures vehicle evidence in the area. Next, to decode. The audio will be logged as evidence, and Flock will scan nearby images for plates or vehicle descriptions. And really the last piece is to deliver the evidence to law enforcement. So hot list alerts will be sent to dispatch and patrol via a standard alerting system, as well as on an interactive map. And with Flock, we really have taken a very different approach to how we do audio detection versus some of the other vendors that do something similar. And that is Raven is seamlessly integrated with our Falcon ALPR cameras. So again, our audio detection device called Raven, of course with the bird theme, recognizes gunshots quickly, logs the location, and alerts law enforcement to the scene. And recent tests have shown that gunshot alerts are getting to dispatch within 30 seconds of the shot fired. Localization accuracy is within 90 feet, and we have an over 90% accuracy rates on alerts. And when responding to gunshots, every second counts. Law enforcement officers need to get to the scene as quickly as possible to locate and get medical aid to victims, set up a perimeter, and collect shell casings or other evidence. And the more time that passes in these critical moments, the more can result in severe consequences like casualties, lost evidence, cold cases, and unapprehended offenders who can cause more harm in your community. So in near real time, investigators can go from shots fired to a license plate and vehicle fingerprint. And all of these intelligent points are available to help clear more cases quickly. And today, Raven does only detect gunshots, but we are currently building out capabilities with our software to detect additional sounds as well, such as saws on metal for catalytic converter thefts, screeching tires for drag racing, collisions, breaking glass, etc. So many more use cases to come beyond just gunfire. And a few more things about our solution. So our cameras and Raven, they're all powered by solar and connected by LTE cell coverage. And this really allows cities to put the devices where they'll make the most impact without being limited to where there's already power or internet. This also makes our solution much more affordable and quicker and easier to set up in a faster time frame because we won't have to dig or anything of that sort. And privacy is also a main deliverable of Flock, one that I will touch on more, but it's very important to note that Raven does not record 24/7. The device only activates when a shot is fired. So it's not listening to people's conversations. It's kind of similar to an Alexa or Siri where it only turns on when it hears a certain phrase. And lastly, we layer our audio detection technology with our license plate reading technology, which again allows police to create a virtual perimeter around the crime scene to actually see who drove in and out of the area where the gunshot occurred. And more on Flock's layer technology because this is really important and why our customers are getting such great results. So again, they work in tandem. And the reason why Flock took this approach is because single point gunshot detection and traditional ALPR segment evidence into silos. So together, Falcon and Raven bring incident location, audio and vehicle data into a simplified view. And that means that dispatchers, detectives, and patrol officers can search Falcon cameras near the source of the gunshot for suspect vehicles and then create an alert. So on this slide, you can see some images of what our system actually looks like. And again, this layered approach is far more effective than a single solution. It will show far more than just knowing where to look for shell casings or possible victims. It really provides actionable evidence to help lead to identifying the suspect. Additionally, we also have the capability to integrate any live stream cameras into the system. And that really gives dispatch or patrol a bird's eye view of what's going on in the city. You're very quickly able to pull open an existing live stream camera close to where the alert came in for even further contextual awareness. And really this just helps to better ascertain the correct response to the event, as well as increase officer safety with providing real-time updates with what's going on around the scene. So our Falcon cameras are motion activated, and they take an image of the rear of the vehicle when it passes by. And on the top right of the slide, you can see this is what the footage actually looks like. It's the rear of the vehicle, it's a license plate, and it allows police officers to search by either the license plate or even the vehicle description. And being able to search by vehicle description really has had just a drastic impact. It's far more common for an eyewitness to miss a license plate but still see what the suspect vehicle looks like. So for example, somebody could call 911 and say, hey, I saw a red Toyota pickup truck, fire shots and drive off. And the police department is still able to search the system even without the known suspect license plate. And there really are three aspects to the technology. It's proactive in that officers and dispatch will receive alerts in real time. It's investigative in that it allows law enforcement to follow up on any crimes you report. And it also serves it as a deterrent because people will realize if you try to commit a crime in a city with Flock, you're going to have a much harder time getting away. And there are over 200 agencies in California that have this technology, and now your community will be protected as well. So let's keep talking about what this technology is and what it isn't, because this is very important. And Flock is not tied to any personally identifiable information. And what that means is we're not connected to the DMV, registration records, or anything that can be used to associate to an individual, meaning this can't and won't be used for traffic enforcement or writing tickets. We're simply letting law enforcement know when a gunshot occurs, which vehicles were around the scene when it happened, and if it's a vehicle that's wanted is in your community. And with privacy really being one of Flock's main deliverables, we have designed our software and products in a way to be mindful of community members' concerns. So as I mentioned, we currently only detect gunshots, but we are building out those additional capabilities. Nothing else, we're not listening to people's conversations. And lastly, on data retention. So Flock has a unique standard data retention of 30 days. We believe that this allows law enforcement enough time to investigate a crime, and it also allows the data to be deleted in a short period. So no long-term retention of data. A real-life example, if somebody goes on vacation and their home gets broken into, it's a week or two since they've come home. Police need to be able to go back in and search the evidence. So again, no long-term retention of data. Additionally, Flock does not sell or even own your data. We will never share it or sell it. Your agency can share the data within the system with other police departments only for legal law enforcement purposes. And this does really help to take the human bias out of crime solving in that we are providing objective evidence on vehicles and detecting objective events such as a gunshot. And all of the data is stored in the AWS government cloud, and it's end-to-end encrypted. There's also a search reason required to conduct a search for audit purposes, and your city's LPR policy would require that as well. We also give your department or city the opportunity to use the unique transparency portal. This is a website where people can see, what are the policies, how many searches are being performed, who it's being shared with, etc. And this can just be added to your city's website if you choose. So really putting all of this together, Flock really is the most widely adopted solution for crime reduction because we are the most trusted company by law enforcement. You can see we're very widely adopted in California. I want to point out that the black dots that you see, those are law enforcement cameras, but the green are either HOAs, commercial businesses, or school systems. So we also work with those entities as well. And the public-private partnership aspect is especially valuable for law enforcement because an HOA or a business could purchase a Flock camera, and really it's there for the benefit of police. And again, you do have the opportunity to get additional cameras in your city that wouldn't come out of the city budget if they are privately funded. You're also able to access the data of all of these other cities as well, which is a huge advantage to working with Flock in that you'll be able to access evidence captured on the hundreds of cameras in your area, Crime obviously isn't insular, so we believe that the data and the evidence really shouldn't be either. And of course, accessing other networks is no additional cost. Next, I want to share some real-life success stories. Morgan Hill immediately saw tremendous results after implementing Flock. They were able to locate more stolen vehicles in 2 weeks that would take them about a year before. In 2.5 months, 51 stolen vehicles and 66 arrests made. And I think the key thing here is that utilizing Flock takes a lot of luck out of it. And when police were apprehending these stolen vehicles, they were also finding things like shaved ignition keys, burglary tools, catalytic converters, weapons, etc. So it was pretty clear that the people they were arresting were likely coming to town to commit additional similar crimes. Morgan Hill, Albany. Here's an example out of Albany. They were experiencing an uptick in gun violence and decided to partner with Flock Safety due to our ability to provide accurate reads that are paired with a plate or a vehicle. And within the first month, their hypothesis was proven true. Most gunshots were going unreported by the community. So with using Raven, the police department will now be performing outreach to the areas suffering from the most gun violence to provide support and figure out really what's the problem and how can we help solve this. Another great story out of Benicia that shows how Flock is really proactive in deterring crime from even happening. So the PD was alerted of a stolen vehicle and arrested the driver, who had 11 firearms and burglary tools in tow. So the police department was able to get these weapons off the street and ensure that they couldn't be used to cause any further harm in their community. And here's another great example out of Morgan Hill. They use Falcon and Raven. So just last week on April 9th, multiple shots were fired downtown. Raven immediately alerts dispatch. Eyewitnesses identified a gold Honda as being involved. So dispatch was able to search in Flock and identify the suspect vehicle. Dispatch then hot-listed that vehicle and shared it with the broad network in the area. So police received an alert when a gold Honda passed by Flock in a nearby jurisdiction near the hospital. Then the hospital calls about a gunshot wound victim that had just been dropped off. So the suspect was returning to town, but the police sergeant was already waiting and ready for them, anticipating that they would be returning home. The suspect tried to evade arrest, but officers were thankfully able to apprehend them. But while initiating the stop on the suspect, officers note that there is a second vehicle running interference for the first. So dispatch then conducts convoy analysis on the second vehicle to find that the second vehicle really had been traveling with the first vehicle all night. So they were able to create an alert for the second vehicle, officers were prepared, and they conducted an arrest. So being able to share evidence and hot lists with nearby jurisdictions really was the main piece in solving this crime. And here's another story that really sticks with people. This is one that I always like to end on. And when every second matters, Flock's patented technology delivers. And this story really illustrates why doing it in this way is not only the right way, but the most critical. So the story is that there was a stranger abduction that happened in Georgia. A vehicle pulled up to a mom and a baby who were playing outside, kidnapped the baby at gunpoint, and took off. The suspect had removed their license plate before doing so to probably try to avoid detection. So there wasn't any license plate information known, but mom had obviously seen the vehicle, so she was able to provide that vehicle description to investigators. So investigators were able to search the system based on that description, and they were able to find an image of the same vehicle around the same time of the crime. They noticed some unique characteristics on the vehicle and fingerprinted it. And then they opened up their time frame for the search and found that same vehicle several hours earlier with the license plate still on it. So they were able to go from just a vague vehicle description to a license plate, identify the suspects, and ultimately locate the child in about 4.5 hours. And this is so big because this vehicle didn't have a license plate at all. So with any other solutions that are just comparing license plate to registration data, no plate means no information. So Flock really was the difference between this essentially being a cold case or one that could have had a very different outcome. And lastly, this is what we are proposing. I've been working with Chief and Captain Bentanio. We've met a few times to discuss what an ideal solution might look like for your city. This is just the first version of the proposal. Nothing that is set in stone, can always be updated. And we also set up our audio detection by the quarter mile, so we're pretty flexible in what type of perimeter we'd want to set up. And then we'll work to determine the appropriate number of devices or cameras to go along with that audio perimeter. And our solution is a complete end-to-end service model, and we use subscription pricing, which means that everything is included in the price you see here. We also manage the permitting process, implementation, ongoing training and support, as well as maintenance. So this won't be a heavy lift from the police department side to get the cameras up and running or ensure that they're working correctly. You know, it's really the PD's job to protect and serve. It's Flock's job to make sure that the technology is working the way it's supposed to. And the great thing about our subscription pricing is that it includes all the software and hardware warranties, as well as that ongoing maintenance. So if a camera were to break or become outdated, you won't be required to purchase an additional camera, as it's all included in that yearly fee. So with that, I'll take any questions, and thank you all for listening and for your time.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions? Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. My goal not to disappoint. So, obvious question for me is why Raven and Flock versus ShotSpotter?
Yeah, I would say that our layered technology approach is really just yielding much better results. So with Raven, it's only working when a gunshot occurs. So with Falcon, in conjunction to that, it really provides that last piece of evidence needed for it to be actionable. So you'll be able to see the vehicles that are coming in and out of the area when the gunshot occurs. Also, Raven really only works when it hears a gunshot, but because the Falcon cameras are motion activated, anytime a vehicle passes by that camera at any hours of the day, that's still evidence that you're getting. So it really is a layered approach with more of an impact than just gunshots. You know, you can get a Falcon alert for a stolen vehicle, wanted vehicle, one that's been involved with any sort of crime. So it just opens up a ton more use cases for the police department as they're conducting investigations.
Great. And so you talked about the maintenance component. What happens in the event the cameras are vandalized? Who's that on?
Yeah, great question. So if the cameras are vandalized beyond repair, and of course, like our technicians will do all that they can to fix the camera so it doesn't need to be replaced. And it really is a case-by-case basis, but the ultimate cost would be on the police department or the city. However, it's not the full cost. It's $500 to replace a camera if one becomes vandalized or gets run over or anything of that sort.
Are they typically able to be concealed in places where it restricts the possibility, the probability of vandalism?
I would say that they're pretty discreet. The cameras themselves are pretty small, but they're about the size of a football, and then there's a solar panel. So it's more so that somebody might see a solar panel and wonder what it's powering. But the cameras themselves are placed pretty high. And because they are motion activated, if somebody were to go up and try to take the camera, we would have an image of their face. Also, the cameras have GPS trackers in them. So if they do get stolen, you can see where they're taken.
Okay.
But it really has not been an issue that we've experienced with Flock. Not to say that it can't, but it really hasn't been an issue.
Okay. And so you talked about finding somebody on their way to a hospital. And so I'd actually not really thought much about putting one in the area of our hospital, but I actually think that's a great idea. But you did talk also about schools, and for me, that's really one of my motivating incentives here beyond the obvious, knowing how violence has tended to happen throughout our country at our schools.
Mm-hmm.
And so can you tell us a little bit more about how you've used Flock and Raven in the school districts?
Yeah, so I can only say so much because we have a separate team that works directly with school districts. But from my understanding and success stories that I've heard is schools can put a Falcon camera really at the entry points to the parking lots or where people would be coming and going. For example, if you want to have an alert on a disgruntled parent, or if there's some sort of custody case that needs to have, an extra layer of protection for that child, I think that's a really good example of how Falcon could be used. And then in addition to Raven, just immediately alerting dispatch, if a gunshot were to occur.
Thank you for your answers. I appreciate your presentation as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Councilmember Resendez, any questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just in regards to the coverage that you have, so it says that ShotSpotter, typically, it looks like it's mostly over on the west side of Hollister, but what is your coverage in comparison to ShotSpotter's?
I'm not sure what ShotSpotter's proposal was for the location, but I've been working with Chief Reynoso.
Yeah.
So he provided us an area where he thought it would make the most sense. But we have a pretty comprehensive approach to when we figure out that ideal deployment. I would loop in a solutions consultant, somebody who is a former law enforcement officer. In California, we work with a former sergeant from Atherton, and he ran the FLOT program there before he moved out of state. So it's really his expertise that we'll use along with chiefs or anybody else from the police department to craft that ideal deployment.
If I may add, when we looked at ShotSpotter, we did an assessment of gunshot crimes reported over the previous 3 years. We selected a roughly 1 square mile area in Hollister that encompassed the majority of those calls. And to have apples with apples comparison, we asked Flock what their cost would be to cover the same area as ShotSpotter to try to make it as fair as possible.
Okay, so we're just looking at covering Buena Vista, Miller Road, South Street, South Side, on the south side, Chappelle Road, and the west side, and Roble Street. So it's not the entire city of Hollister. It's primarily the west side of Hollister. And that would be for either one that we go with.
Well, we could put it wherever the city council likes, but that was a recommendation from the first company to put it where it would get the most use based on historical crime.
Yeah, I would ask that we don't just put it over there. Maybe we can prioritize some main entry points to this, but I would like to see a greater amount of coverage throughout the entire city, and maybe even entry and exit points to the city itself, not just one concentration area. That troubles me a little bit, if that's something we could look at.
Yes, I think Councilmember Burns brought up the fact that when we're looking at ShotSpotter to do 1 mile, and then we can assess after a year of whether we wanted to expand this. We could do the same thing, whatever the council decides.
And would you advise to spread it out? Does it matter if it's just one concentrated area? Could we spread it out to main entry and exit points, maybe closer to schools? What is your
For Raven or for Falcon, do you mean?
Well,
or for both?
I would say for the cameras, for
Okay.
sure. And then for Raven, then we probably should put it where there's the most activity. Would make sense, right?
Yeah, so what the process that, or the solution that most departments opt for is at the very least to cover the ingress points into the city so you can see who's coming in. From there, we can use what we call like a webbing effect where you can include major intersections or areas that have, a high amount of reported crime. But it's super flexible. The cameras can always be added in certain phases. It's really up to, what the city council would like, and obviously chief's expertise as well as our solutions consultant on where the cameras will make the most sense. But ingress points typically tend to be the first location that police departments opt to have the cameras in so you can see who's coming into your city.
Okay. I'm just going to have faith that you can figure that out together, working together, and then we'll see that and when it comes back to council, if it does come back to council.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, do you have any questions?
Is the video footage part, or can it be requested through Public Information Act?
Yes. My understanding is yes.
Okay. And what would be the human capital in terms of being able to turn that over, produce that?
I am not sure. That is something I can work with our government affairs team on, and I can get a more concise answer for you after. I just want to make sure I get the full answer for you, but that is a great question.
I thought it was a great presentation. But I have no
No question.
questions.
Any more questions, or we can go to public comment?
Mayor Casey, we have no public, oh, sorry, somebody just raised their hand. For Jay Eves.
Yes, thank you. This is a late night, and I'm kind of glad I stayed on this meeting. I recently just moved to Hollister in the last 2 years from a small town called Ripon. It's located near Stockton and near Modesto, where they have a lot of crime activity. Anyway, moving to Ripon, we were relocating from Utah, and one of the main selling points of this community was that it was camera safe. And most of the people that lived in Ripon were highly educated, kind of upper middle class, because it was well known for the low crime, and that basically you knew if you were going to Ripon, you were going to be on camera. And me, I'm actually kind of more of like, I want my privacy. That's a right I like and I'm grateful for. But I moving to California from out of state, it was really eye-opening at the difference it made. And any traffic that came from the freeways, there was a truck stop near Ripon. And so a lot of the crime activity happened there, but it was also kind of close to an elementary school. And so a lot of the police department was very transparent with the community, and they would post daily, like the crimes for today were this, and this. We apprehended this, and this. And it really made for a tight-knit community. It made for a lot of police support from the community. And the community also was very cooperative. And so moving to Hollister, I know that one of the main hot topics here is about growth. And if we're looking to grow our community, I personally love Hollister. I think it's a beautiful area. I have noticed that growing is a hot topic and maybe a struggle for this area. But I will say that if we're gonna grow and we want to attract law-abiding citizens who uphold and respect the law. And I think, I'm in favor of looking into these block cameras to create that atmosphere, maybe even to have a reputation put out that, if you're coming to Hollister, you got to obey the laws, because we got a great police department and a great community that will rally around them. So that's just my opinion, and I think it's great that we're exploring options. So thank you.
Thank you.
And those are all the public comments we have for this item.
Okay. We don't need to take action tonight, okay. Then let's move on to item 2.
Madam Mayor, I think they are looking for direction tonight.
All I wanted to add is you heard the presentation from ShotSpotter, and they were going to provide 1 square mile roughly coverage for around $50,000. And we asked for the same amount of coverage from Flock, and their quote is included in theirs. It's approximately $98,000 with an $82,000 recurring cost for roughly the same amount of money. So there's a huge difference in the cost, but there's a huge difference in what they can provide as well. The ShotSpotter does not have cameras, Flock does. So if there is a direction from the council, if you want us to pursue any one of these further and come back to the council.
And if I could interrupt, we need to look at whether this needs to be bid, because it's not a sole source. If you have 2 quotes, it's no longer just one independent company that can provide this service.
Okay. What is, Councilmember Burns, we'll start with you.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. So, first of all, I'm going to trust in our police department and the chief of police, and I think we go forward under his guidance and direction. I'm a huge supporter of cameras. Everybody that knows anything about me knows in almost all my parks in my district, we have cameras. We have them in different entrance points. We've just recently put them up at our skate park. And so I'm big on security. I'm big on technology. And we have limited resources in our police officers and police staff. So I absolutely believe 100% in these. I'll trust in the chief. I also would like to have more diversity in where they go as well. I think the gateways would be a great place. There's only a few ways in and out of town, and so if you're coming to town to be a crook, you're probably going to get caught. And so I'd also like to see numbers for putting them up in areas of the elementary schools. And my commitment is when my discretionary funds roll over again, I'm going to advocate to use my money to put cameras near my elementary schools, because our kids are our most valuable asset and they are our future. And so I'd like numbers for that. And I also think the parks, several of my parks have cameras, and I think the technology works, and I don't see where it offends people's privacy at all. So those are my comments. I would like to move forward, and I'll trust in our chief. Thank you.
Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll make this brief. I don't think that ShotSpotter does provide cameras, so I don't know if that would have to be going out to bid. But again, I'm going to put my trust and faith in the staff. And again, just please take into consideration my earlier comments.
Vice Mayor.
So there are other vendors that provide similar services, so I think we do need to go out for bid, and I would recommend that we go out for bid and actually agendize this to when we do our budget process, so that if we are going to move forward with something like this, that we need to allocate funding to it, and that would be the appropriate time to do so when we're bringing our budget forward, so that we can look at all the expenditures.
Councilmember Perez, any comments? I agree with what everybody said. I do tend to like Flock better than ShotSpotter because of that dual, one of the concerns I had listening to the ShotSpotter was, police having to rush in but not knowing, and having a camera that can take an instantaneous picture, I can see how that would be, so much more effective. So that's just my thoughts. And also I trust in the chief to, steer us the right way.
All right, thank you.
You're good for the moment. I believe the next item was withdrawn, the Twin Oaks.
Yes, the next item is being withdrawn by staff. The representative from the Twin Oaks subdivision is unable to attend this evening's meeting.
Okay, so we'll move on then to item 3. Presentation regarding a request for waiver of fees for 221 Hawkins Street. Can we have a staff report?
Thank you, Mayor and Council members. This is a request that will be presented by Mr. Alan Brookshire, the owner of the property at 221 Hawkins Street. And just very briefly, Mr. Brookshire is requesting that the city consider waiving fees for a new development application at 221 Hawkins Street. And this request is before council. It's a little unusual for staff to agendize this, but because Mr. Brookshire had received direction from the previous city manager that fees for a new application would be waived. The Hollister Municipal Code allows the city manager to waive fees only if the city council grants the city manager the authority to do so. And to the research that we've done, it does not appear that the city council has granted such authority.
Ms. Hopper, was it also recommended by the Planning Commission as well?
Right. Yeah, I was going to get into that right now. Just very, very briefly, in your packet is a history of the project from the time it was submitted. Also, there were a couple different entitlements that expired through the process, and then ultimately in December, the project was denied by the Planning Commission. And specifically, the Planning Commission directed staff to assist the applicant in developing a new project design that is in substantial conformance with the Hollister Municipal Code at no cost to the applicant, and that's from the December minutes of the Planning Commission. And that's all I have. The other thing, attachment that you do have is the applicant's recollection of the timing of events, and I believe that is attachment 4.
Okay. Do we have questions from council? Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay. I'm a little bit confused about the Planning Commission's recommendation. So their recommendation was to deny the project?
The Planning Commission denied the project. That is correct.
Then why is the project before us asking for a waiver of impact fees if it was denied by the Planning Commission?
It was not impact fees, it's development fees. So
Development fee.
right. There's in your packet also is the email that has a list of the fees that the applicant's representative had asked the previous city manager to be waived in the event that a new development application is submitted.
And just so the public's aware, what's the total cost of fees that are asked to be waived?
So I did a breakdown, and this would be if an identical application was submitted today. We currently don't know what type of application is being proposed on the site. In 2018 fees for a minor subdivision, site and architectural review, and a conditional use permit was $4,342. The estimated fees today, and that would be, today for a new project, same description, is $19,904. And that does not include the preparation of an environmental document. That
Okay.
potentially would need to, that 19,900.
Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Has anybody reached out to the former city manager to see what his recollection of this is? My concern is we have the highest authority in the city purporting to say this, and I think we have to be responsible for commitments that were agreed to. And so for me, that's kind of an important piece of this. So.
Yeah, we do have the email from him in writing to the applicant that was confirming the request to have the fees waived. And in my former discussions with the former city manager, he did feel that that their fees should be waived for the future project coming up.
Okay, and then I understand $4,000 to $5,000 in 2018 fees, and in today's world, it's almost 20 grand, right? And so, okay, I'll figure out the dirty math in a minute. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, do you have any questions? Councilmember Perez, any questions?
I kind of remember this project a lot. There's a lot of stuff going on with the alley out there next to 7-Eleven. I would like to, if the city has agreed, which it sounds like it's only half an agreement, to waive the fees, that's a tough one. But I would like to know if well, actually, you just confirmed everything too, that was what the previous city manager said. And I feel like, even though he said it, he still had to bring it to us for an approval. But I would like to uphold his word. That's it.
Are there any more questions? Otherwise, we could go to public comment. No? Okay.
Mayor Casey, we do not have any public comments for this item. Oh,
Oh.
sorry, it just came in. My apologies. From Ann Hall. Sorry about that, Ms. Hall.
Good evening, City Council. Ann Hall here, speaking on behalf of my client. Alan Brookshire is also here. And I'd just like to clarify to your question, Councilman Renestez, the denial was for a variance. It was not of the project. It was for a variance we were applying for about the pole. And the denial was at our request because at that point we were just spending money chasing something that was clearly not going to get approved. But I only have a short time here, so the very condensed version of this is there was a project approved in 2018, and it was similar to some other projects that were approved and built in that same time frame. However, that project was delayed initially. The first 3 years were delayed because of the issue of the alley. It was not something in my client's control. It's not something he could do about. There were multiple conversations And based on direction from the city, he went ahead, submitted plans, paid his fees, submitted a tentative map, paid fees, submitted improvement plans, paid fees, and submitted building plans, paid fees, all while this issue with the alley was trying to be resolved, which was only open this past October. Last year, only a year ago, was the first, with there were change of staff, there was a determination by the new staff that the project didn't meet zoning. So this means the project that had been fully approved with, it wasn't like we complained at Planning Commission and got something approved. It was approved with the staff report recommending approval. A year ago, we were told this project no longer meets zoning, never should have been approved. Decisions were made by previous staff, never should have. But all the monies had been spent. I mean, my client has all along the way paid the fees that he was told he needed to pay. So the change in determination from this being an approved project that meets the zoning to today's interpretation that it does not meet the zoning, my client had, is not his fault. He followed the rules for what was determined in 2018. There seems to be new interpretations. We tried going to Planning Commission, who was very sympathetic. We went back there with an extension for the map, which they approved. We requested to not underground the pole, which they approved. But it just became kind of a losing battle because there was always another reason. We had to do a CEQA. So that is the reasoning behind, okay, fine, we'll now submit a new project, start from ground, square one, that will attempt to meet the interpretation of the zoning, but we're looking for recognition of the fees that have been paid over the past 4 years for what seemed to be was an approved project.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor Casey, we have a comment from Kevin Henderson. Mr. Henderson, you're unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, this is Kevin Henderson. I am currently chair of the Planning Commission. And I just wanted to call in and just kind of vouch for the version of events that you just heard from Ann Hall. I was originally on the Planning Commission a few years ago when this project was approved, and I guess COVID happened, and so things didn't get built. Excuse me. So I wanted to just say that that after COVID, then, and I think I was off the Planning Commission for a while, and then when I came back on, this project came in front of the Planning Commission again, and things did change with the staff, and and the project that we had previously approved was no longer getting approved, and as a Planning Commission, we tried our best to help the applicant because in our view, the applicant had done everything that they could do. So, but it came back to us again, and it was clear to us as a Planning Commission that the current staff was kind of, it was clear that there was just going to be roadblock after roadblock so that the applicant could not get this project done. And it was clear that they were kind of giving up. And so that's why we went ahead and just denied the application, or denied the thing that was in front of us. And at that time, the staff did say that suggested that it would be a good thing to do, to waive the fees. And that's something that we all felt as a commission would be a good thing to do for this applicant. So I just wanted to make that known that I think it would be a good thing if that's something you could do for this applicant. And thank you for your time dealing with me being a little bit nervous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Casey, those are all the public comments we have for this item.
Okay. Do we have more deliberation? Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to confirm, we're talking about a refund versus a waiver, can't talk now, that's my bedtime. A waiver of pending fees?
That's not what the request is. The request is a waiver of pending fees.
Okay. So I would say I would support a refund of past fees due, but I don't know that I can support a waiver of future fees pending. Thank you.
Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. I'd like to hear more about if this is true first. So I don't know if you could speak to that or Ms. Kelly could speak to that. What was described by the planning commissioner and what was described by Ms. Hall, is that true? Was it assumed that it was zoned something else? And if so, how did the project get to that? And what was it zoned for? And then what is it actually zoned for? And then what are we doing now? Is that okay?
Oh, absolutely.
To just get a little bit of clarity.
Kelly is the planner on the project.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, yes. Good evening, council. Sorry, foot's asleep. I would say that yes, the portrayal of the project is true. I would just correct one thing from Ms. Hall's account is that it was the amendment to remove the pole was approved. The extension was denied in December. So she just had stated that backwards. But the project was approved in 2018, and then there was delays due to the alley opening. And the project at the time was recommended by staff when reviewing the amendment, and then the extension staff recommended denial based on the reading of the code.
So did they build out their project assuming that it was zoned something that it was not zoned?
No, the project has been zoned downtown mixed use since 2018, the site.
Okay. But we are, you would say, a little bit at fault with the holdup with, well, I'm not saying you would say that, but there did seem to be a little bit of a holdup because of the alley.
Yes,
Yeah,
the
okay.
alley opening was a delay for the project.
Okay, so we're thinking 2018, so 19, 20, 21, and we're here 2 more years later. Okay.
Yeah, the alley just recently opened back in October of 2022.
Okay.
Yes, there was, if I may, there was a condition of approval on the project that the alley needed to be opened for the project.
Okay. Yeah, I normally wouldn't support waiving fees, but I would say in this case, I think that there were some things that were out of our control, and I probably would support waiving the fees. Thank you.
Councilmember Perez, any comments or?
No, thank you. I'm good.
Vice Mayor, do you have any comments on?
No, it sounds like there was a very long process and things changed, and it sounded like from the different representation of what occurred, I would recommend, and I would actually make a motion to approve the fee waiver.
If there's a second, I'll ask a question on it.
Okay.
If this motion passes, I'd like clarification on which fees. So if you look at the email that is attached to, I believe it's attachment attachment 3. And attachment 3, it's an email from Ann Hall to the city manager with the request for the fees to be waived.
Well, if I can, Madam Mayor, Well, couldn't we? Okay, so they've already paid how much
So their 2018 fees,
that are paid, right?
they've already been paid and expended, correct? So those were $4,342 for a right. And then I did the comparison on what that is in today's fees. And today's fees just for the minor subdivision, site and architectural review and conditional use permit is $19,904. However, Ms. Hall is asking for more than just the application fees.
Oh, yeah. Is that the total? Is that the 29,000 total here?
That the 29,000, that's what they had paid. So
Okay.
that's what they had ultimately paid.
So I'm in favor of. Let me rephrase this. I'm in favor of keeping the money that they gave, and then maybe the 19,000 in today's fees, but then waiving the difference between the two. Does that make sense? Because I do think that there was challenges outside of their control that they shouldn't have to pay for. So if we're looking at the difference between 4,500 and 19 today, then I'm okay with waiving the difference of that. Is that something we can do?
That's completely up to the council. On
Okay.
I'm confused now. What is
Yeah,
it
so-
that they're asking to be waived? What's the total amount that they're asking?
So if you look at the total amount, if on second to last page of your staff report, so the total amount of the project fees that were paid to the city is $31,736. If you take out, there's some traffic analysis, there's some extensions. The total amount of the application fees just themselves was $4,342. But there was also building plan check fees that were paid. That was done at risk. So they submitted to building and then engineering and inspection fees and map check fees. That's an additional about $8,000.
So I'm still confused. What is it that Ms. Hall has asked to be waived?
It
The total
appears-
she has asked for her client.
I do not have a total from Ms. Hall on exactly the amount that she's wishing to be waived. It's a summary in the email that she sent to the former city manager that outlined the fees that were paid and what she was requesting to be waived.
So can we get clarification on that before we vote? I thought we had an amount based on what was approved by the former city manager.
Yeah, give me a moment. I'm trying to find the email from Mr. Miller. Yeah, the email from our former city manager confirming to the applicant laid out the request and then had the approval from the former city manager.
I would say whatever they paid for back in 2018 for that 4,500 or whatever that was, that they don't have to pay those again. That's what I thought we were waiving.
So I would want to see what did our former city manager commit the city to waiving? I'd like to know that first, so that we can have an amount. We can't, we won't be able to do a motion without that amount.
Or does it delineate which
It does-
specific fees? Do we have that?
It does not. It's a one sentence response.
What about the planning commission? Because they also,
Yeah.
even though they didn't have authority, they were saying to waive the fees. I mean, we have to have an idea of what we're waiving.
Madam Mayor,
Yeah,
Miss Hooper. So my understanding was that the application fee was 4,000 and some change, but nowadays the application fee has been inflated slightly to 19,000. Is that
That's
true?
correct.
That is
19,000,
correct.
mhm.
Okay, so I would be in favor of forgiving the difference between those, but I would not be in favor of forgiving the other fees.
Sorry, I can't support that. Yes, please.
So the original crux of bringing this to you was that the city manager had given authorization for a waiver of a series of fees under the understanding that he could. It's been clarified that he couldn't. That was recommended by the planning commission. After the planning commission, the city manager gave that authority via email. Later determined that the city manager did not have that authority, hence why we're here today. The email in question that listed the fees and I will read it as written.
And that is attachment 3 in your.
Correct. In addition to the fees that were broken down, however, Allen has also paid a tentative map fee, a variance fee, full building plan check fees, engineering plan check fees, and map check fees on the previously approved project. We're requesting that you, as city manager, agree to waive all city fees associated with a new project that complies with the zoning on 221 Hawkins Street. Parentheses, we understand that you cannot waive impact fees, school fees, or other council-directed fees typically collected when pulling a building permit. This waiver would be keeping with conversations you previously had with Alan Brookshire and I, and it would be in keeping with the direction of the Planning Commission last night. Please let me know if you have questions. It was met with a response within 4 business hours. I agree, by our former city manager, I agree with waiving the fees except for the impact fees as stated below.
Okay,
And that
so
would have been
clarifies.
below, so.
Okay. Okay, so it's a little clearer. Well, it lists the fees that they're talking about. It may not give you the specifics.
Madam Mayor, I believe he's saying that he agrees with waiving the fees except for these impact fees.
That is correct.
That's it.
Except for these impact fees. So what are the fees that we're looking at forgiving? I'm very confused about that.
So if we go to, if you're on your computer, that would be page 237 on item H3, packet page 237. So the fees paid from May of 2018 to 11/8 of 2022 was $31,736.
Yes, Mr.
So, yeah, these are fees that checks have been written, checks have been cashed.
So,
In addition to the professional service direct.
Yes.
Yes.
In addition, so there's also the professional service direct expense, so map reviews, legal service reviews, and traffic analysis. That is an additional $11,376.
Correct.
That's all depicted on page 237 of your packet.
so is the inference that because this project is now taken 5 years or so, that he shouldn't have to pay any development fees? So he's like just gonna get a free pass on all city expenses if this council authorizes that?
I wouldn't put words in his mouth. This is a request coming from the developer.
Right, but
Mayor?
if you
So-
build it today versus back then, obviously the fees have increased.
Correct.
And I could certainly understand, because of the challenges that he has faced, that there should be some leniency or reduction, assuming that he would have built his project in 2018 had he not encountered the alleyway issue. But I still don't see why he gets a 100% pass on fees, just my 2 cents.
I have.
Okay, go ahead.
So, super complicated, still don't have an answer, but here's what I'm gonna throw out to amend my motion. Because we still have a motion. So the original application fees in 2018 total $4,342. If you were to do a new project now for fiscal year 22-23, for a new project with the same description, it would be $19,904.72. And that's not including the preparation of the environmental documents. So my amended motion is, if that is the request for the application fees, and for that to be waived for a new project, then it would be a waiver of the $19,904.72.
I second.
Okay, can I speak now? I just wanted to let you all speak, but before we do a vote, or can we, I know. So I didn't speak before, but I just want to say that you know, there were a number of starts and stops and delays, and they were on the part of the city, not on the part of the developer. The alley was going to be open, then it wasn't. The alley was going to be sold, and then it wasn't. And the previous planning director said, "You're good. This is okay, your zoning." So we have some culpability here. And while I see people wanting to split hairs over the dollars and cents, I really feel like they did everything they should have done. If there hadn't been these delays, they would have already been built like the other projects that did go through with that kind of zoning. So as far as I'm concerned, I think waiving the fees is what we should do. I don't see splitting hairs or saying, let's do this or subtract that. It just, you know, they did their development in good faith. And this is infill development, small homes. It's the kind of stuff we want anyway. I just want to encourage it. And I think they've done their due diligence, but the city did not. I mean, you know, when you have one planning director saying, well, the other one was wrong, and you know, basically everything they did, all of the fees they paid, all of the attempts, you know, to do CEQA, all the other things suddenly are no good. So then they have to start over from scratch. They shouldn't be penalized that way. So that's just my 2 cents. So we have a motion on the floor. Do we want to
Second.
take a vote?
Can we just repeat what the motion was? Sorry.
Sure, the motion is to waive the fees. So if they paid original fees in 2018, that was for the same 3 items, which is the minor subdivision, site and architectural review, residential 3 units, conditional use permit, which are the 3 fees. If they were to do a new project today, or 2022-23 fees for the same project, same description, based on what the costs are now, that would be $19,904.72. So basically saying, we're just gonna waive the application fees for what it would be for the same thing that you wanted to do in 2018. That is my motion.
Okay. But my understanding is they paid the $4,342.
Correct. Yes, correct.
Okay. So your motion is to waive 19,000.
My motion is to basically.
The difference between those two.
No, it's 19,000, and the city manager has his hand up. It's basically to say, whatever you would have paid then for the same project to what you're gonna be paying now, the same project, to waive those fees. So it would be equal, but because of inflation and the time period and everything else, that would be the cost for the new project. But I see the city manager has his hand up.
Yeah, just seeking clarity. So in the email, it also mentions a tentative map fee. It mentions a variance fee, a building plan check fee, engineering plan check, and map check fees. Those are not part of the motion?
They should be.
So they should be. It's
yeah.
whatever was paid before to waive those fees now. We just don't have clarity on what the dollar amount is.
I believe it's $31,000 was the dollar amount, right?
Is that correct?
Yeah, you did have some extension fees that are in there. So to say that they would have all the same extension fees through there is presumptuous. I can't say that would happen. But if everything went through smooth, it would be those fees. And Christy, correct me if I'm missing any other fees.
Right. So your basic applications are those minor subdivisions, so your tentative map, right? Which actually it's a minor subdivision, so it's a parcel map, but that is here nor there right now. Site and architectural, which they would need to go through no matter what. And then there was the conditional use permit. So those are the 3 basic fees. And then the building plan check fees are usually what would be paid when a project is submitted to the building department to get building permits.
So I'm just, because it's really late and
Yeah.
I think we're all kind of getting a little tired. Is it safe to say to waive whatever application fees were paid in 2018 or whatever the former city manager committed to waive those fees? Because I think that would be cleaner. We have no idea what the dollar amount, I want to know what the dollar amount is at some point.
Well, that's what I'm explaining is some of the fees that they requested to be waived end up being variable depending upon the valuation of the project that they submit.
They're project specific based on what they're submitting.
So the building plan check fees, some map check fees are going to change. Engineering and inspection fees, those types of things change. They're not a flat rate.
But did they pay all those in the first go-round?
They did. The
So
building
then-
plan check fees are paid at risk because they didn't have an approved project. So those are, it's a submittal to the building department, so plan check can occur while they're going through their entitlement process. And that is submitted at risk.
Submitted at risk. I'm not sure I understand
Yeah,
that. So
At risk means that there's a
something could go
potential that maybe their entitlements were denied or would
but
change.
if there's something
and
that
they would have
went
to change their
wrong is
project.
something that they were told by the city and then they were told that's no longer true, that seems a little harsh to say.
So-
That's
so
just
my
a-
Yeah, and that
motion-
was
my
the
mo-
crux of it being here.
Yeah,
Was
so-
That's the whole.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing, right?
My motion is for whatever fees were paid at the time that we would waive those fees today, especially because we have a letter in writing or an email in writing from our former city manager basically approving. So I'm sure that there's other implications with that. Not really sure, Mary, but that's my motion.
Okay. Yeah, those fees are variable, but the lot is not a very big lot. It's not like they're going to put 248 condos on it or anything like that. So the fees won't be the same, but it'll probably be in the same ballpark.
I second that.
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Okay, one more and then.
I was just going to say, I can't support it only because there's no dollar amount attached. I don't know what that's going to be, and I don't feel comfortable with that. But
Okay, that's fine.
thank you.
Let's go ahead then and take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No.
Okay, motion carries 3-2. All right, moving on. Whew. All right, so item 4 is the placement of items on agenda by council. Do we have a staff report?
So I'll go ahead and take this one, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
So back in January 17th, we had received direction to come back with a policy for how council members add items to future agendas. And so what we have for you today are 3 options for discussion and feedback. We will discuss each, and ultimately, if we receive direction, we'd come back at a upcoming meeting to present that to you for official vote. So option 1, well, let me just start with current. Current practice is at the end of our meeting, we have an area where the council members may bring up an item if they get consensus, which is right now a majority of those that are participating in the meeting. So if there's only 3 participating, you would have a consensus majority of 2. Other than that, it would be 3. And those items get discussed very briefly, and if we get the consensus, staff puts them on our list that's included at the end of your packet, and then from there we bring it back at a future meeting. So the first option would be similar, a consensus support from majority of members of the council present. When an item is suggested, it's required to be agendized for a future meeting. As part of raising the item for consideration, council members would also provide information regarding the proposed action and an explanation on how it's within the city's purview and a recommendation for future council action. Option 2 is similar, but it is requiring support from at least 2 members of the council, including the proposer. So basically a proposer plus 1. That is a change from the current, which requires a consensus of support of the majority. And again, we would want to get information regarding how the item is within the purview and a recommendation for future council action. Option 3 would be the members of the council would draft a brief memo which outlines the topic for discussion, an explanation on how it's within the purview, and a proposed action for council consideration. A memo can be supported by up to 1 member of the council. Memos would be included in the council packet for discussion, with 1 memo allowed per member of council per meeting. The council will discuss and consider any memos for future action, and support from a majority of the council members present or support from at least two council members is required to support adding an item to a future council meeting agenda. And so for all of the options above, the staff recommends that the items will be brought back no less than 30 days after receiving direction. That gives us time to properly analyze for the issue and potential impacts to the city resources, and to get it on the budget. As you know, with the meetings 2 weeks apart, we need time to prepare it to have it on the next agenda. So with that, we're happy to entertain any questions or receive feedback.
Do we have any questions? No questions? Do we have any public comment?
Mayor Casey, we have no public comments for this item.
Okay, how about some deliberation? Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I would support as I understand it, the current system where the consensus is determined to be 2 council members to bring it back for future conversation and discussion. Is that correct?
For option 2, that is correct.
So I would support that if for no other reason than if everything requires a majority, then I think in many instances, council members with dissenting opinions would be silenced, and I don't think that's a fair representation for them to at least have a council consider things. And I'd like to keep the politics out of it. And so for my 2 cents, I'd vote that direction. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I don't want to write a memo. I like the current policy that we've practiced of, I think that's option 2, right?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
I like option number 3. I think that it is within, we should do our due diligence to be able to present the problem statement, do the research, be able to write how it's within the jurisdiction of the city, and to have the support of one. Plus, it also limits, which then minimizes us having to have a very long list with items that may or may not move forward. And then it would allow us to properly budget each item, and then to actually have a time certain, which is 30 days after receiving council direction. So it will address a lot of the issues that we've talked about, which is homework within the jurisdiction, limit items for council members, and then have time certain to be able to actually move forward with our projects.
Okay. Councilmember Perez, any comments? Okay, so I'm in favor of option 3 as well, simply because when you bring up an item during a meeting and you have all of 5 seconds to consider it, that's not how I operate. I like to think about it and also look at, how does this fit with our goals and priorities, and what are the impacts to our staff and the financial cost to the city? I just think it's worth taking a few moments to write something down, submit it, and have it part of our agenda packet where we can look at it and think about it. The one suggestion I would have is, rather than typing up a memo, if we could have some kind of a form that we could just fill out and check some boxes and make it simple enough. But I do think it's a much better way to proceed. It just allows us to plan better. Anyways, those are my thoughts. So do we have a motion then?
I make a motion to move forward with option 3.
Is there a second? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No.
Motion carries 3-2. All right, moving on to.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
if I can be so bold as to make a suggestion, we do have the GPAC item is after the administrative hearing item.
Okay.
And we do have a consultant that has been
Waiting
on the
patiently.
line, Mr. David Early, and it's going to be early by the time he's on,
Oh,
so
gosh.
maybe we could
Sure.
entertain that.
Why don't we move on to item 6 then, and we'll come back to 5. So, staff report.
All right, I'll be brief. So this, we've brought the discussion about the General Plan Advisory Committee back to you at request of the council. And David Early from PlaceWorks is on the line. to answer some of those more specific questions, Councilmember Resendez, of course, that you had, and other council members. Did want to give you an update. We did a poll. So of the original 7 members of the GPAC, as you know, 1 planning commission, 1 council members no longer hold their respective seats, and so that it would not be able to serve. I did call the 3 public members. 1 of those members of the public would not be able to serve. The other 2 are willing to serve. So that means you would then have a total of 4, right? So that's 4. You'd have 4 of the original 7 that are able to serve at this point.
Okay, just want to open it up for questions then? Any questions? Councilmember Resendez?
Is that still not a quorum?
4 out of 7 is a
4
quorum.
out of 7 is a
And is it not the recommendation of the contractor that nobody else be appointed and we just finish out with the original members? Was that one of the recommendations?
I don't know that it was a recommendation, but David, did you want to comment on that?
Sure, I can comment. I think you probably have 3 options in front of you. One would be to try and appoint 3 additional members to the GPAC so that you have a total complement of 7. You could continue with the GPAC with its 4 members. That, as I understand it, is legally possible. I'm not sure if your city attorney is still present, but I think you would want to know what would happen if any one of those 4 members is absent. If you then fail to have a quorum, because obviously people do occasionally miss meetings. And personally, and then your last option would be to disband the GPAC or not move forward with it and allow it to just allow the process to continue. The general plan, as you all know, has been published as a draft. It would be possible simply to present it in the other forums we already have available to us, which are public meetings that are being scheduled, followed by planning commission, followed by study sessions at the city council. It's my personal opinion that I don't think at this point achieve a great deal of benefit from having the GPAC do a review. It is likely to add some additional time to the process. We've estimated that to be something about 2 months to the overall adoption process. And because the GPAC's primary job is to look over the document and ensure that it matches the previous council's direction, obviously you have a new planning commission and a new city council in place, and it may not even matter that much, honestly, whether the document currently reflects the previous direction. What's more important is, in my opinion, that it come to the planning commission and to the city council, who are the actual deciders, and make sure that you all, as the deciders, are comfortable. So for that reason, I certainly don't want to see you take the time to appoint an additional GPAC members because of the time that would take. But I think there are some minor reasons that you could decide to proceed without the GPAC, but I also understand very much if you want to keep the process intact and reconvene the GPAC with those 4 members, assuming that you'll have a quorum at all times, and then have them have their 3 scheduled meetings to review the document before moving it forward to the Planning Commission and City Council. So I hope that answers the question. And the short answer is I think it's really up to you as a policy decision whether you reconvene it with the 4 members or whether you move forward without it.
Okay. Any other questions? Do we have public comment?
Mayor Casey, we do have one comment from Elias Salinas.
Yes, we do.
Thank you. So it is up to the council, and as some of you are aware, the past council and the past planning commission and those that were placed on the ad hoc committee or the GPAC committee were all handpicked and one-sided. And I have yet to read the general plan, but I can say that you all need to take your time. If you're going to continue, you need to come up with a new committee to review it and go from there, because it is of different opinions. And more importantly, one of the things that did not occur is that not at any one time was the LAFCO sent a copy of this or participated in it. It's my understanding, and maybe PlaceWorks can confirm this or not, of at which time does LAFCO get involved in what's going on with the general plan, because that is one of the things that LAFCO does have some say-so and supervision over, is the GPAC for both the city and the cities and the counties. So if he can correct me if I'm mistaken, please do so. But there's more steps that need to happen, and one of them is actually going through the LAFCO. Thank you.
Do we have any other comment?
Mayor Casey, we have no other public comments.
Okay, so let's open it up for deliberation. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you so much. Sorry to interrupt you. That is 100% absolutely false. There's no way you can handpick a GPAC committee. I want to go on the record and say that. The original GPAC did have more, and originally it did have more of the mayors being able to appoint it. And the speaker that was up here and the new mayor had lobbied to get more public participation. Then we opened it up to the public because of the speaker and because of the mayor. And then we had even more people apply. That's not a correct statement. To say that the GPAC was handpicked, that is absolutely false and not correct. I don't even think that's legal. So I just want to go on the record of saying that. Mr. Early, it's good to see you. I did speak to at least one of the GPAC members, and he said, I thought we were already disbanded. What happened? The time that we last met up until us meeting now, and I'm happy to hear that you're prioritizing getting the GPAC done now, and it seems like the best way to do that, based on your opinion, is to disband the committee. But I'm happy to see that you're finally prioritizing getting the GPAC in now. I am a bit concerned that it did take this long. So anyhow, I would not support disbanding the GPAC, because I do think it's very valid and important to have public participation in any capacity. And it would turn out that the GPAC would have, I think, about 3 public members now, and then maybe 1 elected official. So again, that's my position. Appreciate your report. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So I don't support disbanding the current GPAC. I believe checks and balances exist. Ultimately, it'll get reviewed by the Planning Commission, which is a newer commission, and it'll get reviewed by the City Council. And so I think there's value in hearing and seeing that things were put forward as it was recommended by the committee. I don't know that even though it's been recommended that I will sign off on it, but I think there are checks and balances in place. One thing I was concerned about was the public speaker spoke about how it's not gone to LAFCO, and for me, that's a concern. And so I do think that that's also part of the process. So it's my 2 cents. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Morales.
Through the chair, if I could, at some point, I'd like to speak to the issues about LAFCO. It's
Why
not
don't you
necessarily.
go ahead, Mr. Early, go ahead.
Yeah, this is not really necessarily germane to your discussion about the GPAC, but I do want to set the record straight on 2 points from the speaker. Number one, we had very extensive discussions with LAFCO staff, particularly with Bill Nicholson, who is the now retired executive director of the LAFCO. Bill advised us on a large number of matters regarding the general plan. We brought that advice from him back to the GPAC, to the Planning Commission, and to the City Council multiple times. And that's well documented in all the background materials about the project. So that's really not the case. And then secondly, it's also not the case that the LAFCO has the ability to approve or disapprove the city's general plan. It is the case, the speaker is correct to imply that at some point LAFCO would have to act on specific items that are proposed in the general plan. That is, that if the city does want to amend its sphere of influence or ultimately to annex land into the city, those are both actions that the LAFCO has to consider. But in fact, it would be putting the cart before the horse to ask the LAFCO for permission about that before it becomes city policy. So the proper order is that you would adopt the general plan in one form or another. The general plan would have proposals, which this one does have, about changes to both the sphere of influence and or ultimate annexations. And then after the general plan has been adopted and becomes the city's stated position, then the city begins the process of asking LAFCO one time to amend the sphere, and then at numerous times as appropriate to annex land into the city. So I wanted to just correct the record on both of those 2 points. Number one, we did have extensive discussions with LAFCO staff. Those have all been reported to decision makers and the public. And number two, it would be premature to try and have the LAFCO do something akin to approving this general plan. The general plan is the creature of the city. It's not something that the LAFCO gets to decide about.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, David. So I'd like to take David's recommendation, not extend the time period by 2 months. We need to move forward with the process. So I make a motion to disband the GPAC and move forward with our process.
Councilmember Perez, do you have any comments?
I didn't hear that last part.
She's made a motion.
To disband the GPAC, move forward with the process.
Okay.
So we have a motion. So is there a second? Okay. So you didn't have any other comments?
No.
Before we vote, so I'd like to just make some comments. Might be a concern about the GPAC at this point is the quorum. You have one council member, one planning commissioner, and one public member who is ready to serve. If I read correctly, the other public member said, yes, I want to serve, but I can't commit to all the meetings, which means you're going to have no quorum at some meetings. That's a problem for me. Also, I do know the planning commissioner involved, and I know he's in transition and will be moving. I don't know that he'll be there for all of your meetings. I don't want to keep the committee together and then end up with no quorum, and it delays things even further. So for me, that's kind of a big red flag. And I think the GPAC's done his job. They've gotten the input, and if my understanding is correct, part of what they would be doing anyway is to look to see if the planning commission's changes were, and the council's changes were made correctly and input into the document. And really, that's kind of redundant because it is going to go before the planning commission and it is going to go before the council. So for me, I would agree with the idea of disbanding. So does anyone have further comment, or should we take a vote at this point? No further comment? All right. All in favor of Vice Mayor's motion to disband?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
No.
Motion carries 3-2. All right, thank you, David. Let's move on to.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye. Let's move to our other item. We're going back to 5. The Attorney Administrative Hearing Officer. Can we have a staff report?
Yes, Mayor and Council. So we talked about this earlier in the night with the agreement extension that was pulled from the consent calendar. So as background, the only current Muni Code requirements are that the hearing officer not be the citing enforcement officer, and that the employment, performance evaluation, compensation, benefits of the hearing officer not be directly or indirectly conditioned upon the amount of administrative citation penalties upheld by the hearing officer. There was a question previously regarding, is it a requirement to have an attorney be the hearing officer? That requirement exists only for counties, not for cities. However, the city council may choose, for the reasons we've been talking about earlier in the evening, to only use attorneys with no previous association with the city. We also discussed the potential costs noting that Mr. Miller's agreement was $100 per hour, and then he averaged 10 administrative hearings about a year. We estimate that an attorney hearing officer would cost in the range of $300. It could be more or less depending on experience, the firm's location. You could also use the OAH, the Office of Administrative Hearings, as well. So I just need some direction. If council wants to require that it be an attorney, we're going to need to amend certain portions of your ordinance. And then that timing we talked about earlier in the evening as well will take about 2 months.
Okay, thank you. Do we have questions? Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So that's one part of it, and maybe there's more to follow depending. But one of my questions, and again, this is something I have been asking for almost since I got on council, was under the current administrative hearing process, in order to be heard minus a hardship waiver, the accused, alleged, defendant, whatever word you want to use, has to deposit the full fine in advance. And to me, that seems like it could have a very chilling effect on due process. And so I do want to see that part of the conversation come forward at some point, because I think the whole process probably needs to be revisited. And so I just want to put that out there because, again, I've been talking about this for 2.5 years, and we're no further ahead up until today than we were for the previous 2.5 years. And so I don't really have any questions. I will share my opinion when it's appropriate, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Sundes, Vice Mayor. Do we have any public comment?
Mayor Casey, we have a public comment from Elias Salinas.
I had to go through an administrative hearing. I had to pay $1,000 to be heard. And you have to do it within a certain period of time. I won my appeal and I got my money back. But I'm fortunate that I can do that. It was not stated that you could do a fee waiver for a hardship. They don't let you know that. I hope that they do now, but they didn't then. So $1,000 is a lot of money for people, a lot of money. So if you don't have the money and you don't know that you have the option for a hardship, you're just going to accept it and not go through the appeal process, even though it was wrong to receive that citation. But people don't know that they can. I'm sorry, you're falling asleep with me talking. That's okay. So it's something that needs to be talked about, and I know that Councilman Burns has been talking about this. So bring it back. Either if you're not going to reduce it from $1,000, you have to let it know that it's hardship, and not necessarily what is hardship. For one person to another person, that's completely different. People are living paycheck to paycheck, or people just don't have money in their savings and they don't have $1,000, but they don't feel that they're hardship because they make so much money that you don't fall into on those guidelines. So that's what is the process for hardship. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Casey, that's all of the public comments we have for this item.
Okay. Further deliberation. Chief, do you have some input?
Yes, if I could. There is a hardship waiver, and it should be on the website and instructions given to that. I know a lot of agencies, even with traffic citations, they make you pay. Some do. They make you pay ahead of time before you go to court. I agree with Mr. Burns. There could be some change there. I think that there is sometimes these fines are $35 though. So are we gonna, anything over a certain amount? I mean, that's something that we can discuss, and it's the way we've done it. But then again, that's not an excuse to keep doing it. If the city council wants to change that, we can address that. But what's before you today is having an attorney do the hearings, And I just wanted to reiterate that we've had retired Chief Miller doing these hearings for approximately 3 years, and no complaints about the process. The good thing, one of the good things about doing it on Zoom is that it's recorded and it's kept as a document that can be reviewed if there's any allegations of a bias or anything that was done inappropriately. He does complete reports that actually explain why he came to the decision that he came to. More frequently that we would like, he has found in favor of the resident and not the officer. And when he does that, he explains exactly why, which is one of the reasons why we came back to change our fireworks ordinance with his guidance and said, I'm not gonna uphold this because you didn't actually see the person. And then we came back and we modified it. So just as Councilmember Burns has mentioned, he's a very honest person. We have offered, because it's Zoom, there was a case where there's a gentleman that requested a hearing from the county and was actually out of town, and he was able to connect to do it. So it works very, very well for staff, and it works well for Chief Miller, and it works well for the residents. And of all the times that he's been doing it, there's only one time that it was appealed to the court, and then the individual never showed up. So there is that secondary portion of it. If anyone does not agree with the hearing decision, they can appeal it directly to the Superior Court here in San Benito Court. So,
Just so I'm clear, because I'm a little tired myself, but we're just talking about the attorney right now. The other issue is a separate issue that we'll talk about later. Okay, just making sure. Any other comments? Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I do agree with you. I didn't have the pleasure of working with Mr. Miller. I've heard nothing but good things about him. I got to see him speak on Zoom at your swearing-in ceremony. That was truly special. Again, I don't know him personally. I've got nothing against him personally, and I really do appreciate his time and work that he dedicated to our city. But I would like to see an attorney. That would just be my opinion. I just think we're protecting ourselves. We're protecting the community if we have somebody with a legal background and that has that actual JD.
Vice Mayor, do you have any comments, or?
Nope.
You know, I said this before, and I'm going to take a page out of Councilmember Burns' book, and I have no appetite for hiring another lawyer. So I just think this is not a broken thing. I don't think we need to fix it. I understand people have a comfort level with the idea of an attorney, but it sounds like we've got somebody in place who's been doing a bang-up job. There haven't been complaints, only one appeal, and the cost is a factor for me. Why would we want to double or triple the costs that we're paying? We've got enough budgetary issues to consider. So is there a motion, or what's the will of the council?
I just need direction. If you want to continue without using an attorney and not modify the ordinance with respect to who serves as your hearing officer, I just need to know that direction.
I would recommend not to change it, just to leave it as is and not include an attorney.
Okay, I see 1, 2, 3.
Leave it.
Doesn't matter.
Okay. So I have consensus just to leave it as is with respect to the hearing officer. Thank you.
Okay. Item 7, discussion and direction regarding increasing councilmember mayor compensation. We have a staff report.
Yes, so give me just a minute here while I switch my screen. So it has been 23 years since it was last council and mayor monthly stipends were addressed or increased. So some history, Government Code Section 36516 states that the city council can enact an ordinance providing that each member of the city council shall receive a salary based on population. So at the time, based on your population, the city council members could receive $400 per month. That's still what the city council members receive, although it's broken up to where sometimes it's a little bit less, but at the end of the year, well, because you get 26 pay periods instead of 24, so it makes a difference. At the end of the year, it averages out to $400 per month for council members, $600 per month for the mayor. So what you're allowed to do under the government code is increase it 5% each year. And so we did some rough math, and the most it could be increased is approximately to $1,200 for council members and approximately $1,800 for the mayor per month. So the other caveat here is we could do the ordinance revisions and council could adopt it, but the change in compensation does not apply to a council member during the council member's term of office. It will apply following the next election in 2024 when the new council is seated. So what you're basically doing is you would be making a decision regarding pay for the next council that's going to be seated, per the government code.
Exactly.
I just need direction on what you want to do and when you want to do it.
Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. I think it was said quite enough early on this evening that this is a thankless job. And I don't think you could pay people enough money to really, I just think that there's no amount of money you can pay somebody to be up here and to do this job. It's not about the money for me. I am grateful for the stipend. I'm grateful for the benefits that I receive, but it really isn't about the money. So I'm not going to support a compensation increase. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I am not going to support it either. I think when you run for public office, you aspire for public service, and ultimately, I'm not going to support it. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
I'm supporting it.
And Councilmember Perez.
Definitely, because you know what? This is not about me. This is about the future of our town and the future of the people that are going to be running our town. It's not about me. It's about them. Yes, I'm for this.
I had a question. I know you said that you could do 5% every year, and this is what it ends up. If we just did it based on what the population is today, what would the difference be? Like what?
I'd have to check
And
that.
can you do that?
Based on, you can increase it to any amount you want, not to exceed the 5% calculation over the 23 years. So you could increase it to 600 for council members and 800 for the mayor, or whatever figure you guys wanted. You just couldn't exceed what the 5% compounded over that time period is equivalent to.
Yes.
And if I could add, if you're looking at it from a budgetary standpoint, you do have the additional costs that come with that as well on the tax side and PERS, all those pieces too. There's also the amount of benefits that are available. So there's a total compensation package that.
Well, isn't it true also that you don't have to take the raise? Isn't that correct?
You can decline it as a
There you
council
go.
member.
You guys don't have to take it.
So now I'm hearing conflicting things, because when I ran for council, I tried not to take the pay, and ultimately I was told I had to. And because of that, it put me in a position where I could be generous, and I donate all my money to the scholarship fund that I receive as a council member.
Yeah, unless there's special rules here in Hollister.
Apparently there are plenty of special rules.
So I mean, I can double check it and let you know.
Right. Well,
but typically, no, you can.
Yeah. So the other piece of this, I've also been told, is that council members can use some of the money for benefits, which has a definite cost to it. And I've also been told that council members serving 5 years are potentially eligible for PERS retirement, and all those things jack it way up, in my opinion.
If I may, I'd like to invite our admin finance director up. There's a lot of rules depending on if you were in a PERS agency before, if not. So I've asked him to put some calculations together. One, assuming you may have someone that isn't in PERS at all versus how that works. So if I could pass it over to Casey Astorga.
Yes, thank you very much. And first of all, yes, we reached out to PERS directly and confirmed that, yes, council members are just like any other PERS member, that should they serve 5 years membership in PERS, they would be vested and be eligible to draw a pension. Also, in considering the budgetary impacts, it's much like what we would do for an employee based on what type of medical benefit package they elect, including an option for that a life event to happen and that package to change. Also with the CalPERS premiums changing every calendar year as well. So currently the Rolls-Royce package of the healthcare benefit is a $3,400 a month premium. That's available to all council members as it is to all employees. So in terms of our budget perspective of what the cost might be should there be a vacancy or the next council member or mayor take place, our budget practice is to estimate at the highest cost that the city could incur. So that would be, for the example, that $3,400 per month. And that's how we would budget the costs in terms of based on any individual, their election, et cetera. So we did do some rough estimates. You can kind of consider the all-in for the benefits as is with current day numbers being $43,000 per year for a council member. That would be their medical benefits, which would include healthcare, dental, vision, life insurance, short-term and long-term, all those different variables, which is separate from the monthly stipend that's being discussed right now.
So then, I make $400 a month, and I feel generous, or I feel fortunate. So, dirty math, 4 times 12, 4,800. So what you're telling me is really, if I opted in for all of the medical and all the, my real true compensation would then be closer to $50,000. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
That is correct. And similar to what we do for our employees, council members have an alternative to either opt in or opt out. And so that is the election based on the member.
Right. So the truth is, this council makes on an average, if they opt in, about 50 grand a year, not the $4,000.
How do you pay rent on that?
I think total compensation per council member could be roughly $50,000 a year.
Thank you for the clarification, because again, I keep getting mixed messages since the day I walked through the door. And so the truth is the truth, and the numbers don't lie. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I've had this conversation with the city manager, but I just think it's a good idea when somebody gets elected to have a sit-down conversation with the HR. And then if we get reelected, to also have, again, another sit-down conversation, just to touch bases and check in with, so we have all the facts straight. But yeah, we're not meant to pay rent with this. It's a stipend. I think it's a very generous stipend. And it's, yeah, I just can't support asking for more. Thank you so much.
I'm a little torn just because on the one hand, I hear what Councilmember Resendez is saying and Councilmember Burns. On the other hand, 23 years with no change kind of sticks. I heard some mention of CalPERS, and I'm just curious because these are not considered full-time positions. So even if you vest, what are you really vesting? If you're, how do they calculate that even if you're not considered a full-time employee, or is, what's the percentage? I don't know. I feel like there should be some change. I don't know that it necessarily has to be all of the calculations all the way up through, whatever the greatest amount is, but do you have any thoughts?
Well, I have to say, for all the committees that at least I have during the day, I have to take a lot of time off. I am very fortunate that I have a really good paying job, and I have a lot of flexibility as a manager. So I don't lose compensation when I take time off, or, have to travel, 2.5 or 3 hours just to get here for a meeting. That's an hour, and then be able to go back to work. So I'm very fortunate. However, in the future, in order for us to attract and retain really good council members that are really going to serve and that are competent to do so, we need to be able to provide a little bit more than $133 a pay period. There might be people that have childcare issues, so that stipend might not necessarily go to food or gas, but maybe childcare. And so we need to be really thinking about the future, about what this looks like. And you can renegotiate the 5-year vested terms with PERS, you can make it 15. Other contracts for most other jurisdictions are starting out of 15. So you can make a lot of changes to the council members. You can also minimize the medical and just remove it altogether. So there's a lot of things that you can do to change it. I think what we're looking for is how do council members that are not retired or filthy rich serve their community? And we have to have wider representation of who's up here making decisions, because not everybody's rich or retired.
Yeah, it just reminded me of the other thing I wanted to say. I definitely wearing out. For folks who are self-employed, every time they spend time going to a meeting or other things, they are taking money out of their own pocket. So for me, that's the other piece, and also the attraction of a wider range of people.
Madam Mayor, if I may, thank you. I don't have a very good paying job, I'll tell you that. I'm a teacher. I don't make a lot of money, but I enjoy what I do. And I do take a little bit of offense to the comment about attracting qualified people, because I have a master's in public administration and I was just accepted into 2 doctoral programs. So I come here and I feel like I'm qualified to be here, but it's because I love what I do. So if we're gonna tie that to or the amount of money, then that becomes problematic to me. And I just wanted to leave with that point. Thank you.
Yeah, I find it a little bit hard to believe that some of the things that have been saying from that side of the table over there, because I thought that we were all in agreement that, or actually I thought Tim and I were in agreement about the pay raise, because it opens up the field for other people to come and try to make some changes for our city that are positive. I do own my own business, and you know what? I don't get sick leave. I don't get personal time off. I don't get to work. I don't get paid. Simple. It's that simple. And you know what? If I had a bigger business, it'd be different. But you know what? I don't need to get rich, and I don't care about getting rich. What I care about right now up here is taking care of the city and being able to. Someone was talking about earlier about having. It's our duty to make sure that we fulfill these process of bringing, all the older council people and that have been through this process, and how they give us wisdom and knowledge of past and future. And it's our duty to make sure that the ones behind us can come up, as long as they have money. No. I think it should be fair across the board for everybody. Yeah. And you know, it's funny, we talk about equity up here on this table, but are we anybody else walking it out?
Okay.
And that's it.
Thank you.
So yes.
Councilwoman.
So if we didn't get $50,000 in benefits, I think what we need to do is look at total compensation. So what I'm hearing is, with a raise of up to $1,200 from $400, that's one element of the conversation. But the true cost of the city potentially is not $12,000. It's more like $62,000, as I understand it. And so, from my perspective, first of all, I would say I think we need to look at what we as a council are going to do with the city employees in contract negotiations, and use that as a balancing point, rather than give ourselves a several $100 pay raise or several 100% pay raise. And yes, 23 years is outrageous. I don't disagree with that, but I also think there are a lot of people that are self-employed that aren't walking around with a $50,000 health insurance program either. And so for me, that's where the discrepancy is, or the disparity. And I think we need to have some balance. And I think the other thing we could look at is the average income for the Hollister resident, to understand that better. Because I do agree that we want to have quality folks coming here, but it's not about that, it's about public service. And so, yes, I have shifted to Councilmember Perez's comment, but it's driven by a $50,000 health plan. Thank you.
Thank you. What's the will of the council? Are we doing this by consensus? What is our?
No, I just need some direction from council, and because I'll have to bring back an ordinance revision, but I need dollar amounts. Like, do you want the max? Are there certain dollar amounts that you want? And then I can't remember, because it's late, if you've opened this up to the public or not yet either.
No, we haven't. Do we have any public comment?
Is anyone awake? Oh, no, she's awake.
Oh my gosh.
Mayor Casey, we have a
Hey,
public
I've been
comment.
here
Ellie
longer
Gonzalez.
than this. This is still early for as long as I've been here. So some of you take advantage of the medical insurance that's provided by the city. Some of you do not take advantage because you have it through other employment. So I don't know who's who on what, but you have the option to take that because you need it, because it's affordable for you to have it here, because the city provides it. If you're self-employed, then you have the option, and it's even better if the city, and you're still doing it part-time, you're still working and you're doing this. So there is a benefit, but it's not a benefit like, oh, I'm going to run for city council because I can get insurance. Nobody does that. And I can tell you right now, I mean, for years and years, I advocated that the Board of Supervisors was a full-time position, and it took a long time, and it was 2 years ago that they finally said that it's going to be a full-time position, and you have to leave whatever job you're doing. This is full-time. The population of Hollister is growing. That's why there's actually 7 seats here when they was planned ahead of time. That's what I was told years ago. In preparation, because the city's going to grow, that eventually you would go from 5 to 7 council members. So it is coming. You cannot stop progress. And I know that Councilman Resendez would like to stop that, but it's going to happen. You're going to grow. That's what happens. So thinking now about making a decision to increase the salary after so many years that it hasn't been done, it would be silly not to do it. And in my opinion, you should go for the max. And it's not because you're going to get rich on it, but there is a lot of time that you all spend on these committees. Mm-hmm. There's gas, there's food. From one meeting to another, you've got to, and your stipend of $400 doesn't cover that. And your salary is for your work you're already doing if you have another job, right? And this is for the work that you're doing during the time that you're doing, whether you're going to go, you've got 4 meetings today, you got a breakfast meeting, you pay for your own breakfast, you pay for your lunch, and then you got a dinner meeting, you got a coffee meeting. It all adds up. And thank you, Councilman Burns, that you are able to afford and you donate it to a scholarship. That's great. But not everybody else can do that. But that would also give the opportunity to say, okay, maybe they out of that $1,200 or whatever the amount was, maybe they can give something to what they believe in or whatever. But think about who's coming behind you. And it would be, I think Roland and I think Dolores were the ones that are going to they just got elected, so they're going to have to wait the longest. But there's others, whether you're going to come through. So just think about who's coming behind you so that it's not about getting rich. It's about being compensated for the work that you do.
Thank you.
Okay.
So it's getting really late, and I want to be able to move forward on a lot of these a lot quicker. So I'm going to recommend that we move forward and provide direction to Mary to move forward to change it and make it to the max, and then make it automatically every single year, and or
you can't do it. You can't have a clause in there that automatically increases it. The government code doesn't allow for that.
So whatever the government code allows, then if you can add language that recommends that.
Yes. Second that.
I'll support that.
I support that.
So do we have to take a vote, or are we doing consensus?
Yes.
So we have consensus then. All right. Number 8, reports from city council members regarding committees on which they serve. Councilmember Burns, would you like to start?
Love to. Nothing to report.
Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Water resource. Our dams are full. They're at capacity, almost at capacity. There's going to be a resolution brought back to the city council so that we can declare that we're out of the drought. And I just want to say I'm having a lot of fun sitting on that committee and learning more about the water. It's really, really, really important. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Nothing to report.
Council. Okay, I just have a couple things. LAFCO, so I attended a LAFCO meeting. I have an update about our executive director. You may recall that Chris Berry was hired at the end of last year, but she's encountered some significant health issues that have prevented her from doing the job. And while she initially had hoped to stay on, she's decided to focus on her health, and so she resigned. And we have approved an interim contract with Monterey County LAFCO to provide some support as we go through the process to recruit a new director. Darren McBain is a principal analyst with Monterey LAFCO, and he's going to serve as our interim executive director, and he will have advice and consultation from Kate McKenna, who is Monterey LAFCO's executive director. And she actually had helped out, I believe, for a few months volunteering last fall while they were trying to bring someone on board. So that's what I have to report on that. And then intergovernmental, our latest meeting, we discussed homelessness. We got some updates on grants and programs given. I was able to share some information about a company I had met at the National Conference of Mayors called Pallet. They've got a modular rapid shelter design that's very economical, and it's been used in Santa Rosa, San Jose, and at 8 different sites in Los Angeles. They build they're tiny home style, but they're homeless shelter. They could also be used for emergency housing, such as those displaced by the floods recently. The homes can be built, but can also be taken down very easily and stored for emergency purposes. You can build a home in a day, and San Jose built their 24-home shelter in 1 week. So they're going to be giving a presentation at our next intergovernmental committee meeting on May 3rd, if anyone's interested in viewing it by Zoom. And that's all I have on committees. Informational reports in City Council. You want to start, Mr. Burns?
Of course. Thank you, Mayor. Always. So I did some reading, and it's my understanding that the city of Morgan Hill, their police department is processing CCW, concealed weapons permits. And I think it's something I'd like for our police department to explore with the consent of the council to just see if there's an option. I understand that they charge right now $800 to process one, and I don't know how that would be competitive to the county, but it's something I'd like to at least have an informational report on to see if it makes sense to do. I would also ask the city to provide us, for those of you that have been on council, probably 10 months ago or longer, we had originally earmarked, I want to say it was $500,000 for sidewalk repairs. And what we decided to do, as opposed to $500,000 for sidewalk repairs citywide, was we committed, as I recall, to do $250,000 citywide, and then each council district and the mayor had $50,000 to focus specifically in their jurisdiction or their district. And so I'd like to know where that is, because again, we've got the end of the fiscal year coming up. I have sidewalks that I would like to repair, and so if the money is there, I really don't want it to roll into the next fiscal budget, and I can provide it, but I need to know if it was true, or if it was just another thing that was not followed through on. So, and then my final thing is, it's my understanding that earlier tonight we voted to give Councilmember Perez a written reprimand, and what we didn't talk about was asking the city to follow up on the question of whether or not, based on his past history, he was actually eligible to be an elected official. And so I would like to bring that forward. Notice I didn't raise this question, but it did come up, and I think we have a duty to follow through to do the research to understand that better, because it's something that this council is, I don't think it was intentional, but I think it still needs to be answered. So again, with the council's will, I'd like to move that forward as well. So, and I guess my final question there is, we recently, in the last half an hour, approved a different process for this. So my assumption is that would become effective next council meeting, or does it, is it in place right now? Okay, I have your answer. So, and those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First off, I just want to say thank you for being here tonight, admin. I think it's really helpful just having you here if we have questions. Also, it's nice to support Dave, that you guys are all on the same board and hearing the same thing. Anyhow, I had a conversation with the city manager about our commissions. I'm a little bit concerned about how the commissions are operating, and I just want to put that out there publicly. I think we need to support them better. We need to ensure that for a while at least that they're trained, maybe they have an attorney there, and that they are operating properly, because I'm hearing that some rules are not being followed at some commissions.
So we actually are working with the city clerk to set up a Brown Act training for them, for all the commissions.
Yeah, maybe just offer a little bit more support when it comes to the Arts and Culture Commission and Parks and Recs Commissions and the Airport Commissions, the ones that don't meet on a regular basis. Ensure that we are following the rules, and maybe even have somebody, a legal advisor there for a while. That would be my ask. And I had something. Definitely, I think that we have an obligation to find out, just again, so that we can be open, honest, and transparent about the criminal arrest, the history, to see if Councilmember Perez is actually allowed to serve here publicly. Thank you.
All right, Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you. So there's a piece of San Benito Street and Promise. There's an area where there's a lot of, it's really late, grass that's overgrown. I'd like to see if that area cleaned up, and if need be, if there isn't any money in the budget, then that's how I'd like to use my discretionary funds, is just to do some beautification project in that corner. I don't know if it belongs to us. People say that it does, so that would be probably number one. Second, I'd like to bring back campaign reform for that. Third, I'd like to make sure that anytime we do, moving forward, any traffic calming projects, or even the existing ones, that we have a form that the fire department very clearly make sure that they actually do an approval, that they've reviewed it, that it's they're able to meet the requirement. It's late. I start shutting down at 10, so. I am not in favor of doing whatever you're gonna do with Rick on the felonies. If anyone on council, I'm sure there's another process for that, but if he doesn't qualify, we all need to submit then for all of our backgrounds to move forward. It wouldn't just be one person. So if he does it, we all need to do it. But I'm not in favor of moving with that forward at all.
Now that makes sense.
Councilmember Perez.
I agree with the campaign reform. As far as the legal criminal history stuff, it's going to pass anyways. It already went through. We already checked it out. So it's like, go ahead and waste some more money, because we're good at that, right? So let's waste some more money on that. The only thing I'd like to do is just a friendly reminder about the incident that happened. I don't know if it was at Whiskey or Johnny's, where the gay bashing, the hate crime was supposedly committed. I'd like to do an in-depth report or study on that to find out what's really going on with that. Because if we have gay bashing going on up here, we need to take care of it. We don't want any type of that stuff going on out here. So if I can get an update on that.
Okay.
That's it.
Just a couple things. So I did my first coffee with the mayor at 4th Street Eatery, And I just wanted to say it was great to see and be able to sit down and just talk with folks. I wanted to thank Chief Reynoso, who was my special guest, who got a lot of really great questions and had some good discussions. So I will probably do one in the future. I may wait a month or two, but just wanted to report out that it was a good event. I also attended the Poppy Jasper Film Fest Bash celebration in Gilroy the other night with Mayor Jordan and also Mayor Blakely of Gilroy. And it was really fascinating, and I really didn't know how big this is, but it's pretty incredible that Hollister's a part of it. And there are films from like over 30 countries, and I think there's still another day or two left if anyone has the opportunity to go to the Granada Theater and check out their films. So it was pretty interesting. I also wanted to just remark just very quickly on the whole background issue with Councilmember Resendez. I seem to recall some kind of I'm sorry, I said Resendez, I was looking at you, Press. I'm tired. I remember Yesenia, the attorney, said something to the effect that that's really like a DA issue, that they would be the ones. I'd hate to see us wasting resources on it if it's something really that should come, if there's a question, that should go to the DA and for discussion and or follow-up. Did I read that correctly?
I don't remember if she said that or not, but those are options. Someone could file a report with the DA, someone could file a quo warranto action with the Attorney General and get a right to sue letter. So there's different options out there.
So that's what she was
I don't think there's
about.
just one path. Yeah, there's different options.
Okay. All right. So in that case, I would not. I don't know. I hate the thought of just dragging out and having more and more things to deal with. And I did want to comment, just this whole code of conduct review kind of highlighted some things for me. I do think we have some real gaps in our current ethics and conduct ordinance. I'd kind of like to see it come back for a review so we can clarify, because it wasn't real clear for me when I was trying to review it around process. Also, I just wanted to say that, with regard to our council interactions, we all know the history and that, in past years, there's been a lot of divisiveness and, that the community often referred to it as a circus. And, I have witnessed in prior years a real uneven application of the code of conduct. Some members are allowed to violate freely, others are held up to scrutiny. And unfortunately, I really have seen council members marginalized and their points of view overlooked. So I just wanted to make it clear as the chair that I'm not going to be overlooking things, and that I'm going to do my best to treat everyone equally and fairly, whether I agree or disagree. I do respect your right to share your point of view, but I will say that respect is a two-way street, and I want to take this opportunity to just remind y'all that if it's necessary for me to call a point of order and use my gavel, please comply. In the last meeting, I had to gavel someone 3 times before they would stop speaking. I don't really want to have to do that. I think it's really disruptive to our meetings. So please stay on topic when speaking and always treat our community, our presenters, and each other with respect. As I said earlier, I think we've been doing pretty well in this regard, and I really appreciate all your cooperation, as we move forward. So that's all I have. City Manager, do you have a...
Good morning, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, right.
Oh, yes. All day. Today is the tomorrow we dreamed about yesterday. All right, so I'm going to go for consensus here on a handful of items. So first one, Councilmember Burns, Morgan Hill PD. So kind of drilling into that, looking for an informational report on if the Hollister PD could serve in that role for the city of Hollister. Our current policy is to refer to the sheriff, but it would be an informational report brought back to the council on the feasibility of handling that in-house. So I know Councilmember Burns. Concealed weapons, concealed carry permits. Right now in anywhere in San Benito County, we go to the sheriff's office for that and go through an application process.
If I can add, we actually have that as part of our policy that there is a process and we refer people to the sheriff's office, and we have an agreement with the sheriff's office because they handle all of those requests.
Okay, sidewalk repair, that's just bringing an informational update, and I can bring that. Yeah, and that's past council direction, so that's just bringing an update.
On that, are you gonna give us each our totals so that we can know what we got?
Mm-hmm. Yes. I heard two different sides. Maybe we can just get clear direction on Councilmember Perez. The first request was going through that process, and then it was, if it was going to, it would be everybody, or then we talked about the whole, you could go the other route that Mary brought up.
So I'm absolutely 100% fine being part of the everybody on that.
I am as well.
I'm good with that. The other question that Councilmember Perez brought up was, and correct me, Rick, if I'm wrong, that you said that you've already gone through this. So if there's already record of that.
I already went through this.
Right, my point exactly. So if that's in fact the case, and there's record of it, then I would say it's a moot point. But that's the first I've heard of it, because I didn't go through it.
So I'd like for us to put this behind us and focus on government business. And if people want to continue to go down this route, let them go down this route on their own. I want to spend my time doing government business as we talked about earlier today and our community shared with us today. I want to put an end to it. So I don't think that there's consensus, but you can double check.
I
on
thought
just
you wanted to
letting
do
it
background
go.
on everybody. That was what your
I
request
said
was.
number one was to let it go and not move forward with it. So pay attention, please.
I'm happy to comply with your request. Thank you.
Okay, so it looks like there's no consensus then to move forward with the background.
My understanding was it only requires two.
No. Consensus has always been 3 out of 5. You have a new policy that you're going to be looking at that won't necessarily require that.
Okay, perfect.
Councilmember Resendez mentioned the commissions. We are having a training April 24th, Brown Act training. I have talked with both the city clerk and the city attorney about providing additional supports to those commissions and to those bodies. We'll look into the San Benito Street and Promise and for beautification. I don't know exactly what that looks like right now off the top, but do we have a consensus? Councilmember Morales did mention that, depending on what that would look like, looking at discretionary funding. So we'll explore and bring something back. Campaign reform, did hear that. And have clarity exactly on what that would look like to bring back at a high level, so we could have, if we have a consensus.
Yes.
Do you feel you have enough to bring back?
Well, yeah, we'll bring back a discussion about
Okay.
it and get further direction.
I heard when working on the traffic calming policy to ensure that there is a form that the fire department take part in, so we would, as we're working on that policy, make sure that there's something a little more formal on fire. Okay.
Can we expand that to police as well?
Yeah.
Public safety?
Okay.
Well, and actually, I think it came up in a previous council meeting that we've not necessarily reached out to AMR either. Right. So in my mind.
Yeah, and that was part of the previous direction, was to work with AMR, to reach out to them. Councilmember Perez asked for an in-depth report on the incident that was mentioned in public comment at Whiskey Creek.
No, I'm not in support of that. And I'll be honest, I think I've had conversations with the person and they just want it to go away. So if you could respect that and their privacy, I'm not going to support that.
think what we're asking for is not so much that particular incident, but more of if there is hate crime, there are requirements that we have to have, and I'm sure that the police department is doing a great job, but historically in every jurisdiction, it's underreported. People don't feel they're supported. There's a lot more that we can do. So if you're saying no to that, then I'm fine to respect that, but that's what my
I'm saying for
understanding was.
this particular incident, a couple of things. I do have faith in the police department. I know they were involved in this, and I'm going to leave it at that. But if we're going to look at it in a broader perspective, I'm 100% support of that. Specifically, this incident, I don't think that we should look into it any further or drag it out.
Yeah, the original request from Councilmember Perez was citing the bar in specific, so
That's not our purview. I mean, at the end of the day, I saw a police captain, I think it was, walk out and contact the reporting party out there, and my sense is it's probably an open investigation.
yeah, I would have to,
Yeah, which they wouldn't be able to share regardless. So if it is open investigation, otherwise someone could make a PRA request for information and we could evaluate it through that avenue.
okay, so I didn't get consensus on that, just for clarity. And then,
Clarity, it did get consensus, but it can't go through.
Okay.
But you said no? Yeah?
Kind of waffling about it. I mean, I do think we can get the information if we need it through a PRA, so.
yeah, when it was confined to your original specific request, I did not see consensus.
Okay, that's fine.
And then finally, Mayor Casey, Code of Conduct Review.
The ordinance, yeah. I'd like to see it looked at. It's just,
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay? Okay. And with that, that is all of the items that I had, and looking for consensus. End of
did we
report.
cover everything? Okay. City Attorney, do you have a report for us? No. City Clerk, do you have a report?
No report.
Chief?
I just wanted to share, I think you were right, Mr. Burns, the lady who mentioned the discrepancy with dispatch, Lad Lane is actually in the county. The school actually sits in the county. But the dispatcher probably looked at her computer and it said county, but she doesn't know, or the rotational dispatcher that we get didn't know that we actually have an agreement with the CHP that even though part of the street is in the county, we still respond to that. So I'll address it with the dispatch again to make sure that if anyone else calls again, to make sure to dispatch us.
Chief, is there a way to close the loop with the woman? I don't know that we have our information and give public comment.
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. But we'll make sure that dispatch is aware of it. So if it happens again, that we're the ones that respond out there.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay.
Any updates on city council projects at this time?
Not at this time.
Okay. Do we have a motion to adjourn? Please?
Move. I move.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Yes.
Motion carries. Meeting is now adjourned.
Recording stopped.